Welcome along to the home of British motorsport as we ready ourselves for a trip around Europe and North America in this new series for drivers down under. Attacking the racetracks, we have the classics of modern day endurance racing in the form of LMP2s, GTEs and GT3s, all in their variety here on iRacing, with plenty of prizes up for offer, not just for the winners, but also some fun stuff as well, which we will get into in due course, don't you worry. To open the season, we head to the border of Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire to a circuit known the world over. Used in the wave of racing on perimeter roads of disused World War II Royal Air Force bases, Silverstone has been around since the late 40s. Plenty of that character still remains, as after over 70 years of running, Silverstone has become a staple in world motorsport, being run in a plethora of series from Formula 1 to motorbikes, British touring cars to rallycross, and of course the endurance racing we see today. Let's get into it then. Round 1 of the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by OSR, with support of Grid Engineering. Broadcast from today's action and across the season, brought to you by Simply Racing on cameras today. Absolute Dan official himself, Mr. Daniel Handover. In the commentary booth for the opening portion of the race, it's myself, Lewis McGlade, and alongside me, my trusty partner in crime, Ewan O'Leary. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Lewis, and good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world as well watching us. Yeah, I'm very excited to get this season underway. It's an absolute classic venue to get an endurance series underway, isn't it, really, Silverstone? We've seen it in many, many series in the past, but that doesn't mean that it's getting old at this point, really, in my opinion. I think it's just a fantastic place to start. So certainly one of my favourite circuits on the calendar as well. What I really like about this series is the fact that we've got some classics. You know, we've got the Silverstone, Monza, Le Mans. They're all involved in this season. But we've also got some kind of oddities, really, series and tracks that you don't often see in a multi-class endurance racing series like Homestead. How's that going to fare in a multi-class situation? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm very much looking forward to finding out.
Yeah, our season will run from here in June. We'll take a bit of a break, 3 weeks, until we run Watkins Glen. There's a month until we run for the 6 hours of Monza, so we'll be up nice and early. And then a couple more 4-hour races at Homestead, Miami Speedway, and Hockenheim before rounding out the season at the Circuit de la Sarthe on the 25th of September. All of this racing more aimed at drivers from down under. So for me and you, Ewan, and of course for maybe some of the teams and stuff watching, some drivers and stuff that we're fairly unaware of, which is fine. That's kind of why we're here, because it's not just a series which is about the very best battling it out, but it's also about approachability and about just getting some people on the racetrack if they've not raced in league racing before. It's about having them jump in and join. That's why the GT3 class is in this. It's designed to be very, very open in that kind of scenario and allowing drivers basically to get up to speed in an endurance series and just have a bit of fun.
Yeah, exactly. I think this series is going to do that very well. Certainly, from looking at it from the outset, we've got over 40 cars on the grid at the moment, which is a fair amount. And they're of all different kind of abilities. We've got some very, very high class and well-known drivers from around the world as well, right up towards the pointy end of the field, and then right the way down. We've got your average sim racers, just very passionate about what they do, but maybe not as quick as some of the guys you might expect to see up towards the front. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how that dynamic gets on. It's always nice to have a series that accommodates all, and this is a series that seemingly does that very, very well, along with some fantastic cars that we've got on show as well. The LMP2 doesn't feel like it's been out for very long, on iRacing, but it probably has by now. And it still looks fantastic as ever. We've got some fantastic GT cars as well, very, very well made on the iRacing service, of course. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how these drivers tackle the series and how it gets on, really, with the with the dynamic that you mentioned there, with the different abilities of the different drivers.
Yeah, it's about seeing the very best going up against the drivers that are fairly new to it. We were just in qualifying there a little bit. We'll get into that in a moment. In GT3s at the moment, GT3s and GTEs have already completed their qualifying sessions. LMP2s basically completed theirs at the moment as well. We'll be running into the 4-hour race in just a moment. You can see the LMP2s there running around, and the Apex Hunters United eSports 69. They've got 2 cars on this. Of course, that's the car. The number 3 is the one with Nick Foster and Shane van Gisbergen. The 69 here. This one, in the classic fashion of joining a server in the complete wrong way. Join the server in the wrong name under the name My Cat Breath Smells Like Cat Food. Not an ideal scenario, and with that, I believe they're giving. I can't remember if it's a stop and go penalty. I'm pretty sure it's a stop and go.
It is a stop and go. I think stop and go 30 seconds possibly, but yeah, it's not nice. Whatever it is.
No, all for a misclick, which we've had a little bit. I think, in fact, actually, Nick Foster had that in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Accidentally misclicked and had. Accidentally put Dennis Lind in the car with them, so had to wrestle that one. Whoops, easily done. Shane van Gisbergen currently qualifying the car. I think he's on an outlap as he'll run round Silverstone. We're on board with him on that run into turn 1. Currently up in second position behind the LOBS eSports number 94. Gap 0.3 of a second between your pole sitter at the moment and second behind. Decent gaps in LMP2, but kind of one of the important notes of a series like this, at least as far as I'm aware, that we've got live race control out there, and part of that is that no driver, if they have an incident, if they've had a crash or whatever, they have to request the race control to return to garage, to escape, to get out of there. Yeah. If not, we get a safety car.
Yeah, it's a good situation actually, with an advantage of having a live race control. You can't escape unless you ask for permission, and there are manual safety cars. There are also random safety cars that we can have as well, that I think it's worth getting into before we get into the race in a minute or two. Possible for us to have 3 random safety cars, or also possible for us to have 0, but they're at random parts of the race, and can't be within 10 minutes of a manual one, but they can be at any point during the race, and it will just flash up the action just a little bit. I think that's the downfall of sim series, especially on a lot of sim racing actually. The fact that we don't have safety cars and things like that, it's a real problem, because obviously we don't really need them in sim racing. Nobody's going to get hurt if we don't have a safety car for an accident, let's say, like you would in real life. But it's still a dynamic that's not really been executed very well on endurance racing, on sim racing particularly, I don't think, anyway. So I hope that this series can do that successfully, and it's looking like it's shaping up like it will do with those random safety cars and the manual ones as well, because we have that live race control.
Absolutely. Checker flags out then in the session. So the final laps just coming in from the drivers, then a fairly decent length of qualifying. Of course, we haven't broadcast all of it because it is quite a long session, and the idea for that is to make sure that we can get all of the teams, all the drivers out there in their own bit of clean air in their classes, and no one's tripping up over each other, which is so easy to do in a multi-class race. And we'll leave the tripping over for each other for the race, as people will try their pit entries and get up to speed, which is a smart move to get after the pit entry, which is quite tricky around here at Silverstone, isn't it? Very, very slow pit lane, but it's quite a hard braking zone in there, and making sure you pick out the right point is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. It's deceptively slow almost, but it has to be, because you miss out some of the circuit. Very important to get right though. And you come from such high speed coming through Stowe there, really high speed corner, and then you've got to slow it right the way down. So it's very, very easy to speed on pit lane there, and obviously you don't want to be doing that if you can avoid it. So that would be something to watch out for in the race, but yeah, we've just about completed qualifying just at the moment. To my count, we've got 10 drivers separated by a second in LMP2, which has been the closest category in pre-qualifying as well, where I think there was roughly 10, maybe more, within a second of each other. So that's very encouraging for the race. In GTE, it's a little bit more spaced out. We've got a few cars, I think 3 or 4 within a second, and then GT3, it's a little bit more spaced out again, 3 or 4 once again. But LMP2 certainly proving itself to be the closest category for the first race at the very least. Probably a little bit down to the fact that they're all driving the same car, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so obviously in GTE and GT3, we've all got slightly different cars. It's a total of 8 now, upped from 7 that we had last week in iRacing. We've now been able to add an extra car. There was a little bit of a chopping and changing last minute as to see which car we could get onto the grid. As going off the road there, the 69, that's not ideal. Got the 8 who's currently on screen. Down in 14th position is Fishy Motorsports, not ideal. Did see LABS eSports entering the pit lane at high speed. They've got this pole position sorted in LMP2 with a 44.721, but do kind of expect, even outside of this, say with all the different cars and stuff, some cars may work better in the race than they will in qualifying, and seeing how that all unfolds through tyre wear and stuff. Expecting an LMP2 using tyres to last a couple of stints, because it's a 40-minute stint roughly, so we're expecting them to go over a couple. GTs and GT3s, depends on track temperature, depends on all of this kind of stuff. I would suspect they're all going to be single stinting, but not 100% sure. That's all stuff we're going to find out throughout the race together.
Yes, it's going to be a mode of discovery for us in the commentary box as well as you at home, I'd imagine. So, yeah, and some of these drivers as well, I guess. But the 4-hour race distance is not too long in the end, really. I know it's kind of on the way to being an endurance race, but I don't know if you call it one or not. It's kind of on that limit. But the thing with a 4-hour race is that it's not inconceivable that if you've really done your homework for this event, that you could actually stimulate a 4-hour race yourself just while you're in practice. It's not like a 24-hour race where there's no way you're going to be able to simulate a whole 24-hour race to work out your strategy. Plus, you don't really need to. It's just about doing the practice on the day. But in a 4-hour race, it's kind of that distance where you're thinking about the end of the race right from the very start. And so it's not inconceivable that these guys have, done a whole race to practice, a whole 4-hour simulation almost of what this race is going to look like, so that they know what the strategy is going to be. And you're right, there may be some double stinting or single stinting going on. These guys are going to know what they're doing, certainly, though.
Absolutely. So there is your qualifying at the moment for LMP2. This will be the starting grid. But of course, we do know that 4th position, Apex Hunters United Racing, number 69, will have to come into the pit lane for a stop and go penalty. GTE's currently on screen. For me, not a surprise to see Logitech G Altus eSports on pole position. They are well adapted to iRacing itself, but also to endurance racing on it. So I would expect them to go strong. They are the team to beat in GTE and are going to be pretty tricky to beat in that scenario. That's kind of why that gap is quite as large as it is. Team Fernando Alonso Kart Australia. Currently up on pole position in GT3. And as much as those gaps are quite big, this is why we have things like the safety cars and stuff, because it just brings everything a little bit closer. And it's about not just using your speed, not using your agility on the racetrack, and not just falling back on all of that practice, but also, just getting in with just making stuff up on the fly and trying to figure things out and thinking about what the right strategy is, and kind of hoping that you've picked the right one and pitted at the right time.
Yeah, that's what I meant a little bit earlier on when I said that, no series in sim racing really that I've seen, especially multi-class endurance racing like this, has really executed the safety car well. And the reason that's a disappointment is because of what you mentioned there. The strategic flexibility doesn't really come into it if it just goes green, the whole way around. So, I'm very excited to see how the safety car gets on. Obviously, we don't want to see any big accidents that force a manual safety car, but I'm hoping that there is going to be at least one random safety car at some point throughout the race. But as I mentioned, it can't be within 10 minutes of the previous safety car. It's possible that we can have none. We can have a fully green. I keep trying to say clean and green at the same time, but you know what I mean. It could be completely green flag all the way to the end of this race, and that's all right as well. It just keeps these guys on their toes a little bit, and when you see a green race and there's not going to be a safety car, you see somebody 1 minute in the lead, you almost start to think, is there anything going to stop them at this point? Because unless a massive accident happens here, there's no way they're going to be caught. But with a safety car, there's always that chance. If you stay on the lead lap right to the very end of the safety car, and this is what we see in all kinds of racing like IMSA, etc., and Bathurst 1000, staying on the lead lap, stay up there until the very final safety car, and then just go for it. And that's what I hope we'll see tonight.
Yeah, it's all about playing the very, very long game in this scenario and making sure you're on track at the right time. But of course, they're all playing for various prizes. I believe there is a total of 10 separate prizes on this. It's all in the regulations. It's right at the bottom. There's a lot up for offer. A couple of Shane van Gisbergen hot laps, which, by the way, are really hard to come by these days. So it's actually a very, very good prize. Like I said, you've got stuff like your serious stuff for winning whatever, but you've also got stuff like the Hunt of the Race award. This award will be delivered to the driver who has the biggest AHU Apex hunt as captured on the Simply Race stream. That'll be adjudicated by Nick Foster and all that lot, and will be the decider. And you've got people for missing the Apex constantly by a mile. We get to pick those out. Most embarrassing moment, why not? Of course, we've got the up and coming Billy award, which for anyone who doesn't know, a Billy is essentially it's Nick's way of calling someone a noob. Basically, and it's the up and coming one. This is what I was saying about like this series being about trying to find new drivers moving forwards, and everyone just having a bit of fun. That's what it's about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have these different kind of prizes, because it's all well and good having prizes for winning, but that's difficult to do sometimes. So it's good to have prizes up and down the field. Hopefully, most of these guys can get or get up there for at least one kind of award. But here's the starting grid. They're all lining up on the back straight right now, and just gridding up, getting themselves set up. So let's take a look at this starting grid before we get the 4 hours of Silverstone underway.
Yeah, Brody Kostecki starting then from pole position with Nick Foster and Job Stewart. Justin Rougier alongside on that second row, but with that drive-through penalty coming his way. Richie Stanaway from 5th place in what should be the number 10, but is not going to be. Then Scott Soslovsky in the Trick eSports from 6th position. Mark Gibson and Jordan McDonnell for Rush Sim Racing. Luke Turner and Warren Pickering for Fusion Sim Racing rounding out the top 10. All still within a second, but now we drop outside of this with Rob Carmichael and Benjamin Faulkner in 11th and 12th spot. The rest of the LMP2 field sees Pulse Tuning, Fishy Motorsports, and then Injectors Online Racing in 15th and 16th spot. Ignore the 17th car because that is not actually one that is in the race, so no panic on that front. Logitech G Altus Esports with BVN Esports and United Sim Sports, the top 3 battling it out for pole position, all fairly close. And Trick eSports with Drop Bear will roll through into the GT3 category because they are going to be running around to the race start pretty sharpish. You can see the Team FA Alonso car, Australia car that will be starting for pole position. You can actually spot that one out. It's very, very colourful in that Porsche. And the rest of the GT3 order, we'll get to them as they come to the starting grid. 3 classes to start here. They all have their designated start zone, which is on the start finish. They're not allowed to go before that point, but it does come to the pole sitter of each class, roughly 10 seconds between each before they get underway. Let's take a look at how things are going to unfold then in the opening race of the season, and that charge down into Abbey for the first time, all in the control of the LOBS Esports number 94. We are underway to open the season, and it is a great launch from him. Nick Foster caught napping. Oh, he has not got that one going well. I believe that's the 69 off the road in the background as well. For good measure, looks very, very good for the 94 at the moment. 48 up into second position.
A fantastic start from the 94 there. Brody Kostecki just getting away from everybody, and not a bad start either from the second row. Blake Purdy getting into second. Nick Foster slightly half asleep on the front straight there, but nothing too bad for the moment. Everybody's kept it clean in LMP2. Let's hope that everybody does the same in GTE as they go through the first few corners.
Yeah, look at this tight battling up and down. Got Ferrari on screen. A lot of Porsches is to be expected. It's one of the more balanced out kind of cars. I prefer the balance of the Porsche, and that's why we're seeing quite a lot of them. But love seeing the additions of things like Ferraris, and we've got the BMW as well as the other choice. There is the Fernando Alonso Kart Australia car. Said it was colourful. Said you'll be struggling to miss it in that brand new Porsche onto the iRacing platform. As we've got some of the BMW M4, we'll talk about your opinions on the M4 prototype, because that front end does need a conversation. There's an incident in the background though.
Deary me, let's try and see for you who that was, but I'm afraid free clean starts out of free was not going to happen. Here we go. It looks like Mike Pepper might have been involved during the 288. We'll see as it just gets rear-ended by one of those BMWs, I believe. And yeah, can't quite pick out which one that is at the moment, but presumably it's going to be one a little bit further down the order at the moment. So yeah, a bit of a shame to see, but as I mentioned, LMP2 and GTE were clean. It was going to be very unlikely that there was going to be a clean GT free start as well. Surely one of the classes out of free we're going to have a troubled start, and I'm afraid that is what we saw in the end.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those sort of little niggles in the early stages of a race like this. It's very, very easy and awkward to dive into the back of someone into the loop. It's just kind of one of those things that naturally unfolds in that scenario, and unfortunately someone had to pay the price. Just so happened. Oh, that's a brave move. That is an absolute send from the 298. Oh my goodness, that is not something that we see often. What an effort.
That was very, very brave, wasn't it? Tom Frey was probably had his eyes closed almost, but he's coming back at him around the outside at Stowe, trying to regain 6th place that he just lost there to Chris Pellett, who that was in the end. But yeah, dear me, that was quite a brave dive to be making, with still nearly 4 hours to go in the first race of the season, but clearly wants to make up the positions very quickly. That's Fusion Sim Racing, by the way, trying to get up towards their teammates who are in 5th. So it's Fusion Sim Racing in 5th and 6th at the moment. And also, meanwhile, the LMP2 car, the Apex Hunter 69 car, the one that one misclick, and I'm afraid they've had a 30-second, I believe, stop-go penalty, which is not only going to put them to the back of the LMP2 field, but it's actually going to put them behind some GT cars. So they're going to have to do actually more overtaking in traffic than the rest of the field, which is going to set them back even further.
It doesn't drop them outside of the race, though, as say with safety cars and stuff. If one comes out at the right time, can drag you back up to it. At this point, it's all about trying to stay on the lead lap. They were always expecting they were going to drop down to the back of the pack. Just means they have to cut through traffic a little bit earlier than expected. Back up towards the front end. Oh, there's a spinner in the middle of the pack. That'll be the LABS eSports 10 car. Ooh, I'm assuming that would be assisted from the 10, which is now under the 33. There's a little bit of clumsy stuff. Oh, and there's more from the 51, just backwards in the middle of the road. A lot has happened here.
Yeah, we're going to have to try and piece together what on earth has gone on here. Let's try and piece it together for you. This is Richie Stanaway, who was eventually spun around. Does he do this on his own? Or he did actually get into the back of the number 3, and in trying to avoid him has gone for a spin. Now, how on earth did the 50, and you can see in the foreground there actually another car spinning around. The 51 was involved. Dennis Gatterick, it was, who spins in front of Stanaway, and they make contact. I'm afraid that's not a fine moment from the Injectors Online racing car, and we'll have another look now to see how that happened. So good avoidance first off by the 45, but coming back onto the road there, one of the black and white cars, couldn't quite pick out the number there for you, but the 45 gets spun around, and in all the chaos, the 51 also gets spun around. So at least 3 cars having problems there, all in the very same few corners, and I'm afraid Stanaway's car has likely got damage actually from that hit on the side of the other LMP2.
Yeah, a lot of driving like Billy's in there. To be honest, it's just a little bit clumsy, a little bit chaotic, as we kind of expect through that sort of club section. You're so easily tripping over yourself, and if you're tripping over yourself, you're damn well going to be tripping over other drivers as well for good measure. And it's just kind of one of those awkward sort of scenarios. I'm sure race control will be on that ASAP to try and pick their way through and see what can be decided into the pit lane. I believe that's the Rush Sim Racing car that's dived down there just to try and potentially either get some damage repaired or something in that vein. Actually, might be a drive-through penalty.
quite possibly. We'll wait and find out for you. But the LOBS eSports 10 car, which is actually the number 33, is also into the pit lane. So is Injectors Online Racing. Let's not forget the 33 and the 51 came into contact into the final few corners there. So that's why they're both in the pit lane. But it's a long race. There's still a long way to go. And they can still definitely salvage something from this race. And that's what they will aim to do, of course. But back in GT3, things are a little bit more calm, a little bit calmer anyway. And yeah, I think battles are still happening up and down the order. It is still, I believe, it's still the pole sitters, Team Fernando Alonso, are still leading this race. But it's only by a half a second. And there's a train for the lead going on, as there is in GTE as well. I bet all three classes are probably trains for the lead at the moment, actually.
But yeah, it's kind of that slipstream effect around here is quite high. Wait till we get to Circuit de la Sarthe, and then we'll be slipstreaming for days. But obviously around Silverstone, in these classes, in the P2, dirty air is fairly prevalent. In the other classes, less so. Obviously, the slower you get, the less of an effect from dirty air you have. And so in that scenario, it's easier to keep up and stay on the rear end of the car ahead. You can see how many Porsches there are in GTE. It kind of goes down to the balance of the Porsche. It just, as much as Porsches are normally regarded as being fairly rear end worthy, naturally with the weight. They're slipping and sliding and going all over the place. Whereas they're fairly well balanced. They're very, very comfortable to drive. They're predictable, which if you're new to sim racing or anything like that, or even when you're pushing onto the very limit, predictability is a key factor.
Yeah, over a long race like this, especially, and the 8 hours at Le Mans at the end of the year as well, that's going to be predictability is going to be very, very important then as well. But to be honest, I would drive that car purely to listen to it. Really,
great noise.
It is fantastic. Can't have any arguments about the car choice there. Meanwhile, by the way, into the pit lane has come Scott Sislowski, I believe, in the 99 to repair a bit of damage. Might have been a penalty, but I'm not entirely sure. He was involved in that kerfuffle down at the final few corners, though, so that might be a reason. But this is the battle for 5th place going on at the moment. Luke Turner is heading a train of LMP2 cars, getting put the pressure on by Summit Sim Sports and Pulse Tuning, Fishy Motorsport. They're all here, so he's got a lot of defending to do at the moment.
Did get note from race control there was 2 penalties handed out. Brad Newman, not sure as to which car he is a part of, but Scott Sislowski did get a penalty. It was a penalty for his re-entry in I think all in that kind of kerfuffle. Really, as diving their way through the traffic. So already getting into some of the GT3 traffic, which this is where, if you're GT3, if you're fairly new, you're inexperienced, how do you play things? Because it's quite a terrifying and daunting experience to have an LMP2 come to the rear end of you at the speed that they're flying around. Yeah,
absolutely, and it takes practice to get used to that feeling almost in a car. It's not something that comes naturally to everybody or anybody really, so it does certainly take some practice, and it does mean that you have to be a little bit patient in LMP2, like we've just seen there with Luke Turner. However, you can pay for it, because now he's being hounded by a couple of cars right behind into turn 1, diving down the inside of one of the Porsches. They drift wider, the Porsche has to drift wider. So these are the dangers that we see in traffic. Being patient versus being aggressive, it can have its advantages and disadvantages. And as you can see in the background, traffic can also mean a lot of positional changes, as well as a Lamborghini gets tipped around into a spin. And I'm afraid that was always going to happen in the first round of traffic.
Yeah, it's just that was so awkward. I believe that might have been the 278 Pulse Racing Team Yellow car that was spun around there. Not 100% sure. Certainly one of the Lamborghinis. Either way, as there's further contact. Oh, nearly cleared their BMW off the road as well. That was a bit ambitious from the Fishy Motorsports car. Not sure that one was particularly on, but a bold attempt regardless. Let's take a look as we're riding on board with Rydell. So he'd been tapped from behind. Right, gotcha. It was Fisher Motorsports who was diving in there. Brooklands is fine to make a move, but you've got to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't be making half-hearted lunges at any corner, really, especially not Brooklands. To take another look at it on board with Blake Delaney now. is to dive down the inside, and this is how he got spun around, because yeah, the two of them came into contact. Does the yellow car come down and in there? I'm not entirely sure who was at fault for that, or really was it Riddell or was it Delaney? I couldn't say myself. Probably a racing incident, given that they both got spun around in the end. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I'd call that one, but yeah, they both end up in a spin, and these are the kind of things you really need to avoid early on in a race. I would be backing out of that kind of move with this amount of time remaining. But yeah, it seems that a lot of these guys going a little bit crazy, trying to make these moves very, very early on, and this is what happens in the first round of traffic. Really, everyone realizes that they can actually make up a lot of positions very early on, and so everybody just goes for it, but I'm afraid sometimes that's not always the best call.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure in that side between those two. It's if you're going to go for a move at Brooklands, you've got to be committed to it. You've got to go for it, and it almost seemed like a fairly half-hearted move, and that is prevalent, especially when coming through traffic, because with sort of when you're darting and weaving through traffic, you need to be committed. You need to be like, I am going to dive down the inside, and I'm going to do that here and now. When you kind of leave your nose down the inside haphazardly, that's when issues occur. That's when things do go wrong, as we're seeing this battle for 8th position at the moment, as this is in GTE. Seeming like a decent battle again. All the Porsches battling out. Saw them go through some GT3 traffic as well. They've got to think about traffic themselves, both front and rear, because they also have to go through the GT3s, as well as sort of keeping their eye on their rear view mirror from the LMP2s. I'd say it's a bit easier at the moment from Michael Ward, as when he's looking in his rear view mirror, he's already focused on what's coming up behind him, because he's got a car directly behind him. When the LMP2 gets there, he's like, oh, it's just another one, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes when you are the second car, the LMP2 can sneak up on you a little bit, because it's got to make its way through on one of them first, and then it can catch you off guard sometimes. But yeah, it is an advantage certainly to being in front. You do become aware of that traffic coming behind you, as Pulse Tuning 64 into the pit lane from 10th position. That's Glenn Setter Riddell, as we saw earlier on. Wonder if that might be a penalty from the incident that we saw. But this is the battle for 6th place on your screens right now. Look at Brownlee trying to defend from a couple of cars, Summit Sim Sports and Racing Dolls eSports as well. All stacked up in behind. Some very, very close battles in LMP2 so far, and they don't look like they're dying out anytime soon either.
No, where we've got them separated, though, is more so towards the race lead, as separated by 2.5 seconds at present. Brody Kostecki has over Blake Purdy. Mark Gibson, who's in 3rd spot, is a fair way back as well at just around 7 seconds. But he's got pressure from behind in the form of Nick Foster, who is waking up. Of course, whilst we've got, I said before, a lot of the drivers from AusNZ, there is a rule that each team can allow for one driver from outside of that region to take part. It's mostly down to connection, netcodes, etc., where you kind of don't want to really push your luck. You know, this is all run on an Australian server, etc. You don't want to push it that little bit too far. So for Nick Foster, he is the exception to that rule. Whilst yes, it is, a driver from that region, he lives in London. So it's not quite the same. So he's that rule, he's that exception. He's the one for that car. Not sure there are too many that have used that rule, at least not yet. Might be something that we might see towards the end of the season, particularly maybe like using an American driver for the 8-hour race, something in that vein. Not sure.
Yeah, maybe if they can start the race, because the race would start at midnight on the East Coast and maybe a little bit earlier. If you're on the west coast of America, maybe that might be used, but 8 hours still. To do it even with 2 drivers isn't that bad, I wouldn't expect, especially for some of these guys who are very, very accomplished indeed. But let's have another look at this incident. Oh, it looks like Riddell has been off the road again and maybe into contact with another car. Oh dear, just getting a little bit unsettled there, and you can see immediately the body language of the car felt terrible about that. And when you do cause an incident like that, and you're completely unintentional, you do tend to feel terrible, and you can see it right there, really. So, yeah, I'm afraid that's another incident that Riddell has got involved in the first 15 minutes. Not being the greatest start for that car, I'm afraid, and may be having another trip down pit lane because of that.
Yeah, not the way you would wish to begin this race. It was a drive-through penalty, can confirm, as regarded to the Brooklands incident going the way of Rydell. So kind of makes sense in that scenario. We've got a Ferrari on the podium though, saying about all these Porsches and stuff. But how long will it be? BBN eSports looking pretty pacey at the moment. Dylan Burst at the moment, who's directly behind the wheel of that car, pedalling it around. It's Ross Rizzo, who's the car in the Ferrari. Of course, you've got to take a moderately Italian name in a Ferrari. You have to. It's law. The Porsche are looking good. I do suspect the Ferraris may come back a little bit stronger as the race progresses, although that's almost going to be a dive to the inside. Not quite committed enough. Trick Esports not getting tricked into a mistake. They're also closing in on a battle for second place, which is just down the road. Does seem that Logitech G Altus Esports have absolutely checked out.
Yeah, it does seem that way at the moment. The gap is about 5 seconds that I make it. You can't see it on your screens right now because the gap between the Apex Hunters United Esports 69 is actually up towards the next LMP2 car, which is in 15th place. And that is 25 seconds up the road, but I can assure you that the first GTE car is not that far up the road. The gaps should normalise now, and you can see it's about 6 seconds actually, so it is a little bit larger than I thought, but it's still not a massive margin to have at this stage in the race, as the Ferrari just gets sent offline ever so slightly going into Cops there. It's a good run through for BBN Esports, but the next few corners there's Magnets and Beckett's, and that's not really a place you want to go side by side.
No, certainly not. Behind this, though, I think we are going to get some side-by-side for 6th position down to this section, as we've got Pulse, Sim Racing, Black and Mach 1 going side-by-side. They are going to try and commit to it at the moment. It seems like it might, I was going to say it might have been Pulse Racing, but they've gone straight on, opened the door, and Mach 1 have gone through. Decent move set up from Cop's Corner. Lights flashing and blaring from Pulse Sim Racing. I think it's more of a we're racing hard rather than I think anything too bad has happened between the two, but I don't think this battle is done just yet as we run down to Stowe. A really good overtaking opportunity. You can make it stick around the outside or the inside if you committed enough here, and it does seem that Pulse Racing going to retake 6th position just on the GT3 traffic, as well as it's going to be big commitment. Whoa, that was a send.
It was a send, but unfortunately didn't go through with it there. Decided halfway through that it might not actually be the best idea to go for that. So, yeah, they're just backing off at the moment. A little bit of LMP2 traffic in the background there, and you can see some of the GT3 cars as well getting involved. That was one of the Mercedes they were getting through on, and that can be a real problem for GTE cars because they're not actually that much faster than the GT3 cars in the pace right now. The last lap time of the last GTE car was a 2:16, and the best GT3 car, the first GT3 cars, did a 1.4, so they're actually 2 tenths quicker. So, you know, these cars are really not very much better in terms of their performance. Obviously, the front of the field will be a little bit faster around here, but still the gap between the two classes is not that big, and that will cause problems in traffic, especially on these restarts where we're going to have a mixed up field and some GTE cars trying to get through on the GT3s that have unfortunately found themselves towards the front of the queue.
Yeah, it's showing that in the early stages, if you're a GTE, a mistake would be very, very costly, either through spinning or a drive-through or anything in that vein. Because, yeah, if you're dropped back into the GT3 traffic, you are going to have a very, very hard time indeed. Three-way fight for 5th place in LMP2 as we're watching the battle for 6th in the GT3 class between Fusion Sim Racing and BDE eSport. But there are still a fair few battles. Of course, we would expect there to be quite a lot, especially as the race goes on. And the reason I say that, it does come down to the safety cars and stuff. Whilst at this point in the race, everyone's trying to get up to speed, aren't they? Everyone's trying to figure their way out around the circuit and build themselves up. You just need to wait for things to come in, for speed to come to you. And later in the race, if we have one quite late, the gaps are going to remain much closer than they're spreading out now because everyone's just building their way up.
Yeah, I mean, if just look at how many cars are actually on the lead lap at the moment. Still, some of the GTEs are on the lead lap. So even though these guys who are a little bit further down in LMP2, for example, Apex Hunters United, the number 69 car, Ben Cornett, he's a long, long way down at the moment. Had that 30-second stop go early on in the race, but still all 16 LMP2s are on the lead lap at the moment, and that's very, very important because it means that if there is a safety car, then it's all going to come back together, and there is going to be a battle. There's a change for the lead going on. It looks like Brody Kostecki has lost the lead too late. Blake Purdy going into Cobb's Corner, not an orthodox place to be making the move, but it seems that there might have been a bit of a run, maybe a little bit of traffic. You see a couple of GT cars in the background, and that has allowed the Pursuit Sim Racing 48 to get into the lead for the first time in this race.
There was like a 2-second gap. I'm not sure what has happened to Brody Kostecki, but Blake Purdy either way through with a pretty nice and clean move down at turn 1. I've just looked back on it, by the way. Brody Kostecki got delayed by an awful lot of, well, not I say an awful lot of traffic, just got delayed by traffic and lost a couple of seconds to it coming through the loop and sort of village section in the opening part of the first sector, and just that was what allowed Blake Purdy to get on top of him. And that's where, you know, maybe it was a little bit of an experience from the traffic as they're still trying to dive their way through. This is crazy stuff that might end in tears.
Yeah, just as you were saying that, and how Kostecki was held up by all of that, we saw exactly the same thing happen, but in reverse. Blake Purdy had to fight his way through a couple of Porsches battling through the first few corners there, and he went one way, Kostecki went the other. It could have easily turned out very, very well for Kostecki there if things had not gone as they did, but in the end, Blake Purdy holds on to the lead, but into Brooklands and Luffield they go again. And it's going to have to be round the outside on this occasion for both of them. Blake Purdy held up a little bit, and Kostecki's able to hold right to the very back of that LMP2 at the moment. So these two very, very close as they run through here. And this is going to just affect the race the entire time. We've got oh, that's a send as well into Cobb's Corner on one of the BMWs. Blake Purdy holds on to the lead, but we've got 16 LMP2 cars in a 42-car field. That means there's 26 other GT cars for these guys to negotiate, and from this point onwards, pretty much every lap they're going to be getting through on at least one of these guys, and so it's just going to be you're just going to have to be very, very heads up for the rest of the race, and that's what's going to affect these battles. That's going to be the main player in changing positions throughout this race, really.
Pulse tuning back into the pit lane for another drive-through penalty, courtesy of the issue that we saw down at Beckett's, that rejoin into the side of the GT3. So not an ideal scenario, but yep, having come into pit lane for the second time in 23 minutes, which is not how you want to begin your first race of the season. But if you've got mistakes, get them out early, get them out before any of the later issues. Just sort it out early and then you recover from it. This battle for the lead, though, it's tense now. It will get more tense because whilst they're being delayed by traffic, you don't want to be delayed by traffic constantly, do you? You want to, right, I've been delayed now. I need to clear the next bit of traffic as quick as possible so I can build that gap again. Then you push that limit a bit further. Then you cause an incident. Then you get a drive-through penalty, and then your race is as near as over. So it's all about playing a very, very careful balancing game here, because they've got 7.7 seconds to the car behind. Work with that gap, work in the favour of that gap, just as a bit of a note with the gaps coming up. Let's take a look at what happened in GT3. Got a bit of an incident here for Michael West running through in the 279 at Stowe, just too much curb on the inside, and then lights up the rear of the car. Is it going to be a good one? Yeah, right. I'll take that.
Not bad. Yeah, we've got another replay as well for Jesse McManaman. Going through the S's. That's a very, very wayward Mercedes, a very, very loose Mercedes as well, actually going through there, but gathers it up nicely, goes for a nice, neat spin, but has to get going again, unfortunately. So, yeah, a couple of spins starting to creep in now, but yeah, that's what we come to expect, really, with the tyre wear starting to come into effect, the fuel loads going down as well as we go back to GTE with the battle for ninth, as Todd George tries to get up another place down the inside of a fellow Porsche. They go side by side into Brooklands and nearly door slam each other completely, but keep it nice and respectful going through there, and not able to hang it right round the outside through Luffield, so he just backs off for now.
Yeah, well held by Michael Ward there, who's the car and Porsche directly ahead for the Mag and Turbo Motorsport 123 car. Nicely held between the two. I believe we're having a switch of position. I'm not sure if it's a genuine switch between eight. I think it might have been a technical issue on the form of the LMP2 car. So I don't think I think it might be Faulkner behind the wheel of that one. I don't think it's an actual issue. They were switching position a lot. I think it's more just from a technical side of things. But either way, really, really well held by Michael Ward there, just around the outside and sort of making things a little bit comfortable for himself and playing the long game on cards. You can see here, this is what I've said this time and time again. I like the idea of proactive defending rather than reactionary defending. We've seen this a lot as this is the switch of position. So they were switching for positions time and time again. That's a good move. Down the inside at Stowe. It's not going to be completed into club though, as the 46 of Mansell's going to return that position his way. But decent display.
Yeah, good fighting between the two. I'm not entirely sure how that gap opened up. We saw it was 2.5 seconds, but so that's a bit of a mystery to us. But yeah, it was certainly good fighting. What isn't so good though is the fact that the Porsche Tuning 64 car's been in there for a very long time now. It is a lap down actually in 16th place. Not entirely sure how or why. Because we didn't catch it, but there's a big lock up there for Todd George. Not entirely sure if he got back into the back of the car in front and looking at the back of that Porsche. I would suggest that he did, but a big lock up there, that's not going to do anything for his tyres whatsoever. He's going to be driving around on squares for the rest of this stint, you might imagine. Unfortunately, a bit of a damaged rear end for the car in front as well might affect him a little bit as well. So very, very close, a little bit too close going into turn 3 there.
Wonder if that might have been a little bit of the old classic. Now prepare yourself, because we're not on a race broadcast, you can say it. Netcode. Get the feeling it might be netcode, because if you look at the front end of the Carbon eSports purple car, there isn't damage on the front end, but there is an awful lot of rear end damage. Which the thing is, of course, like so you've got teammates and stuff in the server, right? So your teammates can relay that information. They can look at the rear end of your car and be like, yeah, you've got some damage on the rear end, be careful, etc., etc. That is quite badly damaged as well. But you in the car, it's not like it's not like other game stuff. You don't get a damage indicator. There is nothing that tells you the car is broken other than what you can feel and what you're told by your team. So in that sense, you kind of have to do it yourself, right? Oh, I've just seen a bit of an incident from the number 94. We'll go and cover that one off in a second as we see these two continue to battle out. Nicely defended once again from the Mag and Turbo Motorsport 123, held very cleanly to the inside. And like I said, it's that proactive defence. It's covering it off before we've got into the corner, saying, I'm here, you go wherever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. We might try and get a look at that incident in a moment, but yeah, here it is, a bit of a replay with Mitchell West getting onto the grass, a big slide across the corner, and very well held. He's supposed to keep it going. I'd imagine he's got a big slowdown for that, but still, he's back going again. That's Nick Foster just driving off the road, going towards the S's. Not entirely sure what that's all about, but clearly occupied with something else because he wouldn't otherwise drive there. But anyway, he's still going, and fortunately there was no incident at all. So yeah, that's all sorted itself out. I did see, by the way, the battle for 8th was really going on between Injectors Online and Racer Noz eSports. They were side by side for a good long time there, and in their battling, they've actually called up to TM Racing. You'd imagine traffic was involved in that one, but it looks like this 2-car battle is about to become a 3-car battle.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like I say, this is how traffic plays into it. It can spread you apart, it can split you up, but it can also drag you all back together again. I think that's what we're seeing in this kind of scenario, is they're just trying to pick their way through. After the top two being brought together by traffic, they've not been split apart again, but neither has BD Esports been able to close that one in as, whoa! I was going to talk about the hunt for the Apex. That one might be a bit of a contributor to that, and it's opened the door as well to be passed. That was not great from Paul Mansell, got to be said. It wasn't an ideal scenario. I know traffic played its part in it, but just completely missed the apex and opened the door.
Yeah, let's have another look at it. Yeah, it's not great really. Benjamin Faulkner didn't need a second invitation and went straight down the inside of the GT3 and well, it might be compatriot, I'm not entirely sure, probably is. But
probably is
I was trying to say, well, I don't know what I was trying to say, but anyway, he's into 8th anyway, and up another place. Nearly 3 seconds was lost though into the TM Racing car. in 7th place. That just shows the kind of time that you can lose while battling. We didn't see this, but there's a battle for the lead going on here with the 94 car around the outside at turn 1, quite possibly a bit of a squeeze, but it looks like Brody Kostecki's going to make that work, and he does, but there's 3 GT cars in the way as they go towards turn 3. Very, very good driving from everybody, though.
That was absolutely superb. Wow, we'll need to take another look at that. That is... I mean, like, of course, you know, a bit of real-world racing driver action as well. Brody Kostecki is very, very good, but what a move through traffic. This is bravery of the highest order. You see in GT's approaching, you send it around the outside of Abbey. It leaves to the inside through all this. We think, no, it can't do that. Riding on board, absolute perfect spatial awareness and confidence on the brakes as well from Blake Purdy to absolutely send it and commit on his front, making sure not to lock up a front tyre and go into the rear end of Brody Kostecki. Whoa, that is tight stuff, and that was only 3 GTs, GT3s. You know, we're probably going to see more of that as the race goes on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a great heads-up driving as well from Blake Purdy, who needs to be given a lot of credit in that battle because he was a contributor to the move as much as Brody Kostecki was there. So, yeah, the way that Kostecki had to... there's a crash in the background there going through Magnus and Beckett. A few cars involved, but, you know, Kostecki had to check up there to make sure that he didn't go into and run into those 3 GT3 cars. And so Blake Purdy was very, very heads up and checked up as well as Kostecki now goes into the pit lane. I believe that might be a penalty because there's an incident we haven't seen, and it was with a GT car at Magnussen Beckett's we're hearing. So Brody Kostecki has had to come down pit lane, I think, for a drive-through penalty. But I think the BD eSports car of Mark Gibson was involved in an accident through Magnussen Beckett's there as well, because I saw a few spinning GTs in the background and he's lost a lot of time as well. So it seems that there have been a couple of incidents in the last few moments.
Let's take a look then as to what has happened, as we've got the 231 on screen. That's going to completely miss that apex. And then go for a spin. That is not the incident you were talking about. We had one, like you said, it was between Michael Ward, Mark Gibson and Mitchell West were involved in that, genuinely parked in that almost exact place as well. So had a couple of issues. This is how that one all unfolded.
Contact, big contact there for Mark Gibson. We'll be surprised if he didn't get away with damage there, because a couple of GTs involved, another BMW involved there as well. And that's always a danger with these battling cars. You know, you don't really want to have a spinning one because then you get involved in it. This is Mark Gibson's view. Absolutely nowhere to go. And, you know, no amount of backing off there would have saved him. In those situations, there's just absolutely nothing that you can do. And, yeah, I'm afraid he's going to have some damage after that one, and he's going to have to get that repaired, of course.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but we've got someone skipping in the background as well. It'll be one of the GT3s. It's actually really hard to tell the difference, by the way, between the GTE Porsche and the GT3 Porsche. Just to point that one out, really hard to tell the difference. You can tell, you know, when they're running the correct livery, they've got a strip on the windshield visor that's green or orange, dependent on class. And obviously, you've got the number boards as well. But still, it's very hard to tell the difference. So keep with us on that one. I'm sure we'll figure it out as the season progresses. Probably not. What I was going to say though, Silverstone's quite a fuel-hungry track. There's a lot of slow speed, then into quite large acceleration, and then you're on throttle for an awful lot of that. You've got a lot of high-speed sections. You're burning fuel fairly frequently, and it's quite a long lap. I think we're just some people are pitting a bit earlier, just to try and roll the dice on strategy. I've not seen a note of any sort of penalty for Brody Kostecki, so I think they're okay.
The fact that the amount of time that he's lost correlates with a drive-through to me, but you know, I'm probably wrong. I'm just guessing from this point, because I haven't even seen the incident with the 94. I've only heard reports that incident has actually happened. But you know, surely if you were taking a full pit stop, you know, even if it was a fuel-only stop, surely you'd lose more than 20 seconds. He's lost 23 seconds there, maybe 25. That's not enough for a full fuel stop, surely.
No, I agree. I do agree. Not 100% sure. I would suspect, but I've got nothing from race control to suggest that it was a drive-through. But either way, it doesn't really matter. They've been through regardless. It does seem like it's in the vein of a drive-through because I do agree it's just not enough time lost. So we'll see if they return to the pit lane in the next sort of 10 or so minutes. LMP2 is expecting their pit stops around about the 40th to 45th minute of racing. So the expectation is they'll be entering pit lane at some point fairly soon. GTEs and GT3s will be going more so towards the hour mark, making their strategy fairly simple in a 4-hour race. You pit 3 times and change drivers as many times as you wish. So yeah, in that scenario, I'd much rather be a GTE or a GT3. The strategy is much simpler.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I mean, if it's 40 minutes, then that correlates quite nicely. That will make 6 stints quite good here for a 4-hour race. Things get a little bit, well, they wouldn't actually get any more complicated for a 6 and 8-hour race. But if it's 45 minutes, you're right, then that's going to be a little bit tricky because that doesn't quite work out. And there's going to be a short splash and dash in the latter portion of this race, unless there's a safety car, of course, which is going to throw things all up in the air, and we're all kind of hoping for. Although we don't want to see anybody, crash out of the race and force a safety car upon us, I'm hoping there's at least one random one. Just spice things up a little bit, as if this race needs spicing up at the moment. It's been very thoroughly entertaining for the first 35 minutes. There's been things going on absolutely everywhere, and there's things going on our screen right now as well. Paul Mansell trying to defend from Fishy Motorsport, tried to dive down the inside there into the loop, but it didn't quite pay off for them on that occasion, so going to have to try again soon. But if you just look at the gaps between 5th place and 10th, there's 6 cars there separated by no more than 5 or 6 seconds, and it's a very, very busy part of the track.
Yeah, it really, really is. It's pretty tricky through traffic as well for good measure, so certainly not great when you're trying to battle for position. If you're by yourself, like you say, you can make those decisions as and when you wish, and sort of play your own cards through traffic as easy as you like. Whereas when you're battling for position, when you've got people around you, people behind you, that's where the issues can be forced. Leader into the pit lane, yeah, absolutely. That'll be a pit stop, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be. Sorry to cut across you there, but yeah, leader into the pit lane. Blake Purdy, after leading for a few moments, Brody Kostecki is into the pit lane as well. I think this might be an actual stop, and he does indeed pull into his box, does Blake Purdy, expecting Kostecki to do the same. And it looks like it's going to be just fuel. The car not going up onto the jacks at all. Here's Kostecki. Looks like he's blending into the right-hand side as well. Is he? Or is he driving? Well, they are quite a long way down the pit lane, aren't they?
The pit lane. It's a very long one, isn't it?
It is very long, and the LMP2s will be right at the end as well. So in comes Brody Kostecki. That also suggests that it was indeed a drive-through last time around, but yes. We'll wait and see. But 21 laps complete for these guys, but some of them able to carry on. So we'll just make a note of this pit window for you and see how long these guys can go for, because, of course, if you can save that little bit of fuel, we might be able to catch a safety car at the right time or shorten your final pit stop. But at the moment, these guys not even making 40 minutes. For me, that's a bit of a problem for some of these guys. I'll be looking to make 40 minutes at minimum. I know this circuit is pretty fuel hungry, as you mentioned early on. If you just think about the amount of time you spend on full throttle from this point here at Luffield right the way towards the final chicane almost, that's an awfully long time, and you do burn a lot of fuel, but you've got to be making it to 40 minutes shortly to try and make this a 6-stint race.
100% agree. Otherwise, yeah, you've just got to come in for that splash, and with the pit lane that is so slow, you're going to lose a whole chunk of time. I mean, if it's 25 seconds for a drive-through penalty, you add a little bit of fuel in there. Even if it's only a few seconds, you've got to slow down, come into your box, get out of your box. You're talking upper regions of 30-35 seconds, which is costing yourself from not saving fuel across the race, which probably doesn't cost you that much time. Certainly not in iRace. It's actually very easy to save fuel in this, particularly in the LMP2 car, although that's only what I've been told and not what I've done. I'm not very good at fuel saving. I'm more of a, I'll just drive it and see what happens.
Enough fuel at Sebring.
Yeah, thanks, mate. That was 6 years ago, man.
Yeah, we've reminded him about it for those that don't know.
Every year.
Just for those that don't know, Lewis ran out at Sebring once, and we've never stopped mentioning it. More cars into the pit lane, by the way, though. I'm just hearing in my ear that somebody may have sped on pit lane. Didn't catch who it was. But, it seems Lockhart Brownlee, who we were watching on the stream right now. Fusion Sim Racing, I'm afraid. And this is what we were talking about earlier. You're coming from such high speeds down to such a low speed that it's very, very easy to speed because he's just knocking off so much speed, but I'm afraid he didn't quite knock off enough going towards the pit lane there. So he's had to, or going to have to come back down pit lane. I think it's a drive-through, isn't it, for speeding in the pit lane?
Potential. The thing is with iRacing, and I'm pretty sure this does actually work across all tracks, not just in the NASCAR variant, but the way that your NASCAR tracks work, follow me here, don't worry, is where you've got your effectively your sections of the pit lane, and it's about not exceeding the time variance in each section. And so if you come in at, say, for example, if you hit the line at 86 and the pit lane speed limit is 80, okay, if you get it below that enough, like if you slow down to 70 and then sort of crawl a little bit and then accelerate back up to the pit lane speed limit, you may just be safe from escaping a drive-through. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Apex Hunters United eSports 3 into the pit lane from what is currently the race lead, and a bit more on the strategy that we like, pitting on the 40, slightly past the 40-minute mark.
Well, yeah, 22 laps would also be fine at this point. That's what most of the drivers have done, but 23 laps here for Nick Foster in the Apex Hunter United car, and also TM Racing. That is everybody into the pit lane now, though. I believe everybody's been in anyway, apart from Jordan McDonald actually in the 96, but he's a little bit further back because he's being caught by guys who have already pitted, and that is a little bit of a problem for him. We're just trying to get the pictures back for you, by the way, and yeah, we'll get them to you as quickly as possible. But yeah, I was a little bit concerned actually about the pace that Nick Foster was showing, whether what was up with that really, whether there was an issue or what was happening. But I get the feeling now that he might have been fuel saving just a little bit to make sure that he can do this race on 5 pit stops, which is what we're expecting from most of these guys. But then again, if you're doing 22 laps, then I still think that with the race the way it is at the moment, you're still going to be able to make that 5-stop strategy work. So yeah, he might have just got himself a lap in hand now, and 22 laps since to the end could still work for them, I believe.
Yeah, I know Nick Foster has had decent experience in the LMP2 car recently in iRacing, has raced with it in the 12 Hours of Sebring alongside our own Mr. Dan Handover as well. I know he's racing it as well in the upcoming Watkins Glen 6 Hour as well on iRacing. I believe that one might be with Dan Kell. So, you know, there's a decent amount of experience. It's a car which works for some drivers and not for others. I'm more than happy to say, not actually a fan. It drives. It's hard. It is a hard car to drive. I'll say that. With the traction control and stuff, if you're not careful on throttle, you've actually got to throttle control even with traction control on, because otherwise, obviously, it pulls the power and then you go for a spin because it's not putting anything down on the rear wheels. It's very good fun. Pit lane sequence has been completed. We'll be jumping back in as soon as possible. We're not into the GTE and GT3 pit stop sequence yet. That one we're expecting to come up in around 15 minutes time. So no panic on that front. But I do believe, before we jumped out there, that Foster's actually jumped up into second position through all of that.
Yeah, you're right. We're just waiting for the order to really sort itself out again, really, because you know it's all over the place after the pit stops, as you might be able to imagine. But yeah, Nick Foster, it looked like he was right up there at the end of all that, and that is one of the advantages, I guess, of his strategy. But slightly confused as to how he might have done that. If that indeed is the case, we're not entirely sure at the moment because we're not in the game. Well, we are, but we're not seeing the pictures at the moment. But yeah, it remains to be seen because most of these guys didn't take tyres. And as we mentioned earlier on, 6 stints seems likely for these guys at the moment. So that's surely 3 tyre changes as well. 3 sets of tyres will get you to the end of the race if these guys are double stinting, and that's what we're expecting. Don't think anybody's going to be doing anything outrageous like triple stinting, although somebody may try it.
Yeah, someone might give it a go. By the way, just checking back, I don't know what I'm talking about, because I know Nick Foster dropped back to 4th position, but obviously he gained second from when Brody Kostecki came in for that drive-through, so I'm misleading the audience, it's fine. Just as an FYI, by the way, track temperature is pretty toasty. It's not super duper hot, but it is 37 degrees Celsius on the racetrack here at Silverstone. It's 20 degrees ambient temperature, but yeah, 37 degrees track, which I would suspect will drop off a little bit, maybe aiding towards a triple stint on tyres in the latter half of the race. The in-game time, as an FYI, is around about 2 o'clock at the moment. So as time goes on, I say we'll expect that temperature to drop down ever so slightly and just make things a little bit easier for that. Maybe double stinting in GTEs. That's going to be like the really interesting one. If there's a team that will know what they're doing, it is Logitech G Altus eSports. They'll be picking and choosing what they're doing with good knowledge. So we'll wait and see how that unfolds for them. I'd say for P2s, I'm in agreement with you. I don't like the idea of a triple stint right now. But doubles, I think most people will be on doubles.
I think if you start on whatever you start on, you've got to finish on that, because if you do half of one and half of the other, you're going to really screw yourself over, in my opinion anyway. If you start doing a double stint, then there's no way you can go to a triple stint, because then you'd only have one stint left in the race in an LMP2 car, and that's completely useless for putting on a set of tyres, and that would be completely illogical in my opinion. And in GT, if you start doing single stints, then there's no point doing a double for your second one, because that's going to leave you with one stint at the end. Are you going to put tyres on for that? Well, of course you are, but that would seem also a little bit illogical as well. So it seems very strange to do half and half, really. You've got to get it right in this 4-hour race. If it's a 6-hour race, maybe you can, sort things out just a little bit, and you can, change things around as you go on. But yeah, in the 4-hour race, you've got to pick a strategy, stick to it, and don't move, basically.
Absolutely. Pictures back and racing continuing here at Silverstone. In the GT3 category, we have on screen the United Sim Sports GTE. I was confused once again because it was a Porsche with a Mercedes in front. It's fine. Just sort of going through a lap. If that Mercedes has gone for a spin though at Stowe, just for good measure, I'm assuming by himself, but went for a spin and was 90 degrees to the racetrack anyway.
Yeah, let's have another look going into... Well, was it by himself? It looks like actually it might have been Luis Paulo Gallon going into Stowe corner, a few cars behind, but spins to the inside of the road, which is fortunate for everybody else. Gathers it up quite nicely and gets himself back onto the road right now. So that's all right, and he's got away with that one. And here's Michael Ward, with slightly damaged rear end to that Porsche at the moment, but he's still going. And yeah, he's not going too badly either at the moment. In 10th place in the GTE category is just Injectors Online Racing into the pit lane at the moment. I'm not sure if they've already... they have already been in. Dennis Gattari, if you remember, had that spin and incident in the final few corners of the circuit not so long ago, and so that's why he's a little bit off strategy with everybody else.
Oh yeah, that was kind of predictable from Chris Pellet. Just running through there, you could see the rear end did not grip to the road surface at all at Mag. It's actually something that I would more suspect from the Mag and Turbo Motorsport car, that we did see getting a little bit of a whack coming down into Village Corner whilst defending. No longer defending mine, but still racing hard. Fishy Motorsport is currently on screen. This is a car driven by Blake Delaney with Paul Mansell directly behind, battling it out for position, just 3/10 on the rear end. Battle very close at the moment for 8th position. After that pit stop sequence, what has happened to Nick Foster, because he's dropped down to 3rd?
Yes, he has. Brody Kostecki is now in front of him for LOBS. Not entirely sure why, though, because you're right, Nick Foster was in 2nd place, but he's dropped down to 3rd now. They're both a good 17 seconds behind Pursuit Sim Racing, but Blake Purdy is still leading in this race. But we'll try and piece together for you what happened there with Nick Foster and try and get to the bottom of it, but that doesn't seem to be normal. He has just gained another 3 seconds though, because of traffic most likely, and then a little bit of time lost to someone else. It always happens like that, especially in LMP2. But yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of what happened there for Nick Foster, and also try and get to the bottom of how he managed to find himself in 2nd place in the first place, because that's still a bit of a mystery to me.
I think he just passed to get into 3rd without our knowledge or consent. And then just because of the LABS coming in for the drive-through or whatever it was earlier, just promoted him up to 2nd. Not 100% sure. Either way, Fusion Sim Racing are way off the rear end of the podium battle, but I'm going to assume, based on the gap that was and the gap that is now, he's a man of many experiences, but I do believe it is a mistake from Mr. Foster.
It is.
Got to be.
The 158.5 on the last lap, that's got mistake written all over it, and it's all incident even. Let's try and find out. There it is. Oh my goodness, he hit the wall. He's hit the wall hard at Cop's corner, getting into contact with one of the GT cars, getting loose on the curb on the left-hand side. That's a hard hit onto the wall, a very hard hit onto the wall, and I'm very surprised he's got away without damage.
I don't think he will have no damage. There is, so I'm looking at the car.
Fine.
If you look at the rear right-hand side, it is bent in a little bit. It doesn't look that bad though.
Oh
no,
my
I
goodness.
do agree.
How has he got away with that? That's unbelievable.
Is it tracking straight?
Oh, I can't see quite from this. It looks like he's slightly turning right to go straight in the lane. It looks like he's slightly right and down. Oh yeah, he's turning right to make that jink to the left there. You
Ever
can see.
so slightly.
It's very, very slight, but that car is off the pace right now. You can see the gap was about 3.5 seconds not so long ago. He's lost another 3.5 seconds in the last lap. Let's have a look at his lap time, actually, as he comes over the line right now. It's a 47.9 from Brody Kostecki, a 50.7 from Nick Foster. That's the slowest LMP2 car in the entire field, I'm afraid. So he's got to be in here. He's trying to make this strategy work, but I think he's just got to bite the bullet and just come into the pit lane right now, because that damage is pretty bad, really. It doesn't look bad, but it is bad.
If it had happened 15 minutes ago,
yeah,
then fine. Because you can actually repair the LMP2 fairly quick, not ridiculously quick. It's not like it's a quick and it's done, right? Does take a little bit of time to repair, but you can repair it almost fully back to norm. So, yes, that's relatable. That is relatable. Locking the rear axle, going down into club. I've had that a few times, and in this car, very, very easy to do. But yeah, for them, they would have wanted that to happen 10, 15 minutes ago, because then you can repair it, you're still on strategy, etc. Whereas right now, they're in problems.
Oh, they're in big problems, yeah. And that's going to be... that's close as well. Tom Freer off the road, into the wall. Oh, my word. Into the back of the LMP2 that went on to two wheels there. Didn't quite see that Paul Mansell that was, and he spun around there. He drops down to 11th place for Injectors Online Racing in the 46. Dear, oh dear, we've seen some drama in the last few moments with race leading cars, some of the leaders, and some of the oh dear, that's very damaged, isn't it? That's a very, very poorly LMP2 car. He's having to turn that. We spoke about a little bit of left right hand down for Nick Foster. That is a sizable amount of left hand down for Paul Mansell there, and he is going to have to crawl back to the pit lane and get that car repaired. Dear, oh dear.
I was going to say, you think it's bad for Nick Foster. That's quite a bit worse. Saw that a very, very similar incident. I believe it might have been from Brendan Hartley in like 2016 around here, around 15, the outside of the 15, was it? Around the outside of the Porsche, and then went up onto the side. Fairly similar. If you're going around the outside farm curve, I think it's fine. You've just got to give more room. You've got to give so much room and allow it to sort of happen.
The GT cars do not have the same downforce as you, and they've got to remember that in a prototype car. You've got to remember that, and you can't squeeze them like what Paul Mansell just did there. It's very easy to say, oh, the BMW should have backed off, should have been a little bit more careful, should have kept a bit tighter, but they're on the absolute limit there. They're not designed for high-speed corners like the prototypes are, so you've got to give them an extra car width, really. And I'm afraid that just didn't happen. Paul Mansell, I'm afraid, just felt the consequences of that. And Tom Freer, I think, has got a little bit of damage, but it's not really that bad. So, a bit of a shame to see, but you're right, we have seen that kind of incident before, and it's not the last time we'll see that kind of incident here either.
Speaking of damage repair, by the way, Nick Foster has been in the pit lane, has repaired the LMP2, seems to have repaired fairly quickly, and we are watching our GT3 leader at the moment. Gotta say, I am actually happy to see this colour scheme back out. Haven't seen it for a little while, the Fernando Alonso Racing colour scheme that was in sim racing, I believe, for the first time, courtesy of FAG2 eSports, which now G2 are running by themselves, and also running Red Bull Racing eSports. But yeah, it was FAG2 back in 2018 or something, and they were running this kind of colour scheme. Happy to see it back. It's not for everyone. I quite like it. I think it looks quite dashing. It's quite colourful and eye-catching. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think it looks good.
Yeah, it's not a bad livery. It's not bad at all. And yeah, I don't mind a colourful. I know some people really do object to these kind of multicoloured liveries, but here's a crazy battle. Actually, third place. This is very, very busy. Oh, contact as well. Oh dear, spinning around there. So, very, very good 360 actually from Rob Carmichael, who gets his car going back in the right direction. Brody Kostecki was involved there, by the way, and he has dropped back a little bit in the last few moments. Actually, he's down to third now, so I wonder what's happened to him in the last few moments, because it was a 2-minute 10 from here on the last lap time, and he came over the line all fine. So he's clearly had a problem as well over the last few moments, but very, very close moment and a great save from Rob Carmichael. Let's have another look at what happened to Brody Kostecki going through Aintree, goes on the grass. Does he gather it up nicely? Does. So how on earth did he lose all that time? He lost about 25 seconds almost.
Had a drive-through penalty, or rather, I'd say a drive-through penalty. Drove through the pit lane. Don't know if it was for a drive-through courtesy of race control or of his own volition or maybe track excursions or something. Don't know what it was. I guess if you get a slowdown penalty, that's a bit tight in traffic. If you get a slowdown penalty for a track excursion, the game tells you to give you a certain amount of time back, and it'll ask you to give back 1.6 seconds. What it actually means is give back about 15 or 16 seconds, because it's brutal. If you don't give that time back in an allotted, so I think it's like around about a 30-second period, it'll penalise you. You will get your 1x for off tracks, but you'll also get another penalty in the form of potentially a drive-through or stop and hold or something in that vein. And so, yeah, potentially that is what has affected Brody Kostecki twice through this race, which if it's affected you once, fair enough, I guess. If it's affected you twice, a little bit pushing it too far in the opening hour of the race.
Yeah, quite possibly. I've just got a comment on Nick Foster's car, by the way, the number 3, which is now down to 11th. I've just remembered why that car might have been repaired quite so quickly. I've just remembered that these cars have one fast repair each race, so they may have used that, because it was losing them about 3 seconds a lap. So I'm not entirely sure if they would have sat that one out and in kind of banking on the fact they have a big accident a little bit later on, or if they use their fast repair or not. I don't think anybody's going to know that other than them. But you're right, that was a quick repair. They may have used that fast repair to aid that, yeah, it kind of correlates with the kind of time they lost. I would imagine they'd lose 30-40 seconds. That seems to be about what they've lost. So yeah, I think they might have used a fast repair.
Yeah, and kind of a smart move. I've raced with a fast repair. It does, in other series, it does allow you to sort of push as hard as you wish, and then, you know, take some risks and whatever, and then, you push it a little bit too far, you use your fast repair, and you think, it's fine. I've got my fast repair, it's okay, I've used it, it happens, and then you have a big crash later on. And it's just like, ugh. But they kind of had to, like I say, they were losing like 3 seconds a lap, so they kind of had to do it. The Apex Hunters United, speaking of them, the 69 car that is on the march back up the order, up into 13th spot. Obviously, they had a stop-and-go penalty in the early portion of the race, courtesy of joining in the wrong car as the GTE pits lane sequence has begun. They are now, though, involved in this three-way fight for 12th place on the road as they're trying to dive their way through traffic. They want to get past this quickly and get up the road as fast as possible.
Yeah, they certainly seem a lot faster than where they are right now, and qualifying would suggest that, pre-qualifying would suggest that as well, where they got 5th place, and yeah, that was a good result for them, really, and it just shows that they are very, very quick indeed. Deserve to be up the order just a little bit, involved in that fight from 2nd on back to 7th, really, which is very, very close part of the field at the minute, and I think they can get up there a little bit later on, but you know, 38 seconds Blake Purdy has got at the front of this race. It just shows how important it is to have a clean race in one of these events. You know, you've got to have a clean race, because otherwise you're going to find yourself a long, long way down. Brad Newman, by the way, the man we're looking at right now, is not actually that far in front of Blake Purdy on the road right now. He's not that far away from being lapped. I'm pretty sure I can see the Pursuit Sim Racing car in the background of some of
Yes.
these shots. So, yeah, these 3 cars, we currently got 14 cars on the lead lap. We might be about to have 11 because Blake Purdy is about to put all 3 of these guys a lap down, I think.
But remember, with some of these cars, particularly Blake Purdy, has been pitted around about 38 minutes. Now that kind of
laps, yeah.
compounds, right? That we're expecting him in now in about 15 minutes time, which is not very long, all things considered. And that's kind of, yeah, sure, 1 lap doesn't sound like too much at the start of the race, but even over a 4-hour race, 1 lap turns into 2, 3, 4, 5, which then turns into 10 to 15 minutes difference in the pit lane sequence. If you're making the difference of a couple of laps, well, that, you know, of course, it doubles, and by the end of the race, yeah, you're a complete pit stop different to everyone else, and that is a wild advantage. Nick Foster now on the attack of Rush Sim Racing, McCutcheon, who's behind the wheel of that one at the moment in the in 10th place, that number 96 bright yellow car. Can't miss it. Foster, I wouldn't say he's going to be angry at the moment,
No.
but he's going to be pushing hard.
He's going to be pushing hard, yeah, quite certainly. He might be angry, actually. He might be angry with himself rather than anybody else. But yeah, he's still going to be fired up, certainly. Just a comment to make on GTE, by the way. They're making their first round of pit stops at the moment after 30 laps in this race. And a very interesting development. Because, well, one of them is Trick Esports. Ross Rizzo has now done 2 laps longer than everybody else as Nick Foster gets down the inside of the Rush Sim Racing car, getting himself into 10th place. Nice textbook move from him. But the very interesting part is that United Sim Sports GTE have actually took no tyres on that pit stop. I don't think Stuart Vaughan's been in the pit lane. Sorry, I do believe he's been in the pit lane, but I think they didn't change tyres in this one. I'm pretty sure that Logitech GE's Autos Esports did. So they've now got themselves a net 11 seconds lead here with Stuart Vaughan. Very, very interesting strategic call. To my mind, I'm pretty sure they're the only ones who made this gamble, but they're kind of the guinea pigs for everybody else. If this works out, then everybody's going to be doing a double stint later on in the race. So if it doesn't work out, then they'll remember to avoid it completely. But it's a very, very brave call from them. And yeah, very much enjoyed seeing how this is going to pan out as GT3's come in the pit lane.
We're also being told that the 106, which is the Mach 1 eSports car, did not take tyres as well in the GTE category. Trick Esports, that's currently leading the way as BD Esports are into the pit lane. Battle for second position currently on your screen. Brody Kostecki going for the dive and making that one stick with a fairly easy and solid move. Was not fought too hard by Fusion Sim Racing. Brownlee did not push that one. Brownlee, way up the road, did not get that drive-through penalty that we were potentially expecting for speeding in pit lane. So did get it slowed down just about right, or got underneath the pit limit enough to cancel the request of a drive-through. Trick Esports now into the pit lane, going, like you say, a couple of laps longer, pushing it past the hour mark. What I was saying about Mia, maybe the Ferrari and such, just a little bit better when it comes to the race. Porsches are all well and good, but that is a Ferrari that is in the hands of Trick Esports. So I'm kind of liking that strategy. Are they going to take tyres, or are they going to take the same risk as a couple of others?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not entirely sure at this point, but certainly they've already done something different on this strategy because they've taken it a bit longer. There's only 3 488s actually entered on the entry list at the moment for this season. So, you know, the Porsche is by far the most popular of the cars, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily the best one in all aspects. You know, it might be better, as you say, the Ferrari might be a little bit more frugal. It might be a little bit better on its fuel mileage. So, yeah, we'll wait and see, certainly. But on your screens right now is the battle for 12th, and this is getting very important because just look at that in the background. Pursuit Sim Racing in pursuit of these guys. The number 48, Blake Purdy, getting right onto the back of them and might be about to put them all a lap down, which is very, very important because it means that if there's a safety car, it doesn't really matter because you're going to be a lap down anyway.
Yeah, got these two fighting now. Don't be sort of lulled into the fact that it says LOBS Esports 10. This is the 33 car, courtesy of earlier issues caused by the car ahead, actually, because it was the 69 that joined the 10 in the first attempt for them to join. They are, in fact, in the 33. is Brad Newman, who's, I believe, has already been through the pit lane for a drive-through penalty earlier in the race, courtesy of contact on lap 2. The 69 has been in the pit lane for a stop-and-go penalty, as we've said a few times. He's got to make it stick around the outside, and getting involved in all of that will be your race leader, trying to find their way through and pick up the pieces of this traffic and try and kind of carry on. But whilst they're battling this hard, you don't really want to be in the middle of that, going around the outside. The 33 still on the inside now of the 69. For Brad Newman, I think that might be the position done, but the leader is just sat there thinking, "Carl, can you get on with it, please?"
Yeah, he's lost about 3 seconds in that altercation, has Blake Purdy there, but he's got a 41-second lead to burn right now, so he can't be too displeased with it. And will really want to put the LOBS car a lap down here, because he will see them, or I would imagine if I was in that Pursuit Sim Racing car anyway, I would see them as rivals for not only this race but the championship as well, I guess. A very, very strong team indeed, right up there in the top 5 in pre-qualifying, as I said, and did a good qualifying performance as well. I believe they were inside the top 8 or so in qualifying, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, that penalty has really set them back. And not only has it put them 30 seconds under stop-go behind, it's made them go through that GT traffic one more time than everybody else. And they've had to go through the LMP2 cars that the leaders won't have had to do. So they've lost an awful lot of time at this point, and they're about to go a lap down. If they get these blue flags for much longer and he can't pull away, then he's going to have to pull over here, Brad Newman.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's down to the blue flags being in a sense of in class. It's not that you have to move out of the way, it's that you're not allowed to fight. There we go, that is it sorted. You're not allowed to defend, you're not allowed to do anything to impede, in a sense, but you do kind of what you're doing. Either way, finally got through, using a little bit of traffic and a bit of bravery as well to boot, and making that one stick. This is a car that we've seen involved in issues. I think actually it was these two cars, because I did say it was the Pulse Racing Team Yellow and JDR Motorsports, that made contact on lap 2 of the race, maybe it was, down into the loop. I'm not sure if it was these two cars. Certainly was the BMW. There's some damage on the front end of the car, you can see, and that is why. Ran into the rear of a Lamborghini into the next corner. Either way, battling out to get inside the top 10 in the GT3 class. They are just outside. I think they've just finished, for the most part, their pit lane sequence. Did want to note about one driver, by the way. I'm sure we've got plenty of notes on every driver. That is a large Apex miss. There's one for your hunt for the Apex award. There is a driver in the Carbon eSports white car. Not sure which driver it is. I'd have to go and find the bit of information. Again, it's Alexander Wolf, who is a representative for the Australian rowing, trying to get into the Paris 2024 Olympics. We've got an Olympian on our hands.
Yes, that's very impressive, isn't it? I wouldn't have expected to see that at this point. But yeah, that is very impressive to see. For somebody's good to see, different hobbies as well. Just to do on the side as well, which is good. It's what it's all about, really, isn't it? At this kind of level. So good to see, certainly. But we've got a battle going on for second in GT3 at the moment. As you mentioned, the pit stop cycle has just completed itself, and it's meant that the Team Fernando Alonso car, Australia car, is now 30 seconds in the lead, which is a huge lead to have at this stage. But the battles further on behind are not dying down whatsoever. Drop Bear Motorsport and R1 Sim Sports battling over second place right now.
Yeah, certainly is tight. Not much between the two of them. Going to see if we can get the Merc to pass. I believe that is the Merc that we've seen sideways or backwards. Might have been a different one, but either way, making the move to the inside of Stowe, not really hard fought. The Merc is pretty sharp in a straight line. The Porsche is better in the corners, but the grunt of the AMG power just pulls it a little bit straighter, a little bit more confident. Also, a lot of the drivers and stuff are fairly new to the Porsche, and I say fairly new, I mean it literally did just come out a few days ago, so of course they're fairly new to it. Some drivers maybe finding the limits a bit more. The Mercedes has been around for a lot longer. It's a car that some people have found the balance of. It did go through a phase of being pretty weak. We'll go with pretty weak, and has got a little bit faster. This is the Lamborghini that missed the apex by 3/4 of a country mile, and the BMW went through on the inside pretty easy, that one.
Yeah, it did in the end. This is a replay of the move, by the way.
Oh, Spithill going for a spin.
A bit of a spin, half spin for Michael Spithill there in the 111 GTE car, by the way. Not one of the GT3s. It's impossible to tell the difference, and yeah, I've just tripped over that problem again. I believe that's a GT in front of the Mercedes, and in the background there's one of the GT3s, and you can see what we mean, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely impossible for us to work it out at this point. So yeah, we'll try and get it down by the end of the season, but it's very, very difficult to manage. But yeah, that looks like it all sorted itself out in the end, actually. Everybody just about kept keeping out of each other's way, and it was good to see everybody get out of that one alive. As we've got a replay coming up at the moment. One of the GT3 cars, Nick Pringle, going through Cott's Corner in the Lamborghini. This car has been in the wars. Remember, on lap 1, this car went for a spin, and it's another big spin for those guys at Cott's. Luckily, the runoff has saved them on this occasion.
I think he might have missed the apex, slightly too quick in. The rear end is not going to grip when you ask that much of it, and yeah, went for a spin and wasn't too far off the rear end of this car. So yeah, dropped way off. Love seeing the Lamborghini, by the way. I do like myself a good Lambo. So, you know, shout out. Love people who've taken that call. Not actually driven it myself. TM Racing then down the inside of Summit Sim Sports down at Stowe Corner. Nice move, but got to complete it running down into the club chicane. I don't think it is going to be done in this scenario, and Summit Sim Sports going to hang on. That is why I like Stowe Corner, because defending it isn't as simple as just drive it to the inside of the racetrack and hold it there. You've got to really figure your way through it. You can defend to the inside, but if you kind of drive the racing line, the outside line realistically is faster. You can make moves around the outside, whether you're on fresher tyres, better grip, or even if you're on the same level, you can make it stick around the outside there. The corner works for you if you've got the right balance on the car. I like the fact that it's a corner with decent opportunities. It's why I like Brooklands as well. You can go outside, inside there, and it makes defending and attacking a bit more of an interesting mix of how to do it. It's not as simple as I'm just going to hold it here and you're not going to be able to pass.
Yeah, it is a fantastic corner, and then the addition of that chicane afterwards really means that any battles that have gone through there side by side, I mean, you kind of sort it out going in towards the chicane, and yeah, we've seen how that can be problematic earlier on in this race. If you remember the incidents that we had coming through the club chicane there, and yeah, it wasn't pretty, but there was 3 LMP2 cars spinning around very early on in the race, and it was all going on down there. So yeah, that kind of thing can happen as well, but hopefully a little bit less often. But yeah, you're right, it's a fantastic section of corners. John Merritt might be able to use them to get through here into 4th place if he plays his cards right here. Summit Sim Sports in front, TM Racing behind, but are they going to be reversed in a moment? Doesn't look like he's quite close enough to go forward into Stowe.
Yeah, I think Carmichael was kind of thinking the same thing, and for John Merritt, this time he'd learnt that if he was going to dive it down the inside, he's not going to make it stick around the outside into this section at Club. So kind of playing his cards a little bit closer to his chest now as BD eSports, who are on their way up the order. They're in 9th position now on the back of Analytical Race ONZ eSports. So again, I think we're seeing a lot of drivers returning. You know, some drivers have had earlier issues, as we were expecting in this kind of race. We do expect some earlier issues as we ride on board with Paul Blomqvist, son of Stig Blomqvist, brother of Tom, racing around at the moment in 9th position. But the recovery section of an endurance race is kind of what makes endurance racing exciting, isn't it? Is that if you have an issue, you can come back from it. Yeah, absolutely. There's still a lot of time remaining for you to get involved. Just yeah, the GE leaders are now together. United Sim Sports GT, just to update you, have double stinted their tyres on this one in an attempt to throw Logitech G Autos Esports off piste. I'm afraid it's not really worked that well so far, because after only quarter of an hour, James Scott is right in behind that United Sim Sports car, defending hard though, going into Brooklands round the outside for James Scott. Is he going to be able to take the lead, because he's got the inside line for Luffield, has he? Very close between the two Porsches, but it looks like Logitech G Autos Esports retake the lead after only 15 minutes That is grip. That is the difference between a brand new set of tyres and trying to push it on some worn ones. It can work, I get it. A little bit too hot at the moment on track temperature. As we've got some other GT3s in the pit lane, can see at the bottom of our screen. They are in the pit stop sequence. So some of them that maybe have either extended the fuel mileage or pitted a little bit earlier in the race or returned to pit lane courtesy of damage, etc. But that was the absolute difference between grip and going for it. So really, really just an impressive move. I love seeing it, but like I say, it's slightly less impressive when you consider the level of grip difference between them. I did notice that Trick eSports are down in 7th spot. So obviously they went further by a good couple, 3 laps I think it was, than everyone else in the pit lane sequence. Yeah, there is the wall. That is a shame. That is a shame for Future Sim Racing. Hupat's behind the wheel. But yeah, that Ferrari way down the order at the moment.
Oh, Mercedes as well. Jamie Budd has been off the road a couple of times, spinning around as well. So the Mercedes gathering things up there nicely. But an incident. Chris Pellet getting off the road and into the wall. No, the wall goes a long way back there, and he's fortunately managed to keep it out of it. So very well done on that one, but I'm afraid not so well done to the LMP2 that kicked him off. I'm not entirely sure if it was an LMP2 that kicked him off, or whether he was kicked off at all, or whether he did it by himself, or who was at fault. But yeah, certainly did well to keep it out of the barriers there. Yeah, he can carry on with his day. But Pursuit Sim Racing are into the pit lane again here, the number 48. And once again, it's early, isn't it? For Job Stewart, who's now into that car, taking over that one right now. So yeah, interesting to see that they're not making 40 minutes at the moment, despite their lead. They could probably save a lap of fuel and keep their lead quite comfortably, but deciding not to for the moment, and it means that they're going to have to do an extra stop compared to the rest at the moment.
Well, they got it to, 37 minutes on the first stint. Now, this time, I think they did get it closer to 40, so I think they probably...
Same amount of laps, though.
Is it still the same amount,
It's 21 laps again, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, they are drawing it a little bit early, so they are going to have to come in for a splash. By the way, for TM Racing, what a move. Did make that one stick around the outside of Stowe. Love seeing it. Let's take another look as we're on board with Rob Carmichael in the 55, just around the outside, good as you like. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a move made around the outside at Stowe or Cops or either of those places, but yeah, very well executed manoeuvre there by John Merritt, and he's up another place ahead of Rob Carmichael there in the battle that is going on between the 9 and the 55, but yeah, a very good move going through Stowe there. That was the battle for it's third place now. Fishy Motorsport, the number 8 car, has also been in, but the Pursuit Sim Racing car not too far behind them actually in this battle. A bit of a driver change going on because Job Stewart is now into that car for the first time today, so that's a bit of an early driver swap, but expect to see that Blake Purdy's going to be getting back into that car again a little bit later on for the last hour and 20, I would believe. Anyway,
did Job Stewart? I'm assuming it is tyres this time, fuel and tyres.
Yes.
Kind of got to be, as we'll see this one play out once again, but this time the other way around. I've seen Summit Sim Sports make it around the outside more from a defensive point of view. Was not close enough to make the move stick on TM Racing and repeat the feat that TM Racing did to them. But like I say, great battle between these two at present, and Rob Carmichael not able to do anything about John Merritt there. Really good effort. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, it's a really good effort, as you say. I mean, meanwhile, the reason I was distracted, Brody Kostecki has been into the pit lane. Jared Filso has got into that car. Extremely fast driver, by the way. But yeah, driver changes coming in. The interesting thing, though, is that they've only done 21 laps as well on that one. Not entirely sure how or why, but they've only managed 21 laps on that one. It means they're a little bit short of the hour and 20, but anyone who's able to do another 22 lap stint here is within that hour and 20, and they will not have to make that splash of fuel. If this race goes green all the way through, which is entirely possible, that means they're in a real amount of trouble here because they're going to have to make that extra pit stop. I think almost they're banking on a safety car at this point, but I really wouldn't do that if I was them. I really wouldn't be banking on a safety car at any race this season because there's an extremely high possibility, well, I guess 1/4 of a possibility, that there could be no safety cars at all, and that's not a risk I'd be willing to take.
Going to say we've not seen one out in the opening hour and 20 minutes of the race into the second pit stop sequence for the LMP2s. Anyone just jumping in, a reminder as to how things can unfold in the series. We've got live race direction, and they can decide to pull out a safety car or something in that vein, courtesy of damage. We do also have that sort of random feature where we might see one anyway, which might spice things up. To be fair, might spice things up, might make things a little bit more boring. We don't know. It depends on how things play out in their certain scenarios and how people's strategies were going into the pit lane. Fusion Sim Racing and Summit Sim Sports TM Racing are going to stay out and take the lead, extending their fuel mileage a little bit further than everyone else and just giving themselves that little bit extra cushion. Pursuit Sim Racing will also continue. A reminder that Apex Hunters United eSports 3 will continue around for quite a bit further, because when they came in to repair that damage, they will also have taken fuel as well, because they weren't in for a very quick one. It wasn't just instant damage repair, so they are also trying to just push their stint a little bit further. Yeah, in that second pit stop sequence, it's going to be hard. Let's be real here. It's going to be pretty tricky to stop some of the teams that are doing so well and running around so strong at the moment. But for Pursuit Sim Racing, are they beatable?
I think without a safety car, no.
No, I agree.
Because they've been so consistent and so well drilled on the strategy that even if they do make this extra short fill at this point, they've got a 40-second lead, and that is enough at this point. If they want to make a short fill, they're going to be 6 laps short at the end of this race. They're going to have to put 6 laps of fuel into that car at the end of this race, if that does indeed transpire, because there's 6 stints. They're losing a lap every stint. That will be 6 laps by the end of the race. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with regards to, are they going to continue doing that the whole time? Are they going to shorten their stints? Are they going to try and stretch it out a little bit longer from that point? That remains to be seen. But I don't think they're touchable at the moment, because even as we mentioned, everybody else is having problems. They've got a 40-second lead, and even with a short fill pit stop, they're going to be able to win this race. So, everybody else really needs a safety car. But then again, if they get a safety car, they can get themselves back into a fuel window where they can make it to the end without that short fill at all. So they're in a really strong place right now.
Yeah, they really, really are. Same as in the other categories as well. Logitech G Altus eSports, who are currently leading in GTE, they are leading by 6 seconds over United SimSports GTE, who are trying that sort of moderately experimental strategy of pushing the tyres a bit further. I do love their livery, by the way. That's just that matte black. It really stands out. The completely matte black. It just sucks in all of the lights. Doesn't bounce off any of it. Very interesting looking car. And of course, in GT3 pulled out even more of a lead over the pit stop sequence. That'll be Team Fernando, Team FA Alonso Kart Australia. Don't understand why Alonso appears in there twice. If it's Team FA Alonso, surely it's Team Fernando Alonso. No?
Yeah.
Is that
I would agree. I'd say I'd say correct on that one.
Fix your team names.
I'm a little bit confused about that one as well, but that's what they've gone for. And that's what they're running with at the moment. But yeah, they're certainly doing a good job. They've not done a very good job at naming their team, but they have done a good job of driving in this race at the very least. A nearly 40-second lead over R1 SimSports, and the gaps are getting a little bit larger in GT3 at the moment. I think they've been caught up in so many incidents, and there's been so much going on in GT3 that it's hard to catch up with it all. But it also means that the gaps between everybody are rather large at the moment. The battle for 39th overall and a position in GT3, can't quite work out what position that is in class at the moment, but it's certainly going on. P13 in GT3, there we go, that is going on at the moment. So there are battles in GT3, but they are few and far between at the moment. And as you mentioned, there are a couple of mistakes, and that's Jamie Bubb running wide, and he's just lost another place in that Mercedes. That Mercedes really hasn't had a good day so far, has it really? It's been involved in many incidents, I'm afraid.
Can't go for the hunt for the Apex Award, just completely missing it there. Dodged it by a country mile. Having a couple of issues, by the way. Just noticed that Stuart Vaughan had been off the road for United Simsports GT. That was at the final corner. And also, we saw an incident from Chris Pellett not very long ago. He has also been off the road into Lovefield. Let's take a look. This is this one. That is an LMP2 going for a gap that isn't really there, and a GT3 that is not letting him through.
Yeah, both were quite stubborn there, actually, in what they were trying to do.
As well.
But, yeah, let's have a look at Chris Ellis here, going through Beckett and Beckett's. How many accidents have we seen? Oh, this is going to be that's a hard hit. That's a hard hit. And that's going to be a fair amount of damage for that car, I'm afraid. That's going to have to be repaired. He stopped at... Oh, he's just waiting for everybody to go through, actually. I thought his car was so damaged that he wasn't going to make it to the pit lane there. But no, he is going to make it. And here's Jamie Budd once again. I think not so long after we left him, actually, but getting a little bit wayward going into Brooklands, I'm afraid. That's not the first spin that Mercedes has had today.
No, that's an easy one to do. Again, if you miss your braking zone into Brooklands, you can mess up quite a lot. I just want to remind anyone that's watching, the GT3 class in particular, it's a series about being open and allowing. I've brought this up a few times before, about being open and allowing the inexperienced drivers of sim racing to jump in and maybe have their first effort on a moderately competitive field without being summoned to the harshness of other leagues and stuff. It's not as brutal. It's a bit more enjoyable. It's a bit more lighthearted, a bit more jovial and fun. And so it's sort of their approach to thing, particularly in the GT3 class, that essentially it's designed to be a rookie class. It's designed to be just get out there and have a bit of fun and learn your craft. So we see all these mistakes, and it's easy to sort of laugh at them and be like, ha ha. But they are trying. A lot of these drivers are very, very inexperienced, and good to see them giving it a go.
Yeah, absolutely. It is indeed. It's what this series is all about, really. All kinds of different skill levels are on show, and so yeah, that's what it's all about, really. What makes the series unique, and it's certainly an advantage to the championship. But battle going on in LMP2 at the moment. TM Racing, as you mentioned, there was the car that tipped that Porsche. We saw Chris Ellis into a spin. I think it was Chris Ellis, wasn't it? Get into a spin,
yes.
Going through Lovefield. So. Yeah, that's going to be a penalty for them, quite possibly, because they're into the pit lane right now, as is Rush Sim Racing. We're not entirely sure why they're in either, because that's off schedule at the moment. These guys have not long been into the pit lane in LMP2, but it seems that some guys are coming back into the pit lane for whatever reason.
Yeah, just I'd assume he's been informed by race controllers, Luke Turner, to return to pit lane and come through for a drive-through, not getting that note through, but it is being dealt with in that sense. So, like I say, I feel kind of a slam dunk. The onus is always on the higher class to lap cleanly and safely, and in that scenario, you'd be hard-pressed to argue that was either clean or safe. So, yeah, kind of just as it was. Here's Jamie Budd once again. He's been off the road. Oh, it's like the third replay of this. Like, poor guy, trying to get up to speed. Basically, in this kind of scenario, when you're struggling like this, I'm sure he's got people in his ear telling him to do the same thing. Maybe he's just having a good time, whatever. Ooh, that's interesting. Is just drive at your own speed. If that's not quick enough, then so be it. If you're losing 2 seconds to the car ahead, then so be it. Just drive at your pace, and the car will either come to you, you will either get faster, or you'll just lap consistently. One or the other. In endurance racing, that's what it's all about. It's when you're trying to exceed your ability level and that kind of stuff that you're pushing the grip level of the car a little bit past what it can deal with, and then mistakes are happening, as we have seen. Bit of a shame, but hopefully we won't see too many more replays of him going for a spin, but we'll have to wait and see. Just as a note, by the way, on the leaderboard that you can see, obviously Apex Hunters United eSports 3, that's currently running in second position, expecting them in the pit lane in a couple of laps' time, courtesy of an earlier incident. I believe it'll be in about 3 laps, if memory serves, that they'll be in the pit lane. After their damage repair, they took a bit of fuel and then got back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, they must have taken a bit of fuel while they were doing that, and there's no reason why you wouldn't, actually. So, yeah, fully expect them to be in before very long. But yeah, it's not been the best race for them so far. Interestingly, Job Stewart is losing a bit of time to those around him. I'm not sure if that was traffic or whether that is a legitimate lap time being set by Job Stewart, a 49.7 we'll call it, after the last lap. 47.4 on the last lap for Jared Filsell, currently in third, but he will be in second before long. Filsell's an exceptionally fast driver, really, really good driver, but is he going to be taking 2 seconds a lap out of Job Stewart? And if so, is he going to be able to get there by the end of this stint? I reckon he might do, really, if that is the pace that is being shown by Stewart. But let's not forget that we're going to have Blake Purdy in that car for the latter hour and 20 in this race. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out. But it's another 2.5 seconds almost took out by Nick Foster on that last lap, and a good half a second, 3/4 of a second taken out by Jared Filsell. So, yeah, Stewart is going to be caught fairly comprehensively in this stint and the next one as well until he gets out the car.
Yeah, no disrespect to Job Stewart. Again, like the whole everyone all over the place on forms of talent. This driver, over the stint that it's done, I would suggest that the 49 isn't unrepresentative. We'll go with that. Over the stint, it's been a 49.5, a 48.8, a 50.5, a 49.0, a 49.6, and a 49.5. So, yeah, running in the considerably slower lap times in comparison to the chasing pack. And the thing is this is again goes into the whole drive at your own pace, because if you then try and match their pace, if you try and push it, that's where a mistake comes, and that's where they'll catch you even faster. It's so hard to ignore, but in this scenario, the best thing you can do is just turn off the gap to the car behind. You know they're catching. It's almost irrelevant how quick they're catching. Just turn it off and just go as fast as you can. You can't go faster than your ability and the car that you're driving. Just drive to your limit, right?
Exactly.
That's it. That's all you can do. It's I would be in the boat of, yeah, that gap's coming down. It's coming down quickly. It is going to completely dissipate shortly. I know that Nick Foster will be in the pit lane shortly, but Jared Filsell, as you're absolutely right, is on a march, a 46.0, which is an absolutely stonking lap time. I believe the fastest of the race so far in that car. They are a quick car. They are catching really quite quickly.
Yeah, you are looking at his best lap time there.
There we go. I did wonder. Was fine. We'll gloss over
I don't like to throw you under the bus often, but I thought I'd just take that opportunity.
Thanks I've done it to you a few times. It's all good.
You do it to be fair about, so I'm getting my own back on this occasion. But it wasn't a bad lap time either way. A 49.8, a bit of traffic on that lap, you might imagine. Still 8 tenths taken out of Stewart in the lead of this race still. So that's not a bad amount of time to be taking out, certainly. Yeah, still good driving from Filsell. By the way, there's not that many cars on the lead lap anymore. Only 9 cars on the lead lap in LMP2 right now. So not as many as we had before. As we're seeing this again, Jake Burton, the GT3 leader, going around in the Team FA Kart Australia kart. And we've seen it again through Farm Curve. LMP2's got to give more space to the GTs through there, because they just can't hold it that tight as the prototypes can. And that's exactly the same situation. There was a bit of netcode involved, but still, they do need to give that extra car width.
No, I mean, I'd be all over. Like, yeah, 100%. There is netcode there, but you're playing with fire regardless in that scenario, because you're pushing the very limit. You know, it's the speed that the LMP2 sort of jumps, comes back across, like jarts back across to the left-hand side to get into the braking zone. Because, of course, you want a nice straight diagonal, in a sense, braking zone over to the left-hand side of the circuit to really widen that run through Village. You've just got to be really, really careful. Is it worth that kind of risk for maybe a tenth or two? No. No, it isn't.
Definitely not. Definitely not. There's only so fast. You can only go so fast, can't you? And I guess the bit of an old saying that goes, you know, in an endurance race like this, you're only as fast as your slowest driver, really. You know, because you've got to accommodate for all of your drivers throughout a race. So, you know, if your slowest driver is, 5th place pace, then I wouldn't be too upset that you can't hold the lead. You know, if you hand over the car in the lead. So It's no disrespect to Job Stewart. He's doing a good job at his pace right now. Very consistent. His lap times are they're not differing at all, really. He's very consistently in the mid 49s all of the time, sometimes a low 50, but he's being very consistent, and that's exactly what you want from a teammate. Consistency. Even if they're a little bit slower than you, consistency is so key, and Job Stewart is doing a really good job of consistency at the moment.
Yeah, if your slowest driver is, like you say, a second or two off, it's fine if they can hit that every single lap, because like those kind of times you won't lose quite as much in traffic. As, by the way, into the pit lane does come Mr. Nick Foster. Is he going to stay behind the wheel, or is he going to pass it over to Shane van Gisbergen with just over half the race to go? We'll have to wait and see.
No, he is indeed, because I can see in the Discord at the moment that Van Gisbergen's muted the Discord, so that probably means he's getting in the car and not talking anymore, which would make sense.
I think he needs to concentrate that much?
Well, Nick Foster did, so I'm presuming Van Gisbergen's going to do the same. But I could be wrong. We'll wait and see. He's just about to stop in his box, I believe. They're right at the end, and now he gets into his pit. Is Van Gisbergen going to... I think it's a good kind of a point to swap, really, isn't it, after two stints? But, yeah. Oh, it doesn't look like... Oh, Van Gisbergen did get in, excuse me. So Van Gisbergen is into that car. But let's have a look at the some replays here. Kester Mack is in that Porsche GT3, you can see there, involved in an incident, we're told. Unsure as to where this is going to transpire, because at the back... Oh, he's just got past Craig Ellis into Luffield there. I thought there was going to be some massive crash.
Huge drama.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go. Deary mate.
That is drama. Kobe Laszlo getting spun around by, I believe that might well be the 55 LMP2. The inside of Cop certainly is. Is now the best time to sort of say? I mean, I've already told Ed, so it's fine. When I raced around Silverstone, that is a lunge. This is exactly like. So when I first raced around Silverstone in endurance racing, there was this guy with this obnoxiously long name. It was Edmund Roland Trevelyan Johnson. And it was Edmund Trevelyan Johnson. It was so long that the N couldn't fit on at the end. It was very good. And I thought it would be really funny, because he clearly has an obnoxious name, to dive bomb him in the most awkward places possible when I came across him, as I was in LMP1, he was in a GT3. And yeah, so into Cops, I was diving him from as far back as possible, a bit like that. Don't think I ever hit him at any point, but it's always a fun memory to look back on.
Yes.
Poor man.
Poor man. Yeah.
United Sim Sports have been overtaken by BVN eSports as well. Obviously, their tyres are a little bit gone on the black car. They also did go for a spin. Did mention that the United Sim Sports have been around. It was a little while ago. It wasn't long after they were passed by Logitech G Altus eSports, but it was a spin through this section of the racetrack. So clearly the tyres are bad. That won't make them any better.
No. No, not really. When you're on a double stint like this, you really do have to take very good care of them. And I'm afraid that doesn't look like it's happened, really. I don't think this has quite paid off in the end. I mean, we're only 2/3 through this stint in GTE. These guys are going to come in after another 30 laps. They're currently on lap... they pitted after 30 laps. They'll be in on lap 60. They're currently on lap 50 at the moment. They've still got 10 laps to go. And so, there's going to be a lot of pain going on here for these guys in the United Sim Sports car. I think they're going to lose at least another place to the Drop Bear Motorsport car. I mean, just taking a look at the lap times at the moment from Stuart Vaughan. 2 minute 1.1 is 4 seconds slower than what Corey McFarlane did on that last lap. He's comfortably slower than everybody else. You have to go down to 26th overall to find a car that has actually gone slower on the last lap. It is really, really, and I believe that's the other car that took no tyres. It could have been, although I'm not sure. It's really, really hurting them at the moment. And I'm afraid there's still another 20 minutes of them losing a good 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap. And, they're not going to be doing it again, put it that way. They're not going to be double stinting again.
Here's Craig Ellis going for a spin, completely missed the apex at turn 1. You can also tell there's a little bit of damage on the rear wing because it's bent down slightly on the left-hand side of it, right-hand side of your screen. Carbon fibre, known for bending, by the way. But yeah, just kind of a little bit too hot into Abbey, blocking pit lane exit, but no one was coming through, so we're okay. Just an easy spin. Here's Kester Mack having a bit of an incident of his own. This is down into Brooklyn. It's going to be too much on the rear end, and away for a spin as well for the 279. So a couple of issues. I would suggest with the tyres and such, like, maybe it's worth a gamble. Maybe it's worth more of a learning process for later in the season. I'm not so sure. If there was a circuit I wasn't going to gamble with tyres, it's this one. This track is pretty harsh on tyres, and obviously something that you won't know, but as far as I'm aware, with the GTE tyres, around about 2 months ago, iRacing did change how much they wear in a certain sense, as we're seeing Summit Sim Sports and TM Racing battling it out once again, these two on track together. But they changed it so that effectively it was removing the idea of double stinting tyres as much as possible, so it was designed to be a single stint. You're kind of asking for trouble if you're trying to push that a little bit further, as this traffic's a little bit awkward.
It is a little bit, but yeah, that's not great, is it really? Taking the double stinting out, taking all strategic elements of a GT race out of a GT race, which is.
But it doesn't mean they get to try it. They get to experiment and push the limit.
Well, I know, but it's just if they've geared it for it not to work, then unless something catastrophic has gone on behind the scenes, then it's not going to work, is it? And I think that's a real shame, personally.
Well, here though, of all tracks here, Silverstone is quite high tyre wear. It's quite a coarse surface.
Okay.
And it's a lot of medium speed corners.
We'll see what happens when we get to like Monza or Le Mans, where there's less tyre wear going on.
Le Mans should be double stints, easy peasy.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it does happen. But if it doesn't happen, if there's not double stints at Le Mans, then I'm gonna
put in a complaint.
I am gonna put in a complaint. There's gonna be a strongly worded email.
Nice.
There's not really. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna complain about it and not do anything about it.
Right? Yeah. No, the old classic sim racing.
Oh, the old classic complain and not do anything about it. Oh yeah. So we've got the leader in LMP2 off, by the way, as we're Joe Stewart gathers it up nicely. Doesn't go for a spin or anything like that, but keeps it on the road nicely in the end. 54.7 on the last lap. He's lost a good 7-8 seconds to Jared Filso in behind because of that, as we see Dave Clements going for a spin in the Back One eSports car. Oh no, he's just an on-off-track excursion, not a spin. That wasn't my fault, by the way. Somebody told me it was.
Going for a down handover under the bus now.
Yeah, it's just... I'm just... just exposing that. I'm very sorry. But yeah, it's just an off-track moment for them there. And the lead now, by the way, down to under 14 seconds.
Man on a mission, mate. You've thrown me under the bus. Now you're throwing poor Mr. Handover under the bus. It's tragic stuff. See, yeah, and now as we're being told, and we can see you've now broken the stream. So congrats to you, buddy boy. We'll try and get this one sorted ASAP. We'll just try and sort this out as things unfold, but we're not in any sort of pit stop sequence. However, the next time we do enter a pit stop sequence here, and it's going to be quite a busy one, although with iRacing there's no contact in the pit lane, so it does make things a little bit easier in that sense that when you've got LMP2s, GTEs and GT3s all entering the pit lane roughly around the same kind of time as LMP2s will be pitting roughly on the halfway point of the race, same with GTEs and GT3s. It's not quite as chaotic, but pit lane entry and pit lane exit will be. If you're a P2 and you come out just behind the GT3, I'd expect a few swears.
Yeah, you're probably right. In that one, it is a little bit frustrating to find yourself stuck behind someone else coming out of the pit lane there. So yeah, it's that could happen. But we'll look out for it. It always is that point in the race, really, every 2 hours with the way these pit stops are, because the GTs are pitting every hour and the LMP2s every 40 minutes. It means that every 2 hours they do correlate, kind of. Yeah, if you know what I mean, they kind of match up nicely, and they're all at the same time. So yeah, that's going to make things interesting. But as you mentioned, no contact in the pit lane, which is there are advantages and disadvantages to that. But I don't quite know which one's best, really, whether it's to have contact in pit lane or not, because it can get quite awkward, can't it? But then again, it does in real life, so I don't know what the best solution is, really, to that one. But anyway, that's not something that these guys have to worry about, really. Yeah, it's just going to be a bit busy for us, really. Trying to keep up with everything that's going on is going to be the most difficult thing, really. I guess for these drivers as well, trying to work out where they are in the whole order for the 10 minutes where the pit stops are happening. It is all a bit chaotic.
It really, really is. I personally, I'm the kind of driver and kind of person that prefers a contact pit lane. I like the idea of that, but if you're going to have it where you can drive through people, that's absolutely fine. Just if you're a driver, please remember when you jump to another simulator that there is contact on the pit lane, because I have fallen foul to that. I was sat in my pit box in an open wheel race on R Factor 2, and I was like, this is fine. I'm going to get going, and then I just get absolutely rammed, and you're just like, what's just happened?
I thought that was going to be your fault, actually, that story. But
yeah,
no.
Thanks, mate.
No, sorry, yeah.
I'm perfect. I'm no issues, no mistakes.
No
mistake, McGlade.
Especially at Sebring. But yeah, there we go.
Oh, you love that story, Mr. Sim Racing Experience.
It's the only thing I've got against you, really.
Yeah.
What else have I got to say? I mean, I can't think of anything else.
It's a pretty dramatic mistake. I'll give it that.
It was quite dramatic, yeah. And yeah. But anyway, we'll stop talking about it now. We're about to get back in the game.
I doubt you will. You've told me that a lot.
What?
That you'll stop talking about it.
Well, I do say that a lot, actually. Yeah, but I never do I? So yeah, watch out next time. But we're about to get our pictures back, by the way, and we can stop talking about Lewis's life mistakes and get back with this race,
Thanks,
hopefully, in the next few moments, and see what the gap is for the lead, because Job Stewart made that mistake. Jared Fieldstone was about 13 seconds behind, so about a couple of laps have probably passed since the last time we were in the game. So I'd imagine the gap's probably down to about 6 seconds at this point, and we might be about to have a fight for the lead happen before, or even during the pit stop cycle, just afterwards. It's going to be around that kind of point anyway.
I believe they have been into the pit lane. We may well have just missed it. We'll try and figure it out if we can rejoin. I'll take a look at the lap times over the previous ones. But Job Stewart has had issues and has dropped down the order, I believe, courtesy of a pit lane entrance for the Pursuit sim racing bunch. And Blake Purdy's got back behind the wheels. They were sensing the threat from behind. They have been in. They have switched drivers, and Blake Purdy is now back behind the wheel of the Pursuit sim racing car. I believe there is, though, a fair play rule set in iRacing that you can't just have one driver do most of the race. You've got to switch it up in a fair, even way. So
well,
I don't think that was going to work.
Like Brett Panda, going off for a spin in the 2.98, getting back going again, as you can see. But yeah. It's where have they dropped to? 6th place for Blake Purdy at the moment. After such a great start, leading by 40 seconds, this race has turned on its head, and I guess we can eat our words about them. We said there's no way they're going to lose this race, and as soon as we said that, everything's happened against them, really, and they're down in 6th now, not too far behind Trick eSports in 5th. Yes, they are actually. The gap's over a minute between the two, I believe. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, the timing screen is just adjusting. As you can see, it's just 5 seconds, I'm being told. So, yeah, it's pretty close. And we may see a battle between them before long. But, yeah, Blake Purdy in 6th place. Jared Fieldstone now leads by over 30 seconds for LOBS eSports. Now let's see if Shane van Gisbergen can make any inroads, because he is now 30 seconds behind, as I mentioned, and caught by 0.8 of a second on that last lap. So, yeah, if that continues, then we are going to have a fight for the race lead on eventually in this race.
Did get the word from Mr. Foster. Might have been yesterday, I don't know. Time flies and all that. Saying that he reckoned that Shane van Gisbergen was a little bit quicker around here at the moment than he was. So maybe feeling a little bit extra confidence is the Kiwi, and with an hour and or 2 hours rather 10 minutes to go in the race, an hour and 49 down, I do believe that gap can come down. Oh, that is the Trick eSports Ferrari that was going longer than everyone else. Those tyres are going to have seen better days. Costly mistake from Trent Thomas.
Yeah, a bit of a costly mistake there, I have to say, but not too far away from pit stops. Those guys now about 7 laps away, excuse me, from pit stop, so he can finally get those tyres off before long, which will be very, very welcome for him. But yeah, there we go, going for a quick spin, gets back going, getting a good avoidance from the BMW actually, because if he was a few seconds further behind, then he might have slid into the side of the Ferrari. But fortunately, that didn't happen, and everybody can carry on their way. Third place is where the battling is, though, at the moment. Jordan Ross is trying to get through on the Drop Bear Motorsport car for that position. They're a long, long, long way down on the leaders, over 1:20 now, or nearly 1:20, should I say, and 40 seconds to second place. So very, very lonely for R1 Sinsports at the moment. And third place might be the best that these two guys can get. So I get the feeling that these two are going to be fighting for most of the rest of the race over this place.
Yeah, potentially so. The dive to the inside should be a good one. Now, by the way, as we're approaching the end of your stint, good move, nice and solid. As we're approaching the end of your stint, what are your thoughts on the front of the BMW M4? I thought I was going to ask you about it.
Yeah, it's not really great, is it? Summed up best with a noise, and that noise is yeah. I'm not a fan really. There's better looking BMWs like the Z4. Do you remember that duty-free Z4 a few years ago? Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic car, but this is a real step in the wrong direction, isn't it? It's very, very tall, very narrow, and very ugly, in my opinion. But there we go. It might be nice to drive, you know.
It is actually.
Is it? Oh well, there you go. Especially if you're in the driver's seat, obviously you don't have to look at the front end, so it's all right. But yeah,
it's let's be real,
challenging.
I think from the back looks a little bit like a Lexus. From the rear, you know, fair enough, each their own. Don't think it looks bad. From the front, it's that grille. It is just the grille. It's just like right there, slap bang in the centre. Woo. Yeah, not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan. Yeah. I do like the new Porsche though. I know it looks like Porsche, and we've been confused by it. Do you like it though?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. That's how I'd describe it. Not bad. It's pretty good, but not amazing. You know what I mean? It's good. But yeah, there we go. Just roasting different cars and whatever at this point. But yeah, there we are. I'll stop roasting the BMW completely right now because as I said, it might win the race. It might be nice to drive and whatever. So yeah, can't knock it too much. But yeah, I just did. So yeah, there we go. But currently running in third place at the moment. Jordan Ross is certainly doing well with it right now. We're second and a half ish in front of the car behind. So yeah, dispatched of him quite nicely as we go up to LMP2 where there is yet more battling going on.
Yeah, indeed. Thrilling action here at Silverstone as the round continues. I believe as we're approaching 11 a.m. Local time here in the real time zone of the world, even though it's actually not because we're +1 at the moment. You know what I'm like with real time. It is about time to say goodbye to you, Mr. Ewan O'Leary. A bit of pleasure with you on the broadcast.
Thanks very much. I've thoroughly enjoyed it actually. It's been really, really good fun. For the first couple of hours of the race, I'll catch up a little bit later on and watch the final 2 hours a little bit later. But I've got to go and do another broadcast now, so I'm a bit busy. But yeah, I'll certainly make sure I tune in a little bit later and catch the rest of the race on YouTube. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I very much look forward to finding out what happens in the rest of the race.
Well, whilst we'll do so, we'll ride on board with Summit Sim Sports. We'll just step away for a moment, ride on board and take a trip around the Silverstone circuit for a couple of laps on board with Jamie Welch. Welcome back to the continuation in the first round of the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by OSR with support from Grid Engineering and a broadcast powered by Simply Race. Action over the first 2 hours have been thrilling and interesting and different, seeing all of these classes battling it out from toe to toe. I am now joined as we say goodbye to Mr. Ewan O'Leary. I've got Cameron Roger and Zach Sweeney in the booth with me.
Yes, hello. It's certainly good to see a new series starting. It's been very entertaining first couple of hours of the race so far, and it's been a very good introduction to a new season indeed. So looking forward to see how this race concludes.
Yeah, no, exactly. As Cameron said, it's a pleasure to be here as well, alongside two great commentators. So yeah, we've got the final half of this race to go. Let's see how it plans out.
Oh, two great commentators. There we go, Cam. We're already moving up in the world. Woo! Trick eSports, who are currently on screen at the moment. They're leading in this battle for fourth place by a second. Got a couple of other battles inside the LMP2 category, but it's more that Mach 1 eSports GT Gold car that's been in a couple of issues recently. Just saw them come through the foreground a shot there, leading by just 2/10 from the Pulse Racing Team Black. That is for fourth position in GTE. Looking pretty tight there. There's been the odd battle up and down the order, but obviously the thing is, Cam, as you'll know, with traffic and endurance racing, can be a little tricky to pick your way through in these kind of battles and find your way through cleanly without losing time, both either if you're in the lower class that's being lapped or in the car that is doing the lapping.
Yeah, it's always on the faster cars to try and get past in a safe manner. However, you have to take all the risks. When you're battling in the P2 category, for instance, most of the time you're going to gain on your opponents is in the traffic. You've got to be able to get through them quickly. Whereas if you're in a GTE battle or a GT3 battle, as you can see here, you've just got the LMP2s coming past. Depending on when they get there, you know, you're going to be trying different things. You're going to be trying different lines, but then you've got to factor in looking in the mirrors as well. So it's certainly a difficult task, but that is why you come endurance racing with different classes.
It's 4 hours. It's, you know, in the world of endurance racing, as the Mach 1 driver of Dave Clements goes wide there through Chapel. It's a circuit which is very, very raceable, but certainly one we can see the odd mistake on. Here's one that we can see. Oh, that was a pretty hard hit there for Alex Court. I believe that might have been the 48 that was coming through. The Pursuit Sim Racing car might have just been a wee bit of netcode in the middle there, just as they're all trying to find their way through in that scenario, and it did not work. 48, of course, being one of the teams that is trying to battle it out for the race lead. They've pitted recently. Blake Purdy behind the wheel, back behind the wheel of that car after taking it over from a slightly slower teammate, no disrespect. Alex Wolf, this is our, did bring up before, our potential Olympian on the grid, who's part of the Australian rowing squad and trying to get in for the 2024 Olympic Games. So power to him. Lovely to see the any sort of sportsman just getting involved and trying to take part in this, and having a hobby away from the sport themselves. Looks like Altus eSports into the pit lane from the race lead. Zach, it's a track that's really, really raceable, though, isn't it? You can make a move basically almost anywhere, especially in these kind of cars.
Yeah, exactly that, especially in the sort of lower classes like the GTE and the GT3, obviously less sophisticated aero, so there's not as much dirty air, and yeah, as you say, very, very raceable. You've got obviously the entirety of the first sector going into sort of turn 3 and then into the loop. There's a couple of overtaking down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. That's quite a heavy braking zone, and good because it cuts back onto the inside for Luffield if you can sort of stick your nose around the outside. Maggots and Beckett's, I mean, if you're brave, still definitely possible, and then down the Hanger Straight towards Stowe again, and then into Vale, quite a few heavy braking zones, and yeah, as you say, very raceable, but there is the odd opportunity for some mistakes.
We're in that sort of point of the race where we're seeing the crossover in the pit lane sequence as the GTE Porsche that we were looking at a little bit earlier goes off the road. In that section of the race where, we're seeing LMP2s, GTEs and GT3s on the pit lane. Whilst there's no contact in the pit lane itself, it does mean things will get a little bit tricky on both entrance and exit, though.
Yeah, it certainly will. And also just finding your pit box when there's loads of cars all about. You've got to really stay concentrated. As you say, there's no specific pit lane contact, but once you get out back onto the race, you still got to find your way. You still have to look at the cars that you're battling, got to look in your mirrors to see the fast cars coming through and really get back into the rhythm, especially as some drivers or some teams might be swapping drivers at this pit stop.
switching drivers. We've seen it work for some, obviously for the Apex Hunters United eSports squad that's currently leading the way. Shane van Gisbergen's taken over the wheel from Nick Foster in that car, now leading the race, but they have had issues throughout the day. Were involved in an incident at Cops, courtesy of one of the Mercedes GT3 cars, sent them off into the barrier, gave this car a fair amount of damage. They have a fast repair which they can use, which basically instantly repairs the damage on the car, but you only get one of them. Over a 4-hour race, you only get a single one, which does sound a bit gimmicky, but when you've got drivers on the grid, you know, I think it's fine. I think it's fair just to give everyone a chance to come back from mistake. Bit of a slide there from Shane van Gisbergen. What it's done, though, is it's pulled this car 10 minutes off on strategy, so they're expected to come in around about 10 minutes time from now, because they are a little bit off kilter. But what I do like is that they're not out of the race, and that's kind of what this race is all about, Zach. It's about making sure that, you know, we're trying to all get to the end of the race. That's the endurance spirit, isn't it? You know, it's all about reaching the checkered flag as a group. But you know, from a little bit of a mistake through traffic, especially when you're learning, you don't want your race to be over just courtesy of one minor mistake.
No, yeah, exactly. And as they say, you know, to finish first you must finish. So it is definitely about getting to the end and seeing the checkered flag, because, you know, that's what they're all here for. They're here to race, they're here to get to the end, but they also want to win. So they have to make sure they pick their moments well, such as clearing some traffic very nicely there, like Change just showed us there.
Yeah, it's smart to pick your way through kind of carefully in traffic. Of course, Shane van Gisbergen's had his fair amount of real-world experience and sim racing experience in traffic-based racing, although I don't know how much experience he's got in the LMP2. I don't think he did. Maybe he did Daytona? Not 100% sure. I don't think he did. No, he didn't do Sebring, as far as I'm aware, which is like the two major events that's been in the P2. Of course, you can race these kind of whenever you want and almost wherever you want. But it's a car that works for some, not so much for others. Doesn't actually suit my driving style in any way, shape or form. Not much does, unfortunately, unless it's a front-wheel drive touring car. What are you laughing at, Cam? Are you laughing at my driving style?
Well, yeah, there's obviously a reason why us three are here talking about the race and not actually driving ourselves. But yeah, certainly it's certainly a different style of racing, but Shane has done that in real life, so he should have plenty of knowledge with how to get through the traffic, which is really the main point for these P2s, as we mentioned previously. You got to really judge when you meet the traffic. Sometimes you actually have to lift off maybe a corner earlier so that you then don't get pinched at a really difficult section of the track as well. So you've got to really be looking ahead, and you can't just be looking at the apex in front of you. You need to really judge, just like there. Make sure you lift off enough that you're not going to catch them on the apex of turn one.
Out of pit lane as well, just to cause a little bit of issue and a little bit of strife. That might be the BVN eSports car that's for 5th place. No, it's not. That's the one that we're focused on now. Either way, out of the pit lane, a little bit of struggle there for Shane van Gisbergen. This is BVN eSports just trying to find their way through the Pulse Racing Team Black. No way to do so at the moment. We've been struggling to pick apart. Oh, a bit slow there on the exit as we exit the loop. That was tight stuff. The 69's going to get through in there. Really, really slow on exit. Dipped a wheel onto the grass. Not sure what either of you two think of that, but I had seen that that black and yellow Pulse Racing car go a little bit wide into the loop before. Take a look at that again, Zach. Whoa, that's close.
Yeah, very, very close there. Just coming off the loop, got a little bit of a wash of understeer, clipped the grass, and it is all about momentum at Silverstone. You have to flow the car well, and that very small mistake just allowed Mario to funnel his way through, and then of course the LMP car right behind. Very lucky for him not to get involved in any skirmishes as well.
Yeah, they're getting super close to the rear end, and certainly not the greatest scenario here in that we've got another replay coming in. Alex Simpson's been Adam Simpson off the road in the big boy, the BMW M8. An easy mistake to make, locking up the fronts, going down into Village. Certainly one that we've seen a few times. Here we can see the exact differences between a GT3 and a GTE Porsche, i.e. pretty much none.
There's a few.
There is a few. There's like, you've got the cooling from the air rather from the top of the front tyres. You got that slightly different. What else? The rear diffuser.
Yeah, the rear diffuser is absolutely massive on the GTE cars, and for me, the GTE car just looks a little bit bigger.
Bigger.
A little bit,
It is a bit more
fat, so
chunky.
it's got a bit more meat to it. Whereas the GT3 car's like, oh, it's just like the little brother. But yeah, it's actually quite cool to see Porsche effectively having the same car in both those categories and having to do all sorts of changes. For instance, with the BMW, you can see they've got two completely different chassis in the two categories. So Porsche obviously trying to, I don't know, just show off the, one car they could do the Panamera or something for the GT, but no, they decided to keep it with the 911. But it's certainly a bit of a fan favourite, for lack of a better word.
It's also, particularly the GTE, it's real loud. It is so loud, and that is accurate because it's loud in real life as well. If you compare it to other cars in the class, I remember seeing a bit of a video from the Ford Chicane at Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans, and seeing them sort of exit there, and you have a Ferrari that comes through, you get a Corvette, you get a Porsche. And you can hear it. You can hear it from a mile away. They are so loud, and that is replicated in sim, that they are genuinely noisy cars. So much so that I remember we'd driven the Porsche, and then we drove the BMW M4. This was the Porsche GTE, and then the BMW M4 GT3 car. And I had to completely change all the settings in my game because the audio was so far off that I couldn't hear the M4 at all because I was being deafened by the GTE. Always very good fun. Got some pit lane sequences underway as kind of expected. I don't know about you, Cam. With me and Ewan have spoken about this sort of threat of safety car and stuff, and I'll obviously ask you the same question as well, Zach. So, safety cars, endurance racing, yay or nay, good, bad, how are we feeling?
Yes, I think it depends obviously how they're operated as well, but it's certainly a interesting factor that you add to the race because it can completely change the strategy. One reason why watching such as IMSA in real life is actually really good to watch, in my opinion, is because that as soon as a pace car comes out, it's just putting everything back together, and it really keeps the field close. Because one of the sort of negative sides of a endurance race is when you get 5-6 hours into the race and there's like a minute between each car, nothing's really going to happen too much. So I do like it that it can always bunch up, but it does have to be operated correctly to make sure that obviously no one's sort of losing laps or time unfairly.
BVM, they're having a couple of LMP2s coming through the middle of them, including the 48 Pursuit sim racing car that's currently running up in second position. Then same question to you, Zach. Safety cars, yay, nay?
I mean, completely as Cam said, like, especially sort of towards the end, it really does bunch up the field, and strategy-wise as well, everyone's going that much slower, so you can afford to come in, lose, a significantly less amount of time. So it really does spice things up and down the field, and keeping everyone close. It's what it's all about. And maybe not so much towards the start of the race. Of course, everyone's already close, and it won't make as much of an effect. But toward sort of 3.5 hours into the race, it really does spice things up and makes it that much more interesting.
Yeah, a safety car right now would make things very interesting, both in a positive and a negative way for some teams and drivers up and down the order, as we're seeing Carbon eSports, their purple car. I believe they have 3 cars out on the grid, split between GTE and GT3. I'm pretty sure they've got 2 GT3 cars. They certainly do, at least 2. And then they've got this one in GTE as well. Oh, just squeezing off. Oh, a little bit tight with the 69. This goes down to sort of like the wording that we'd said before, Cam, that the onus is on the faster cars to lap cleanly in that scenario, and you kind of get the feeling the Apex Hunters 69 car maybe could have played that one out a little bit different because it did look a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, you got to really manage it because it really does come down to the few meters here and there. You have to get the angles correct because you don't want to come out too fast with the previous corner that you then don't have enough time to basically get your nose out of the way, staying flat out. Maybe just coming out this corner just a little bit slower would help in that sort of situation. And you only ever learn that through experience, really, and learning the overspeed that you have in certain corners. Because if you're coming through this section now as an say this car we're watching is LMP2, and he saw these 2 GTs in front of him, he'd have to think, when am I going to catch them? Am I going to catch them in Chapel? Am I going to catch them on the back straight? Am I going to get them in the braking zone? All those sorts of things you're having to calculate on the fly, and that is something that is really a skill that you can only learn just by doing it for race after race and getting all the experience, and also racing across the different classes so you understand the situation from both sides.
Yeah, we've seen that play out counter, maybe in the sense that not having the understanding of the other classes, particularly from the LMP2s going around the outside of the farm curve, which is a popular overtaking spot if you're in a prototype, isn't it, Cam? Because you run through Abbey and you carry that speed up the hill so very quickly. You're lulled into that attempt around the outside, aren't you, to follow that point of you kind of want to make that stick, but then you need to understand that the GTEs, GT3s, they struggle for grip through there on the front end, and there's only one place they're going, that's into the side of your car.
Yeah, when the lower classes are on the limit in certain corners, such as turn 1 and 2 here, as you say, you've got to be very careful, because the car ahead can do nothing about it. In the slow corners, you can sort of allow the GTEs, GT3s to be a little bit compliant and just helping you get past a little bit easier, maybe giving you an extra car width and that sort of stuff. In the higher speed, medium speed stuff, they can do absolutely nothing. They've set their speed, and it's really your risk to do it or not.
Rush Sim Racing versus Apex Hunters United eSports 69. The 69 car that has been rising up the order courtesy of a stop and go 30 at the start of the race. Beginning an endurance race is never an ideal scenario if you're already doing it with a penalty, but clearly showing, Zach, they're not wasting their day. They are after it today, and they are on the attack, and I believe they might well make a move here. Is Justin Rougier. He's going to try and make it stick. Oh, he was going to go around the outside, dives it back to the inside and gets it done at Stone. Nice clean move, as good as you like.
Yeah, pretty good move there to get it done, and as you say, definitely not ideal to start the race with a penalty, but you've got 4 hours, which is quite a few laps to undo the damage. But yeah, definitely a way you don't want to start the race, but you've got a lot of time to undo it, and only sort of motivates them more to bring it back and getting themselves back up well into the top 10 is a good way to do that.
Absolutely. Pulse Racing and Fishery Motorsport just down the order. This is some of the last places. I was going to say it's the last place, but not really, because Injectors Online Racing are behind them. Oh, that was going to be an ambitious move from Pulse Tuning. I believe these two have been involved in an incident earlier in the race. Could be completely wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure I've seen them backwards. Might have been at Brooklands in the opening hour of the race, now darting their way through traffic. But Zach, like you say, it's about trying to just work your way back up bit by bit. Starting a race in that sense isn't ideal, but in this scenario you can, if you're, I'm not saying that they are new, because I know they're not, but if you are new to endurance racing or new to this car, you can still learn stuff, even if maybe you're not going to get the position that you feel you should be fighting for.
Yeah, and as Cam said, experience is the best teacher. So just doing that laps, getting the experience, and maybe if someone overtakes you, follow them for a couple of corners, because even if they shoot off into the distance, say you're going into Stowe and they've gapped you by Abbey, at least you've learned a little bit behind them, and it's just edging your way forward that bit by bit, baby steps. You don't want to take massive steps, too quickly on. And as you say, especially if you're new or just need to get that experience in, every lap counts, and get the laps in. That's all we can say.
Indeed. I believe Shane van Gisbergen will be into the pit lane potentially at the end of this lap. He has just begun it. We're focused on the battle for 6th position between TM Racing and BD eSports as they are firing their way up the order. TM Racing have been involved in a fair few battles throughout the day, mostly with Summit Sim Sports, who've been into the pit lane. They were quite close to TM Racing and been into the pit lane once again. It's like I say, it's hard to battle around here, Cam, but there are so many overtaking opportunities. But there's so many corners where the inside-outside line, both of them work.
Yeah, this is one of the longer sort of Grand Prix style tracks that there is in the world, really. There's only a few longer ones, such as maybe Spa and Sebring. But despite its length, it's only really got 4 braking zones, and some of them aren't even too hard, as we're now getting the BD eSports car getting very close behind TM Racing here as we come up through Woodcote. And this is another opportunity. You get this nice, really long straight, but then you don't really brake or do an awful lot into Copse Corner. It's more of a kink, effectively. And then, again, you have this little straight, but then you get to the really fast corners after it. So It's one of those tracks where you really have to get the momentum going and really have to try and do something a little bit different, as we're seeing here now. Pulse trying to get down the inside of Fish Motorsports, and he's just about managed to. Was there a bit of contact there, actually? Going a bit deep, maybe not hitting the apex there.
Yeah, you see that instantly flashing on the lights was Fish Motorsports not happy about Adam Hughes' move at all. And yeah, just going on the attack. It's that's a heart and mouth moment. No, that's pretty brave. Injectors Online a little bit further down the road, just on the rear end of LOBS eSports, one of their 2 cars. That's the kind of move that we want to kind of avoid, right, Zach? You don't want to see those bits of contact.
No, exactly. And in such fast cars such as these LMP2 prototypes, any bit of contact can be fatal, especially in such a fast part of the circuit. Stowe isn't particularly a slow corner. It's definitely up there between the mid and the high speed corner. So any bit of contact definitely could have resulted in some damage or even a spin for either car. It really is tough to go.
Take a look at a replay once again from Adam Simpson. We saw him off the road down at T3 at Village. This is going down into Cops. This is going to be by himself. Is indeed right in front of one of the Apex Hunters cars. That's tight. Well avoided though, Cam. Well avoided. Easy spin to do.
Yeah, very easy spin. It's such a tight chicane that you really try and take some speed through that corner, and he's obviously just went a little bit too fast into there. But then we also got another car here, the 162, going a bit of a drifting across the grass and a bit of an awkward rejoin there, actually just joining right onto the racing line. Unfortunately, in both of those replays, actually, there wasn't a big crash, because especially on that one, there was certainly a potential for a high-speed collision.
I'd actually want to take a look at that one again from the LMP2, because I'm pretty sure that rejoin wasn't as bad as it looked, and that the LMP2 was trying to judge it as if he was going to rejoin, at least from that angle. That's kind of how I saw it, that he's sort of judging it, seeing that this Porsche is going to rejoin straight onto the racing line and is trying to undercut a little bit. I guess it is straight onto it. No, fair enough.
Oh yeah, that was
tight.
Yeah, tight. But, I mean, to be honest, he actually did well not to go for a complete spin around. So let's have a look. This is Benson for Injectors Online Racing. He's sort of slowed down. He's tried to judge it. And, yeah, you're right. He thought the Porsche was just going to wipe across the track. So he was actually trying to sort of do some avoidance there. But the Porsche managed to control it just a little bit better. And a little bit of miscommunication with the body language. But at least they're both safe.
Smart heads-up driving, though. Like I said, to be fair, smart from both in that scenario. Shane van Gisbergen into the pit lane. But that's what you like to see. Like, yes, the GT was going off the road. It was coming across quite quickly over the grass, but tried slowing it down as much as possible. The LMP2 was being pretty heads-up. So that's about right. I mean, a little bit slow. Everyone loses time. Sure, it's not great. But we avoided any sort of crash. We avoided any sort of major incidents. You can't ask for much more in that scenario.
Yeah, and again, alluding back to the whole experience thing, that is something that comes with experience. Just being able to heads up and know when to slow down. Of course, it is an endurance, not a sprint. I think that's pretty obvious with the 4-hour timer at the top of the screen. But with someone coming across the grass that quickly, it is just better to brake, let them go, and if you lose a couple of seconds, it's better than being in the pit lane for the next 5 minutes repairing your bodywork.
Yeah, certainly is. As I say, well judged, and I think they are a fair way down the order. That'll be the one that's in 13th position. So, that's harsh, but pay yourself. They're not going to lose too much in that scenario, right? Because they're already a fair way back. This is the Ferrari that was going a lot longer than everyone else, but that's going a bit longer through the corner than everyone else. The Trick eSports Ferrari that looked so good in the early stage of the race, but in GTE and GT3, things are very much swinging the ways of their race leaders. So Logitech G Altus eSports, who I did sort of pencil before being one of the favourites in this, they've got an awful lot of experience in this sort of car, in this style of racing. Just on this simulator, they've got so much experience. And then Team FA Alonso Kart Australia, they were looking pretty strong in practice and stuff, and coming into qualifying, they were looking just as strong coming into the race, looking even stronger somehow, Cam. And that's just it. You move from strength to strength as the session goes on, and when your weakest link in a team isn't that weak, yeah, you're going to be moving forward.
Yeah, it's a nice lead that they've got there. Obviously, with the driver change and this sort of thing, you do need to make sure you're having sort of an equal balance of drivers. You don't have one driver that's 2 seconds lap faster than your other driver. So if you're in a team that has got a fairly equal, good average of ability, then that is always going to help. And yeah, once you get, it's first race of the season. Once you get into the race, once you really see how it's going, you start getting a bit of confidence that you're actually probably the faster or one of the faster cars, then that is just going to multiply. And in a few weeks when we get to the next race, we'll have to see if that continues, or if some of the other teams can really find some pace and pick up the ability and try and close down those gaps.
Yeah, one of the teams that may well be struggling in that sense when it comes to their second driver is our actual current race leaders, Pursuit Sim Racing 48. And I do not want to throw Job Stewart under the bus, because driving at this kind of level, like, yeah, sure, it's still a bit of fun, I get it, but it's hard work. As actually, speaking of that car, Blake Purdy is into the pit lane in the Pursuit Sim Racing 48 car. Now, as far as I'm aware, due to fair driver limits and stuff, they will have to switch drivers again. Blake Purdy will have to make way for Job Stewart. Now, I don't know if you caught it, Zach, the difference in driver time, that it's a second to nearly 2 seconds a lap slower is Job Stewart than his teammate, and it's just going to drop them into the clutches of the LABS eSports team behind. What would you do in that scenario? Would you sit him in for the designated, let's say, for example, it's 2 stints, so an hour and 20 minutes. Would you put him in the car for an hour and 20 minutes and then just recover that damage? Or would you put him in for 40 minutes, get him out of the car, put him in for another 40 minutes, and then get him out of the car? He is back in that car. How would you play your strategy?
Well, I mean, it's going back to what Cam said, in terms of having the weakest link not be that weak definitely does help. But when it's unavoidable, I mean, I personally would put them in for the first 2 stints, and then you have, the whole time straight out, you can then go, flat out and recover the damage, rather than splitting it up. You gain a bit, lose a bit, take 1 step forward, 2 steps back sort of thing. So it's best to get it done and out of the way, and then have their mandatory time in, and then you can have the stronger guys in for a lot longer. Obviously, no disrespect to the drivers, but when it comes to a race, it's definitely going to be you want to get the slowest driver out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, in a 4-hour race, it's a little bit harder. If it was a 6-hour race, you literally just stick them in the middle of the race for me, because you don't want them in. I personally don't want them in at the start, because it's a little bit of a risk versus reward kind of scenario. And I'd want them in sort of towards the middle of the race so you can recover from that. Whereas in a 4-hour race, you don't really have very much in the middle of the race. There's a 69. That is a big lunge to the inside. Luke Turner out of the way, allows it to happen. Really, really nice move, though, Cam. That was a solid dive.
Yeah, that was pretty clean as well. He just sent it down the inside, got on with the corner. And now as we come onto the back straight, he's already managed to get a bit of a gap there. So I don't think that Turner's going to be able to come back at him in the number 9 car. So that's a really nice overtake. A bit of a send, but he's managed to do that. But he has got about 6 seconds to get up the road now if he wants to get even higher.
Yeah. What would you have an opinion on that one, Cam? Going back to that point, how would you play your slowest driver in this scenario?
I agree with you. When it's a bit of a longer race, you'd put them somewhere in the middle. But 4-hour race, that's a tricky situation. And obviously you have time limits to comply with.
Sorry, just seen it on my other screen. If we can get to Job Stewart, has just absolutely sent someone spinning at club. We'd need to go and grab a replay of that as we're looking at Steve Lattimore on the rear end of the Summit Sim Sports car, battling out for 10th spot on the road. Rihanna behind the wheel of that car at present. Let's take a look at this replay. So coming through, you see the 48 there in the background. Keep your eye on that LMP2 there. Into the rear end, way too quick. Unloads the rear end of that Merc. Spins him out wide. Oh, costly mistake from Job Stewart there. Oh, driving backwards down the racetrack. Where are you going, son?
Probably forgot which way it was, having been spun around. But let's have a look here on the other angle. Yeah, he's just going to go in a bit too deep. Couldn't quite avoid the the Mercedes in front of him, and yeah, that is going to be a unfortunate situation for them, as we've now got this this battle now for this 10th position. We're going to have the Race One's eSports car now going around the outside there. Really nice move getting down the inside, going up there towards that 10th place. And now Summit losing a bit of time there with the GT as well. So they're going to be losing out on that battle.
Yeah, good move from the analytical squad, and upper position goes Steve Lattimore, and back to the battle for third. So this is the one that we just kind of caught onto the end of with that incident. You can see there the Pursuit Sim racing car. I would suspect they're going to get a drive-through penalty. They're going to get a call from race control about that one. It depends on if it's reported and whatnot, but there's a dive anyway to the inside at Stowe. Seen that one work a few times. Not fought at all by Brownlee. Just kind of let it happen for Fusion Sim Racing. Smart move, I feel, Zach. If you're in that scenario, there's no point in fighting it too hard, especially if you're kind of expecting a penalty for the car behind. Oh, the one that's overtaken you. And also, even at this point in the race, it's just not worth fighting. It's not worth losing that kind of time over.
No, exactly, and it is all factored in an endurance. You know, you don't want to be fighting neck and tail. You know, this sort of, I say early on, at this sort of stage in the race, and especially as you say now, they're sort of expecting them to have a penalty. So yeah, it isn't worth losing time over. So they're better off just sticking behind. They know they're quicker, so why lose time trying to fight it when they're going to be in front anyway if they do get a penalty.
I believe I just had a call from race control, and it has indeed been a penalty applied to the Pursuit Sim Racing car. So they have received a penalty for their troubles on lap 79. As I said, kind of expected, is what it is. Just got to get on with it and do it from such a dominant position. That is not what they wanted, just a costly mistake. And by the way, whilst all this has been going on, talking of times running around the 47s, 46s, Job Stewart does seem a little bit faster in this stint of the race than when he jumped in the car for the first time, Cam. He's running 47.9s. He was running in the higher 49s in the earlier part of the race. Jared Filsell, though, he's just done very recently a 45.8. I'm pretty sure he lowered the best lap of the race to a 45.7 as well not very long ago. LOBS Esports, whilst one team falls by the wayside, they have come to the fore, and they are looking so strong right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And these those moments where you have this advantage are very important indeed. If you can get yourself those extra few seconds up the road, if you know that one team is struggling just a little bit and you get a fast driver in, that is all very important indeed, because that's really where you're going to gain the time and try and make it back effectively in the case of the 94 as well. But yeah, that 48, if it does go and sort of have a penalty as well, that's really going to hinder it having be a bit off kilter with the strategy as well. So that could be really crucial to this race. And there's only an hour and a half left for them to try and make up that time.
Yeah, we've got SSR currently on screen with Drop Bear Motorsports. It's the battle for P3 in the GT3 category. So we're seeing Porsches battling it out with BMWs. That Porsche, I brought it up a few times before, absolutely brand new to the iRacing platform. So some teams getting used to it. You know, if there's a car that's come out a few days ago versus a car that's been out for a good few months, you'd expect the differences. Now, obviously, excluding balance of performance and all that kind of luck, you'd expect there to be differences and struggles to get up to speed in the car, wouldn't you, Zach? Because it's brand new. There are some differences. It's leading at the moment and looking very, very strong in the hands of Team FA Alonso, and it's currently also got a second car on the podium in the form of the Drop Bear Motorsport car. The Porsche looks good. We'll go with that. The Porsche is looking pretty strong. Brand new, but they've figured it out very, very quickly.
Yeah, and we keep coming back to it, but it is experience, and they've done really well in such a short amount of time. iRacing, I haven't got much experience myself with it, but I'm assuming it is a very tough sort of platform to get up to speed, especially with a new car. So the fact it's leading and there's a double podium, the Porsche as well. Just goes to show how well they're coping with it and adapting, and it even comes down to, to driver setups, how crucial that the setups is, especially in endurance. You want it comfortable, you want it quick. So the fact they've managed to adapt to a completely new driving style, something they've not been affiliated with at all before, and the fact they've managed to swing together a pretty good setup for it as well is also remarkable, as well as fuel consumption, tyre wear, all of that having to be factored in at such short notice. It's pretty remarkable how well they're doing.
Yeah, Kobe Williams was having a bit of a snap of oversteer, I believe, there on the run into Brooklands. It's one of those cars that, particularly the GTE variant, I've not actually driven the GT3, although I have heard very good things about it. The GTE variant, though, like I was saying earlier, it's very predictable. It kind of makes sense when you're driving it. It's not too tail happy, unlike what you kind of expect from a Porsche. The Cup car is actually very much in that vein. It just makes sense. It's not insanely hard to drive, and I'd assume that the GT3, based on what we're seeing, is actually kind of in that vein as well. But Cam, with the circuits we've got on the calendar, it's such a wide variety of circuits. Not sure which tracks are going to favour which car, but you've got to kind of pick your car on the sort of the long run, on the expectation that you're going to struggle on some circuits. And if you go for a car with a decent straight line speed, you're expecting to go well at circuits at the start. If you've got a car that goes well on corners, you're more expecting here, maybe even Homestead Miami Speedway, and some of that really tricky intersection of the circuit where other bits of the car might be a bit lethargic.
Yeah, let's first of all see what Craig Ellis is going to do here, coming to Maggots and Beckett's. He's going to... he's going to have a bit of a slide there. Lost the rear on that sort of second apex as you flick to the right. And that's going to be him in the wall and having a little bit of damage to try and come back. How is his rejoin? Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah, so he's going to be now carrying on fairly decently in that one, but we're also getting some action here for the multiple GTs. We've got the GT3, GTE, Porsches all getting involved here. You can see definitely from the big diffuser who is going to be involved there, but we now got the United SimSport GTE sending it down the inside there of Pulse, and they're going to be getting through there into 4th place.
Are you taking a mick, Cam, that I couldn't pick them out earlier?
Was I not? Oh yeah, well
yeah. I can't tell the difference between the two Porsches. It's fine.
I actually don't find it like this is a G3. You can see.
You can see it's got bright orange on the front, mate.
He also goes for a spin there for Kestamac there in the 279 car. We've seen quite a few drivers actually losing the rear end a little bit. I know that is just a little bit of with the way that the driving is. You got to be careful. Especially under braking in those sort of that sort of sequence of the corner. You've got to be very careful indeed, as we're going to see Pulse try and come back at the moment. But I think one reason why the GTE could be quite predictable as well is because they actually made it a bit of a mid-engine car, didn't they? Yes. Whereas the GT3 is a rear engine. There's obviously some factors with that due to the fact of these GTEs now having these huge diffusers. You actually need the physical space, the real estate, to be able to fit that. And obviously the rear engine car has the weight just a little bit further forward rather than having it all hanging out the back.
Yeah, the GT is actually really quite, I was going to say quite pleasant to drive. It can be a little bit, doesn't feel of anything. Have you ever reached that point in the car where it's not understeering and it's not oversteering, it's just in between, and it's just sort of like, is this car going to do anything? Sort of in that vein, can get that way. There is a lot of damage on the front of the SimShed GT racing car. Certainly seems it needs to return to the shed, because it says #I am driven on the back as well. And we can tell that by the front, because oh my, that has had issues on the front end. I'd almost suspect it's probably in the vein that we've seen quite a few drivers have coming through Maggots, because once you get through the second apex on that, if you're losing the rear end, you're going at such high speed, there's only one place that you're going to go in that scenario, and that is in the wall. And yeah, in this kind of scenario, Zach, that car is going to be a fair write-off. It doesn't look pleasant to drive.
No, it doesn't at all look pleasant. And, Silverstone is pretty aerodynamically demanding. So to have that much damage is definitely going to be a handful. You can see that front bumper really sort of scrunkled up. So that's not going to be feeling very nice, especially with the understeer. But I suppose it is best to have a more predictable understeer than sort of damage to the rear end, because at least then you can sort of expect the understeer. With rear damage, you're sort of guessing. You might feel a bit of grip and then it's gone, and then you're in the wall and you've got some more damage. So it's better to sort of see the tree you're going to crash into than hear it.
Yeah, there is that. We've got this battle for 5th place as well on screen. Mac 1 eSports, they've got a couple of cars, one in GTE and one in GT3. They've not got a livery on this one though, so they need to sort that out. But either way, BD eSports right on the back. They've also got a couple of cars on the grid. Back to the question to Cam about car selection and picking a car for the whole season and where you're going to struggle. It's kind of a bit of a lottery, isn't it? You've especially if there's a brand new car, you're sort of thrown into it very last minute and being like, oh well, maybe we'll just take the Porsche. Not really test it very much. We'll just hope it works.
Yeah, there could be a factor with that maybe the teams who chose Porsche, they actually spent the last few days just 100% driving that Porsche and actually working out, whereas some of the other teams in the other cars maybe like, oh yeah, we've already got sort of a rough setup, yeah, we know Silverstone, and just sort of going into the race thinking that they're a little bit more prepared. We'll have to see how that one works out, but you can't really, in my opinion, you can't really choose a car for specific tracks on the calendar. Obviously, if you're doing every race at Le Mans and Monza, etc., you're going to have the car that's quickest in a straight line. But in just a regular season where you got your average tracks, you really just have to go with whatever you feel comfortable with, whatever you have maybe some good setups with, some good experience with, and some good knowledge, because going into the unknown is a very risky territory, and you can't really come back from it either. If you have a bad start to the season and the car's bad, yeah, even if the BOP changes and it helps you later on in the season, you still lost those points in the first couple of races.
Yeah, it's also, you don't know what's going to happen on the service, as we're seeing the battle for 4th place on board with, I believe, Pursuit Sim Racing 48 that's had a few issues. Job Stewart behind the wheel, slow off of Cops, got a bit of traffic as well, and as they dart their way through that, there is going to be a position switch, and off the road. That's not good.
Yeah, that was a bit of side-by-side action there, which you do not normally see at that sequence, Marcus and Beckett's sequence of corners, because it's really just a one-line sequence through there. So to have two cars trying to go side-by-side absolutely on the limit was always going to end up in a spin, and that is a bit unfortunate. So Job Stewart having a bit more contact in this stint.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, we'll take a look. So this is how Job Stewart got past as we'll ride on board. So had a bit of traffic ahead that just had to lift out, then gets past. The car comes through on the left-hand side, leaves his nose maybe a little bit optimistically down the inside here. I think there might have been a touch of netcode as well for good measure, but also the P2 that was going around the outside of him just maybe needed to give a little bit more room. Did the BD eSports car? Not 100% sure. We'll ride on board with Mark Gibson and have another look. Also behind this, by the way, I don't really want to throw him too much under the bus, but Kesselmack also spun whilst watching all of this happen as well. That was the blue and yellow Porsche, so not ideal. You can see how quick that goes.
That was weird, because the contact was actually like sort of before the apex. Yeah. Oh, there goes the Porsche spinning around. Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one. We'll have to see what race control comes of that. But they're still racing position. There's obviously still some overlaps as well. So yeah, a bit difficult depending on what the specific series racing rules are at that point of the corner. But certainly a tight situation and some more contact that we didn't want to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to call that. I'm going to pleasantly sit on the fence on that one, and I'm not going to ask too harshly for any of your opinions. But Zach, any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's Maggots and Beckett's, isn't it? You know, it's, as Cam said, it's very one-line orientated. So I feel like he was always sort of obliged to turn in. I mean, it was a bit optimistic for Job to sort of just stick his nose in, especially at such a fast corner. I get it into a heavy braking zone because you can afford to go that much later, but into such a fast corner, is it very wise, especially in such in an endurance race? It's not wise, but then again, it can swing both ways. You know, it's an endurance, so maybe just allow a little bit more room. But this is a pretty good battle now coming on for P8 between Rush Sim Racing and TM Racing. It's spicing up to be pretty good. Only 5 tenths between them. Yeah,
I'd kind of say for me in that scenario, if I was a driver in there, if I'm going around the outside, I'm committing to it. If I'm on the inside, if I'm in Stewart's position, I'm backing out of it. I am backing out of it. But either way, they have ruled it from race control as a a racing instance, so no penalty. I'd say that's fair enough. It's kind of one of those ones that's see people racing quite hard. So carry on as you will. I'm sure BD Esports might be a little bit frustrated by that, but it is what it is. And either way, that'll just continue in that way. Thick traffic ahead for Logitech G Altus Esports in the GTE category. They've got a 50-second lead, which if they do that over the next hour and 20 minutes, they'll nearly have lapped everyone in GTE. Not quite everyone, but they'll be in that. They'll be on track to not be too far behind. I'm not sure when they pitted though, Cam. I know you probably won't know too much either, but there are quite a few teams that we've seen, particularly more so in the LMP2 category, that are pitting a little bit earlier. They're all going to have to go for a splash at the end. I know it's only a 4-hour race, but tactically not the best call. Logitech G Altus is actually going longer than everyone else behind them, so never mind, ignore that point. But still, alas, to the point that some drivers are quite aggressive on when they're pitting in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think the main point for this car, really, the Logitech car, is they don't really... they got such a big lead, it doesn't really matter if they sort of need to do a little bit more heavy fuel saving. I think that they're actually in obviously such a good position that they can sort of control their pace just that little bit more and try and get themselves in a better position towards the end of the race. But the fact that they got this gap and their previous pit stop was later than other people as well, it certainly looks very good for them. And they're in a nice, comfortable position. They just need to obviously not do anything too crazy and just try and see out the race, really. And that is the main goal for them. But keeping that pace and concentration up is always the sort of the difficult factor when you've got such a big lead. The pressure goes off a bit, and that's actually where we can see more mistakes.
Into the LMP2 pit stop sequence, we've got Jared Filsell into the pit lane, so it's going to relinquish the lead to Shane van Gisbergen, who's going to go another 10 laps on them. I think it might be like 7 or 8 laps anyway, but maybe around 10 as we will drop out for just a second. Jared Filsell, though, just before that pit stop sequence that he's entered, set a time of a 45.3, right, which is, for, I'm throwing numbers out there. Cool, that's all very impressive. A 45.3 is a second faster than anyone else in category, and for most, 2 seconds faster. Zach, they are really, really pumping in the very, very good lap times at the moment. Jared Filsell, obviously they're into the pit lane now, but almost they're going to be very, very hard to beat in this scenario from their lead. The only thing that might cost them is pitting a bit early, although I think they're now roughly on sequence to pit roughly at the end of the race. So they're hard. They're almost impossible to beat, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, as you say, that is blistering pace. A second, maximum 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. That is something you don't often hear about, especially in endurance racing. Of course, there's being fast, and then there's being fast lap after lap after lap. But if they're managing to do this pace, keep their tires in check, keep their fuel loads in check, that is incredible. And to do that, they've been doing it for the last 2.5 hours, nearly 2 hours 50 minutes. That's pretty incredible, and I think it's pretty much a race for second place then at this rate.
They've had 2 drive-throughs, I'm pretty sure. We're not sure. I think Race Control have been on them and have given them. I'm sure it's in a big list of a document or whatever somewhere. But as far as we're aware, they've had 2 drive-throughs at some point through this race, which is not ideal. But to have come back, Cam, from 2 drive-through penalties and to be with about an hour and 15 minutes to go, to be in such a position of strength and dominance, that's really telling of their pace. And it shows, for me anyway, that for the next round in 3 weeks' time, that they've got to do a bit of work. That other teams have got to do a bit of work to get back on pace with them.
Yeah, nothing... there's nothing that changes about endurance racing apart from just getting towards the end of the race. Even if you have, drive-through or whatever, you just got to keep going and just see where your pace gets you. And in this case, they've got such a good pace advantage that even a couple of little issues here and there, it doesn't stop them. There's no reason to give up. They might as well just keep going. And they've managed to get, obviously, a lot of that time back. And when you're doing that sort of speed as well, we normally see a few tenths between drivers, maybe half a second on pure pace, but to go over into seconds quicker certainly seems that they've got to the pace. As you say, other people probably do need to do some work, and in the P2 category it's the exact same car, so People just need to maybe tweak the setup a little bit, get a bit more comfortable with the car when we head to the next round. But that is certainly quite impressive from that team so far.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, the LMP2 is quite a tricksy car to drive. She's kind of unstable a little bit, very tricky on power. I said earlier in the broadcast that yes, it's got traction control and all that kind of lot, but what if you speak to most LMP2 drivers in this and you ask them what's the most annoying thing about the LMP2, probably most of them will say that traction control is actually the most annoying thing, because it steps in. I mean, it steps in at what it will define as the right time. Of course it will, but you've actually got to throttle control yourself quite a lot, because if you go slightly too far, it doesn't just reduce power; it basically just cuts it off. And you've got to be very, very careful on the rear end, because the amount of times that you've left a corner and you're trying to apply the power, you get slightly sideways, and then the revs just absolutely drop. That's difficult. That's testing. I don't know how many times you've had that, Cam, in other cars or whatever, but if you've ever run anything like that, it's a frustrating experience, because you need the throttle to basically almost spin up the rear wheels to kind of keep you in check, right?
Yeah, it's my more favoured driving style, where you sort of have to use the throttle in the rear and the differential to try and get the car to turn. But if that is sort of too exaggerated, and maybe a bit with aero balance and that sort of stuff as well, and the car's just very tail happy and very unstable, it makes it very difficult to be consistent. And that's really the important bit of endurance racing, is the consistency. It's not just about your peak lap time, it's about your average lap time across the 4 hours, because effectively that is how you get the win. It's the person who's on average, or the fastest on average over the course of the race. So if you have a car that's doing all these weird things, you're just going to randomly lose a couple of tenths here and there in those corners, and that will add up a lot. So to get the car more stable with a bit of setup will obviously help, but a lot of that is just feel as well. You just get a muscle memory with how much throttle you can put at certain point in the corners, and you can only really do that with just driving the car, really, and getting more confidence with it, because it's not something you can really teach. You just have to get that feel and the balance on the pedals.
Absolutely. Still an hour and 10 minutes to go in the race. And so for some of these drivers, we are very much approaching that checkered flag at speed. And this is kind of one of those things of endurance racing these days, and this is in sim racing as well as it is in real life as well, is that back in the day, it was all about, driving. I wouldn't say slowly, because that is absolutely not true and a common misconception. They never drove slowly. It's about driving within yourself, within the car, right? Not pushing the limit, Zach. And these days, it's about pushing to the very limit all of the time. It's a 24-hour race. The longest one that we've got is an 8-hour race, right? 8 hours is a long time, but you miss an apex here, you miss an apex there, it really, really builds up. You need to be perfect for 8 hours straight, and that is mind-bogglingly difficult.
Yeah, it definitely separates the sort of the good from the great. Those who can do it for 8 hours and stay within sort of the limit. You want to be pushing the boundaries, and there definitely is a line between being quick and going sort of too quick. Like there is a difference between it, and as much as you do want to hit every apex and push the car to the limit, you do sort of have to take a step back. I mean, you want to finish the race, but if you are able to hit the apex, and drive with such precision and such speed and such consistency, the building blocks, the mere foundations of a great endurance racer, it does go a long way.
Yeah, consistency is key in this kind of environment, and this is kind of what we were saying before about your slowest driver. If they can nail the lap time, even if it's a second off or whatever, if they can nail that lap time basically every single time of asking, then that's kind of what you're looking for. In this kind of scenario, particularly in the LMP2 category, I'd say that kind of rule applies about hitting the limit and being on the very edge. Whereas in GTE and GT3, maybe less so, although that said, it seems to beat Logitech G Alta eSports and Team FA Alonso Kart Australia in those classes respectively. You need to be pretty perfect because they are driving phenomenally well. Back with coverage here at Silverstone, an hour and 10 minutes left to go in the race, and it is Apex Hunters United eSports 3 car that is leading the way. Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel at the moment, I believe going to the end of the race, but they have to stop in, I reckon, around about 2 or 3 laps, courtesy of their earlier issues. And once they drop into pit lane, there'll be, like I say, an hour and 5 minutes to go in the race. Means Cam, they are going to have to splash. You can't save 20 minutes extra on fuel. They're going to have to come in, do a pit stop, get a little bit of extra fuel in the car, showing that their issue earlier was pretty costly. Might still stay on the podium though, so I'm assuming that at least that'll be all right.
Yeah, avoiding that extra pit stop is so crucial. If you can avoid it, obviously if you have a few issues here and there, then yeah, that's just is what it is. But yeah, avoiding that is so crucial because going through the pit lane is the absolute minimum. Even if you have to take 2 laps of fuel and you're only going to be stopped for a few seconds, then you know you're still going to drive through the pit lane. So yeah, if you're splashing, you might as well splash a lot, I guess. But certainly something that you want to avoid if you can make it to the end of the race on a set number of laps. And especially even if, say, just with the way you're driving and you're going to be a bit short of the 4 hours and you're going to be a couple of laps short, you then only have to save those couple of laps over the whole 4 hours. Always almost a bit of contact there, as we're getting very close with these Porsches. But yeah, you'd only have to save that lap of fuel, 2 laps of fuel over the whole race. So that's a very small percentage here and there on each lap.
The Pulse Team Black car is that black and yellow Porsche that's just been dived by the LMP2 down at turn 1. That one's the Trick Esports PSG Chrome car for the prototype category, and being dived again. It's not worked out for Pulse Racing Team Black rather, and it's kind of how it is. Sorry, it wasn't the one that I was speaking. That was actually the analytical LMP2. Kind of get those two mixed up, same kind of colour scheme, and you can tell because it's the one behind. Kind of just like one of those things we've alluded to. The traffic issues a little bit awkward. You've also got a GTE in there that's in the same class as you that's trying to lap itself. There's that big lock-up that cost them the spot. That's close, Zach. That is as close as you wanted. I think there was a little bit of a brush between the two. Could have very easily pitched them round.
Especially when he's already turning. That's definitely going to be a sort of a heart in the mouth moment there. That is incredibly close. We're going to ride on board with it now. He's off the track. Timothy's going to turn in. And yeah, he sees in his mirror that is a slight bit of contact. But he's definitely going to be counting his lucky stars there that both of them managed to get away unscathed.
Yeah, TM Racing and Rushton Racing are battling it out quite close for 8th position in LMP2 as well. Just a little bit down the order, half a second between the two. As I've seen TM Racing in the wars quite a bit throughout today's action. They have been battling left, right and centre, and obviously continuing to do so. By the way, I believe there's been issues for the LOBS eSports number 10 car. That one is the one that has Richie Stanaway behind the wheel. They are in the pit lane. Brad Newman as well, and Mark Gibson. No, not Mark Gibson. Just Richie Stanaway and Brad Newman. They are having issues. They are still in the pit lane. I believe might be out of the race. I think they're still trying to get going, but they've not moved for quite a while. There they are. That doesn't look so good to me, Cam.
Yeah, it's never good when you see people sitting in the pit lane for quite a while, and even if they do get back going, they're going to be quite a lot of time and even laps down, as you can see on the tower as well. So that's not going to be too good for them, as we see Van Gisbergen there dive it up the inside, which is always such a very sketchy situation, and because obviously in these LMP2s your overspeed is so much. But yeah, for Stanaway there, not ideal for them, and that is going to really cost them in this race. But back to the front, you can see this car now has a 45-second lead. But as you say, pit stops are shortly going to be happening.
Oh, yeah, I mean, to be fair, just trying to do the maths. I've always said never trust the commentator's maths. They'll have to splash. They'll have to pit one more time, and then they'll have to splash afterwards. Bearing in mind it's a 45-second gap, which is obviously going to be eaten into quite a lot. If they're only taking fuel, I'm not saying this car's going to win. But yeah, especially if we get a safety car or something like that. Who knows? Who knows? An hour to go. Wouldn't rule them out. Nick Foster's saying we've got a race here, boys. So you never know whether he's talking about the 2 cars behind, or maybe he feels good about his own chances. We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, Shane van Gisbergen, though, pumping in as good a lap times as he can, doing a 45.95 on the previous lap. That is 4 tenths faster than the cars chasing him, so looking pretty good. Also, a bit of a shout, Job Stewart at the moment for Pursuit Sim Racing 48. Will say his pace a lot better now than when he first got in the car, did a 46.8. Don't necessarily rule that car out from a potential victory stab a bit later on in an hour's time, Zach, because they are, like I said, this is the thing, is that if you struggle earlier in the race, you know, you're maybe trying to push the car a little bit further than it can possibly go. When you first get in the car, you've got to drive within yourself. You know, you've taken over the car, you've taken over someone else's work. It's so easy to sort of push yourself into a mistake. I think that's an amazing recovery effort to get up to speed when you've struggled earlier in the race. No damage to confidence, just got on with it.
Yeah, and in racing, mentality is half of the job. You know, you have to be confident in yourself, in the car, in whatever. And you're driving with other people. You know, you have a sort of a botch setup. You know, you have a setup that needs to atone to everyone's driving style. So now, quick replay now. Nick Cummings through Max and Beckett, just getting a bit unnervy maybe into towards Chapel.
Oh, no.
Dives up the inside. That is a very odd place to have a bit of a spin there, and yeah, that's very, very strange. Not something you often see. I don't know what he was planning to do there. Maybe the car in front a little bit shaken up going into there, and Cummings just you know, not expecting him to be there. But going back to it, and that is Alexander. Big switch there through Cops Corner, and a big whack into the wall. That is going to be a lot of damage, and luckily that's not real life, because that would be probably a good concussion claim going to his insurance company. But going back to it about thinking, no, we've got another replay
there's more going on.
It's all kicking off now, and that is a bold move going around the outside there to get through. And when you're lapping a car, you don't want to be doing that, Lewis, at all. But yeah, going back to Stewart, confidence is key, and being able to build it up, and he hasn't been at all affected by that, especially, you know, we've knocked him. He's had a few incidents here and there throughout the race, but he's kept himself composed, he's kept himself going, and he's putting in good lap time, so he's definitely keeping the team there. He's only sort of 11 seconds behind second place, so in endurance, it's not as much. Say if it was, I don't know, 50 laps or so, 11 seconds, that'd be monstrous to catch up, but he's still there. He's put the pressure on, so he's doing a great job, it must be said.
Yeah, I think really has done a very good recovery effort. That was a little bit sharp over the front end of the back one GTE Porsche though, but regardless, yeah, 11 seconds. I don't know if he's going to be rolling it through to the end of the race, or whether he's going to be handing it over back to his teammates. I think he has completed his required time within the car now, so they could switch out. Obviously, as to our earlier discussion as to how they were going to play out the strategy and how you can do so. Strategy not being played out in this scenario is just about combat. Trick eSports getting to the inside of BVN eSports, Porsche versus Ferrari in the battle for the top 5 of GTE. Looking backwards from the BVN car, looking for a lunge, but there's no way through their cam, certainly not from that far back. This Ferrari's looking pretty tasty, man. We've seen it in the wars a bit, we've seen it have a few issues, a few mistakes, clearly putting that to bed and going on the attack.
Yeah, it needs to close up just a few more car lengths to really get a proper slipstream on one of these straights, but he's certainly getting a lot closer there. Is Trent Thomas, as he goes, he ruins all that work, and he's going to go off. To be fair, he saves that really nicely, but he's losing so much time trying to get back on the actual racing track as the one of the Apex Hunters coming past him. But yeah, that is not what you want to be able to do. Just a little bit wide, maybe a bit of a lock up there on the inside, and then that's all he had, but then got stuck on the grass rejoining.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a lock-up. As far as I'm aware, there's no flat spots in iRacing, but you do lose, and by lose percentage, I mean it's literally just like a divide by 2. And so it should be harsh, right? It's not quite that aggressive, by the way, because if you have 100% and you have one lock-up and then you get 50, that's pretty rough. But you lose an awful lot of percentage from lock-ups. Rather than it being a straight up flat spot. And so for them, yeah, those tyres are going to see better days. Although thankfully, we are in the pit lane sequence. If they were, they've not double stinted their tyres at any point throughout the race, so I don't think they were trying to do so in this scenario. So they're going to come into the pit, not yet, but they'll stick a fresh set of boots on and get themselves involved a little bit later on in the race. So it's not. It could be an awful lot worse. You do that at the start of the stint, and your day's going to look a little bit worse. Apex Hunters United Esports 3 into the pit lane. Shane van Gisbergen for the penultimate stop for them. All of the other LMP2s have already completed their penultimate stop, but with an hour to go in the race, you can't do 58 minutes in the car. You can do 45 and have a splash. The splash won't be particularly long, but with a pit lane that's so slow, Cam, it is going to be a costly one.
Yeah, so going from about 45 minutes-ish, so they're going to have to do about 13, maybe 12 minutes in terms of refueling, or in terms of laps of refueling their splash. So that's going to be a fair amount as well. They will be sat there for a couple of seconds longer than they would want to. And we now need to see where they're going to come out in the traffic, because then they all effectively have one stop to go. So we'll have to see where that comes out. But then also their stop will then effectively be shorter as well. So we'll have to see how that one balances out and what the gaps are.
They are out of the pit lane now and not very far behind. I know that just hold on to the gaps for a sec, because I'm pretty sure that they're not actually that far behind. There you go. They're 8 seconds, and they only have a splash to do. Meanwhile, everyone else has a full pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
How's that worked?
Well, pace, I guess. But that certainly could be
That's because they're better than
quite
us.
good. Yeah, it could be quite a good factor for them, because I would say if they're effectively going to be only filling up maybe a third of the tank, that's probably going to be quicker than 8 seconds, surely.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I would assume at the moment they've maybe not filled the tank up massively, but because why would you fill it up maximum at the moment if you know you've got to come in for a splash? Don't bother. But it does mean that because they're also going to come in for a splash and they're going to have to come in for a full stop. Essentially, if you can close that gap down to them, you're looking pretty gold. Although now the fuel difference between them is obviously a lot closer, and Jared Filsel's a very, very quick driver. Zach, it's going to be a hard gap to close down. If there's a man that can do it, Shane van Gisbergen is probably it.
Yeah, he's shown absolutely incredible pace sort of all race long. So it's a big gap, but if there is a man to do it, as you say, Lewis, definitely going to be him. It is just about crunch time now. Get the laps in, clear this traffic would definitely be a good thing. What's happened here further back? There's been a bit of a kerfuffle maybe, or is this a battle going on? The Ferrari's closed up?
We have just got it in. Safety car is out. A safety car has been called by race control. This is the random. So there's a fact in the rule book that Ewan was talking about, that there's a percentage chance that it's a 0 or between 0 and 3 safety cars across the race. We have had it just called from race control that a safety car has been called. That is why they're coming into the pit lane to get some fuel. Might relinquish some of the strategy that we were seeing unfold there fairly interestingly. This is what we're saying about strategy. Safety cars, depends on when they're deployed, can make things interesting, can make things not. For some teams, this will work out. For others, very, very much so. What a time.
So that is very interesting with the Apex Hunters United number 3 car just coming in as well. So they're effectively, I'm sure they're going to come in and top up, because they might as well. But that, which they have already done so. But that puts them in an interesting situation compared to everyone else, because now everyone, at least in the LMP2s, can't get to the end of the race, because even with the safety car, they won't be able to save that length, maybe another sort of 7 laps of fuel that they'll have to save. So that's going to turn it into a bit of a sprint race towards the end of this race in that category.
By the way, I'm actually getting, at least from what I can see, it's not a random safety car. This is actually one that's been legitimately called. So essentially the way it is in this series is that if you have a crash where your car has received terminal damage or something in that vein, that you can no longer continue. You essentially have it where you can't escape. The standard thing in sim racing is just to hit the escape key and forget about it, as Adam Simpson went for a spin just before this pit lane sequence. You request from race control can I escape? Can I return to pit lane? In a sense, in the real world, it's like, can you please bring out the marshals to rescue me, right? And then race control makes a decision, whether it's a safety car or not in this scenario. Why not? That car, I believe, is the Pulse Racing Team Blue car that is off on the exit of Village. Not sure what's happened to them, but they are off there anyway. Yes, sure, well out of the way, but why not have a safety car? Why not spice this race up a little bit? And yeah, I actually think, Zach, for one team that's really not worked out for is the Apex Hunters United eSports 3 car, because they were in a position where they were going to get by people because of like strategy. I think their next pit stop was going to be shorter than everyone else's, whereas now they have to do everything completely legitimately and with pressure from behind. It's pretty tough. This here is the safety car. This is race director Simon Black. Saves it from being the AI safety car, which can muddle things up a little bit. Just makes it a little bit simpler in this scenario if it is all done manually. So this is our safety car. But yeah, I'm not sure, Zach. If you're in this scenario, like I say, it's worked out for some, not for others. For LOBS Esports, I actually think this might work out more so in their favour.
I mean, it is difficult because they did have a 12-second gap they had to close, and that is now closed. So that's that for them. They've closed the gap that they have to close. But as you say, they've got now the pressure from behind. Everyone's bunched up. Everyone's close together, and it really does spice things up. So it could go either way. And as we were going on about earlier in terms of fuel, it's going to be a bit of a sprint towards the end. This last sort of 50 minutes of this race is going to be very interesting, and I'd say I'd hedge my bets on sort of any of the top three because they've all shown really good pace. But yeah, it's a tough one to call. We'll find out when the checker flag drops.
Yeah, certainly will. Not sure when this safety car will be in. I'm assuming more so once everyone has lined up, and then we'll get things back underway here at Silverstone. The safety car out in the final 50 minutes of the race means we are very much engaging sprint mode, aren't we? Aren't we, Cam? Because this is going to be some tough action for them to follow. And I get the vibe, safety cars breed safety cars. Down into Village on the restart from this, things are going to get tricky.
Yeah, this is one sort of positive of it though, because we were only really looking at maybe a two-way fight for the lead, maybe a three-way fight for the lead now, and especially in the lower categories, there's only really a one-way fight for the lead. But now that's all been bunched up, and we're effectively getting a 45-50 minute sprint race towards the end of the 4 hours of Silverstone. So that's one reason why this is really good, because what we're going to have is all the teams now reset back in position like a race start, and they're just going to go absolutely hell for leather as we get towards the end of the race, which is obviously a good thing, whereas if it was spread out, we'd only be looking at one or two cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe this is so. Obviously, we're focused more so on the LMP2 side of things. They will have cars between them, but it does mean that the gaps that Logitech G Altus Esports had has been mostly eradicated. Of course, there are a lot of cars between them, so it's actually not going to work out so great for everyone else. But yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. But for those categories, again, the race has been brought back in, and there is potential for anyone else to take advantage of mistakes, isn't it? Because whilst it's like this, it's danger for everyone. And if you're the lead car, if you get spun around and you're a GT3, if you're the Team FA Alonso car, Australia car, if you get spun around, that car that was 60 seconds back is no longer 60 seconds back. He will pass you if you make a mistake. I don't know. Yeah, for that scenario, it's going to be tough. Cam, your heart in this scenario, if you're second place, you feeling good? If you're leading, are you feeling good?
Oh, if I was in Van Gisbergen's position now, so second place, as Zach said, that gap has, yes, he would have had the shorter pit stop, but at least he has no track position or track distance to gain. He's right in front of him. They've all just made pit stops. It's going to be a fairly level playing field. It's all about who is going to be the better driver towards the end of the race. And I would be in such a confident position if I was in his shoes. I'd be a little bit more sort of nervous now if I was in the LOBS number 94, because you'd then again be thinking, oh, he's right behind me now. Oh, I'm in the lead. And yeah, I'd much prefer actually to be in second place at this point in the race.
I'm just hearing what's being said in sim as they're all kind of deciding what's going on. I believe we've got another lap before we sort this out, as they've just got a lot of cars to try and work their way through. They're trying to do this in the fairest way possible. It's kind of one of those things where it's a bit of a scenario of you don't want teams losing a lap courtesy of the safety car, right? Which is where things get really, really complicated in this scenario. And this is why we have race direction, because they can take from an outer view to organise everyone just a little bit better. Here's Kester-Mac. So this is the incident, this is the issue that's happened. So you can see there's already an awful lot of damage. There's so much damage on that car. The rear left suspension is broken. I'm going to take a guess that it's been off somewhere fairly recent. This is coming down into club. There it is at turn 1. That's a hard hit.
Oh, the front of that car is like squashed inwards. It's you can see how much shorter the car is. Yeah, huge hits there. Funny place to go off actually, because it's a right-handed corner and he's on the left side of the runoff as well. So even if you were to turn into the corner then lose the rear end, your car would still naturally go out to that part. So he's obviously had some. Possibly even a previous issue before that, or some sort of failure. That's yeah, bit of a weird one. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be out, or at least having to be towed back, which is why we've got this safety car. And by the time we get to the end of the lap, we're going to have about 45 minutes left in the race.
Right.
But they pitted some 5-10 minutes ago, so I think we're going to see a lot of splash and dashes as we get towards the end of this race. But maybe someone actually does that maybe in 10-15 minutes time to get out of the way early, to try and sort of do something different on the strategy.
So just hearing from Simon Black of Race Direction that we are going green this time by. I was going to say if the safety car was out for one more lap, I was going to follow on from what you were saying. Wouldn't it be interesting if one of the LMP2s, maybe 8th, 9th, 7th position, something like that, if they dive into pit lane, refuel what is left in the tank? Because you could do roughly 45 minutes. It's tight, but you can do it. You're avoiding coming into pit lane. Maybe it'd work to move you up the order. Either way, I don't think we're going to get that question answered, as we should be going green this time by. Zach, 45 minutes left to go in the race. They've got to get aggressive now. They've got to get a move on. But is there still a potential chance of being a little bit more patient on this restart and avoiding some of the carnage and chaos?
Well, it's the greatest opportunity some people have perhaps had all race. You know, everything's mitigated, everyone's close together now as the safety car is being released, but yeah, everyone's close together, so you're going to want to make these positions up early. And with such a short, you know, relative time left in this race, only 45 minutes, you're going to want to get these positions done. It could be your only opportunity.
Absolutely. Obviously, pace very, very slow now. We're in control of Jared Filsell. Not sure when he's going to absolutely send this, and whether it's going to be any time shortly or whether they have to wait until the start-finish. The safety car is in the pit lane now, so Filsell in control. Shane van Gisbergen is going to be right on his rear end, ready to pounce as we ride on board with the Kiwi, ready to find his way through. Of course, if you were able to go at this point, you don't want to go too early because you're instantly into a braking zone. I do believe it is on the start-finish straight where they'll go. Cam, Shane's got to make this stick early straight away, surely.
Yeah, I would be trying to send this as soon as possible as we get to the first opportunity, even down into sort of turn 3 and 4. I think that's where he's really going to have to send this.
Restart then, hopefully for the final time before we get things underway. Shane van Gisbergen nearly jumped the start there. That might be the best opportunity for Filsell to go, and he has absolutely gone down the road. The car directly behind him is not for position. That one's the Summit Sim Sports car that's just a little bit further down the road and a lap down on this lot. So it is still a two-way battle for the race lead, of which it does seem like the LOBS eSports car has just managed to hang on from Shane van Gisbergen, hunting in the Apex Hunters United eSports car. No way through at the moment though, Zach.
No, not at the moment, but he's tucked right in the slipstream now, coming down the Wellington straight. He's tucked in, he's pulled to the inside now, running through Brooklands. He's going to take the lead, but can LOBS stick it around the outside? No, he can't. So up into the race lead, a good move into Brooklands, but he's still all breathing down his backside through Luffield, and he might have another look maybe towards Stowe.
Apex Hunters then hit the front of the race. Great move there from Shane van Gisbergen, but let's be real here. This is absolutely not done. Jared Filsell on the rear end. Oh, he's not going to try anything down into Cox. I don't think he's going to try anything down into Maggots, Baggots and Chapel, but there will potentially be that move down into Stowe. You can see him already sort of lifting out, saving a little bit of fuel, playing the patient card and trying to carry the speed through this section. Watch his exit and let's see if he makes that one stick. This is two of the fastest drivers on the grid, battling it out toe-to-toe for victory here, Cam. Fantastic stuff.
And they really need to balance out how aggressive they go because there's still plenty of time left in the race. But this opportunity is so good because the cars are still so close together. There's been no opportunity for them to spread out. But Van Gisbergen's doing a really good job so far. He's actually been able to pull away just a few car lengths, actually. And he's been able to defend. But we do have the cars coming in behind. That car, I should say, immediately behind the 94 is actually a car lap down as well. But they are still going to be there getting involved. And that's going to take a bit of the eyesight away from Philso.
But yeah, also you've got the 69 directly behind that. That is a car that is battling it with the Summit Sim Sports car for a little bit further down the road, 8th position. It's a little bit awkward though, isn't it, Zach, that you've got two cars battling. And if you're the 55 at the moment, you kind of want to get on with it. There was nearly a dive. Oh, we've got contacts and stuff here in the background. Don't know who that was. I think it might well have been one of the Porsches from the GT3 category going backwards down at Club. It's hard to pick them out. Chris Dale, I believe it was. And oh, yeah, tricksy stuff. This is exactly what we were talking about on the restarts and this kind of section of the race, that it's going to be tricky, Zach, and we're certainly seeing it.
Yeah, as you said, safety cars, breed more safety cars, that is never going to work. That is extremely optimistic, and that is just wrong place, wrong time for Chris Dale, unfortunately. Not all his fault, and now suffering the consequences. And with everyone so bunched up, that crash is going to be magnified so much for. This is now Richie Domingo now coming through. No, it's not. This is now Pickering getting his way through. Warren Pickering now coming through. This is Club, and that was he just a little bit clipped on the curb there, unsettled the rear, Lewis?
Certainly looked like it, just touching it. When you're unloaded through such a high section of racetrack, you clip the rear on it ever so slightly. The curb's quite high on the inside there at the final corner and can just send you for a spin. I've had that one myself in other cars, not so much in the P2. But either way, at the moment, it is a gap that is being built by Shane van Gisbergen at the front of the field as we're running on board with Todd George in the Carbon Esports purple car on the Magan Turbo Motorsport car that has had their rear end fixed. They did have that bent upwards earlier in the race, got smashed up the rear a little bit down into T3 and now have that one all repaired courtesy of the fast repair. Slipstream's going to make things a little bit harder for Todd George, isn't it, Cam? Because just able to keep the Magan Turbo Motorsport car ahead for now.
Yeah, there's so many cars just up ahead though. I think this could be start to get a little bit awkward in the braking zones. If these cars start to get really close to each other, you start slipstreaming, you start having that concertina effect. With all the overspeed of multiple cars, you have to really judge it to perfection, especially when you're the Magan Turbo car. Just ahead of this, you got that, I think it's the BMW just in front of them, and you just have to really judge that, where you go for the overtake and where you try and get past. And looks like he's going to be getting up the inside of turn number 1. And now Todd George just getting held up there a little bit, actually. So this battle is just going to open up just a little bit there. But that is obviously what happens when you get a car who's slightly out of position going through there. But Todd George now just needs to try and get his car back there in a good position. Although there's another car that's being spun around there. We've seen quite a few cars having some spinning at this track.
I thought that might have been the United Sim Sports car, but I don't believe it was. It was one of the matte black cars. I got Jamie Budd here, going to have potentially another incident. That's losing the rear end and then losing it once again, overcorrecting, going back to the other side, going to slide back onto the racetrack. Nicely slammed onto the brakes though to avoid. This is Kyle George. There's the contacts. This is how things are going to unfold. We're going to see this black Porsche go backwards as it's that's not very smart. That's not great. I get it. You've been moved out of the way by a higher class. Little bit annoying. 100% with that. But you can't then just send them into the next corner.
Yeah, it's like a pinch point there down into turn 4, because you always feel if you get a good run out of turn 3, that you can send it down the inside of the hairpin, but it never, for some reason, just the way the corner's designed, never always went. Oh, wow, that was almost a GT3 coming back on in front of those GTEs. That was so close to a big accident. Oh my God, I don't know how they managed to survive that one, but yeah, so yeah, still Todd George trying to get past some of these GT3 portions. Let's see a replay of this, how close this was.
Yeah, I believe it might have been. We've got the Mach 1 car. It might be the BD eSports car that is spun around here. Certainly is a little cheeky bit of netcode in there. And then instantly accelerates it towards the racing line. Woo-wee! That is close. That is a very, very close, Zach. You don't want to get much closer than that.
No, not at all, especially through a corner like that. They're going so fast, they're so bunched up. He put the foot down to try and get out of the way. This is a nice little lunge down the inside from Mario to get himself onto the podium places. That was a pretty good move there, and now under pressure still is that Porsche around the outside through the loop. That's a pretty nice, hefty move. I don't know if that's a different class or not. That's always going to work, but still optimistic to get his way through the traffic. But yeah, that was very, very close.
All right, Cam wouldn't have made that mistake. You know that the first time that Cam makes that mistake, picking a GT3 out rather than a GTE, I'm going to be on him like a car bonnet, mate.
It's it's obviously easy mistake to make. And as you said earlier, there's also
Zach is an easy mistake, not for me.
No, that's a bit harsh, Cam.
The other side also, there's, as you say, there's the Porsche Super Cup as well. So there's also another version of the 911, all different, slightly different specs and speeds as well. So good to see Porsche really having a big sort of effort in the world of motorsport. But let's take a look now back at the leader, Van Gisbergen for Apex Hunters United eSports number 3, still out there in the front, but this gap is still staying fairly close, so I think LOBS are going to be getting a bit closer in the next few laps.
Lap times are really, really good between these two. 45.9, 45.5. The fastest lap of the race does belong to the car directly behind the Apex Hunters United car. That LABS eSports car, Zach, has set the fastest lap of the race. It was a little while ago at a 45.3. Their last lap was a 45.5. They are incredibly fast, these two, much faster than most of the other LMP2 field, trying to pull it away. Shane's under an awful lot of pressure here at the moment from Phil Sell behind, who just seems to be using that slipstream to close up.
Yeah, I mean, they both want this win. These are two tyrants of the LMP2 field. They are absolutely flying at the front and separated by such fine margins so far into the race. Of course, aided a little bit by the safety car, but this is going to be very, very close. You've got Phil Sell breathing down Shane's neck, and it's going to be on Shane to really have to deal with this pressure. He is now fighting for the race lead for the top category with less than 40 minutes to go, coming up to around about half an hour left to go. So it's such fine lines, and Phil Sell now on the attacking, and the Apex Hunter is becoming the Apex Hunted.
Very good. The GTEs and GT3s don't have to return to pit lane. They will all have finished their final pit stop sequence. They probably would have even finished it before the issues in the safety car. LMP2s, though, we still are expecting them coming in for another splash, as R1 Sim Sports in that purple Mercedes under an awful lot of pressure from Drop Bear Motorsport at the moment in this Porsche. These two clear it away from fourth position behind, so they're battling it away for the podium in their own time. But it's just about how they're doing it. You know, they've got 40 minutes or 35 minutes to battle this one out and find their way through, Cam. They don't have to rush this move, does Cody Williams, because let's be honest, the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia, despite the safety car, they're still miles down the road. Just play it out, make a good clean move, but it does seem to be on that we could potentially see a Porsche 1-2.
Yeah, you still want to be making that opportunity when you get it, but obviously that what we're saying is you don't really have to go to the absolute limit. What have you seen?
P1. Oh, it was very, very close. They just got held up a little bit in traffic, but P1 and LMP2 just got caught by traffic, and I was wondering if Jared Philsell was going to absolutely send it down into Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. I don't think he has. I say I don't think he has. He definitely hasn't. He might be going through here, though, Cam.
Yeah, this is starting to get very close. He's now getting the slipstream a little bit too far to dive there into Stowe Corner. Shane getting a really nice late apex there. It's going to give him a good exit as we come down to the final chicane, where it is always a very good diving opportunity as well. But Van Gisbergen being very good on those brakes. So Phil Sill's got to be quite a sort of opportunistic when he gets the moment in that traffic, as you were mentioning. That's really going to be one of the main places to overtake. When you get, if you see here, gets really close with that Lamborghini Huracan, I think that was in that part of the track. You've got to be careful to not get held up, as you see Van Gisbergen there really trying to dive it now down into the loop, because that is going to be such an important exit out onto the back straight.
There's something that will put a smile on your face is watching these two battling it out through traffic. And trust me, this traffic will get thicker as the laps go on, because much similar as it was in the early stages of the race, where they're coming up against a pack of GT3s and GTEs, that's going to happen to these again. And I'm sure that will play into the cards of, well, one of these, whether it'll be the leader, whether it'll be the chaser. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things that luck will only tell us. Again, they will still have to return to pit lane. Zach, they are coming up against a pack of cars. You can see them in the distance as we're riding on board with the LOBS eSports car.
Yeah, this is such a crucial part now, and this could open a door for LOBS to maybe find an opportunity through. You can see dying to the inside, having to follow him through now through Magnus and Beckett's around the outside. Going to be the inside. You can see he is using him to follow his way through this traffic, to stay so close. He wants to be breathing down his neck and right tucked up into that slipstream coming towards Stowe. A little bit too far back maybe to go for an opportunistic lunge on this particular occasion, but it is such fine margins, and this big traffic because of the safety car, everyone's so close together. So yeah, it could go either way. Maybe Apex could open a lead from maybe finding a way through that LOBS couldn't, or LOBS could time that a little bit better, get a good exit and find his way through.
Pursuit Sim Racing 48 into the pit lane. They are going to take their splash as early as possible and try. That is actually, I'm thinking about that now, it's genius. What a smart move to try and do it. If we head back up to the lead, because I'm pretty sure they were darting once again through traffic as we now look. Oh, it's so tight once again between these two. There are battles coming in left, right and centre, courtesy of that safety car. But with how things are, Cam, every lap that you're held behind, not great. The reason I'm saying for Pursuit Sim Racing coming in now is a great idea, because you're getting out of all of this thick traffic. You could potentially gain time. I really like that call.
Yeah, the lap that these P2s have just caught up, they've done a whole lap effectively. They're lapping for the first time since the safety car, all these GTs. That is obviously the first real opportunity you get to try something different on the strategy, and I would agree. Pitting now, getting out of the way of that, out of the heavy traffic. You're still going to get bits here and there, but getting out of the heavy traffic is really the important factor here. But these two are fighting so hard, they're probably not even thinking about that one just yet. They just want to keep this track position, and Van Gisbergen is holding on, but he's getting so much pressure from Filso as we have another whole train of GT3 cars for them to get through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too bothered myself whether they pit in now or whenever. If they pit at the same time, that'd be great, because I'm really enjoying this battle, Cam. I get the feeling this might well be it for Jared Filsell. He's going to try and go to the outside at Stowe. He's going to commit to it. I'm not sure it's going to work. It's not one that will do so just yet. Brave, maybe on the final lap of the race it'll work. Right now, not so much.
It's getting so close between these two drivers. They've got to be so careful there. You saw Van Gisbergen getting so close, I think, to the BMW coming out onto the hangar straight. You've got to judge. You just have split-second decisions to judge those distances and to make sure that you're not getting caught up. Here's going to be a very awkward situation, because he's going to catch this Porsche right in the middle of turn 2, and going around the outside there is a very tricky situation, but he's managed to get through there rather nicely, and he's actually managed to pull a couple of car lengths, but he's gone for the dive there, and he's going to be held up just a little bit, although the Porsche actually gets out of the way now coming through turn 3, but that's put a car in between him and his opponent. But once again, getting caught through these corners just a little bit, he might just have to lift off, and then that is where the big overspeed is going to come.
Once they've cleared this, though, I believe this might well be the Logitech G Altus eSports car that they're just going to clear next. Certainly is the leader in the GTE category, so it should be a little bit less thick from now on. They've got the Fernando Alonso car, and like you say, car between them. Gap has been built, Zach. That is exactly what SVG and Apex Hunters wanted, because Nick will be watching on. He'll be over in his ear telling him roughly how things are playing out right now. That was about as good as it could have been with that thick level of traffic.
Yeah, that is definitely the most ideal situation for Shane at that point, and has managed to allow him to open up a few tenths gap and alleviate that pressure, at least for the time being. But Phil Sell is not letting off at all, and they've still got a little bit of traffic to clear, so it might still work out in Phil Sell's favour for the time being. You can see he is not lifting off at all. He is darting his way through the traffic and still trying to close that gap as much as he can, and he's still all over the gearbox of that Apex Hunters race car.
There's battle for second position as well in GTE. Let's not forget that plenty is going on in this race. Since that restart, we have got battles left, right and centre. You've got the Apex Hunters 69 diving it to the inside, trying to get through some traffic. It might well open the door for the Pulse Racing Team Black car that we're focused on at the moment, the 179. TM Racing into the pit lane once again, just trying to escape their way from traffic, although I think that one might be a little bit too late of a call, as you've already cleared most of the traffic by this stage, Cam. That scenario maybe a little bit too far on the end, as we are in some clean air at the moment. But either way, with these battles up and down the order, second position is very much not done. Logitech G Altus eSports are behind this though. What has happened to them? They are in fourth position. They were the leaders for such a long period of time. Maybe they pitted and had a little bit of a splash, not sure.
Yeah, and they had a decent lead as well, even after the safety car restart. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something to do with a pit stop for a splash and dash, but that is a bit weird considering when the safety car was, and the fact that they would have probably just pit around that time anyway to get towards the end of the race. So we'll have to see if we can sort of find anything out that happened to that car. But there's only sort of seconds that we're talking about as well. It's not a huge amount of time that they are there in, I think, the fourth place at the moment. So hopefully they can try and get that one back. But we've gone back to this battle for P9 and 10. And these guys they've got a bit of a gap in front of them, but they at least want to battle themselves and try to see who can get inside the top 10.
Carbon Esports' GTE effort with the LMP2 as well, diving it through the inside. Here's the battle for the race lead. Once again, Jared Filsdale trying to send it around the outside. No way through. Shane van Gisbergen covering it off nicely at Stowe, still awaiting them to dart into the pit lane, almost trying to lull the car behind to maybe make that call a little bit earlier and then absolutely stomp on it. I say that, but they are stomping on it as hard as they can, setting as good lap times and being aggressive through traffic. It's been a fantastic display to see them punch their way through the traffic whilst defending, whilst attacking, whilst doing all of this. It's kind of one of those beautiful things that you want to see in endurance racing, Zach, is obviously having two cars battle is all well and good, but then when they've got to, it's like weaving through rush hour traffic. It is a fantastic sight when seeing it done by people who know what they're doing.
Yeah, there is a thousand things going on for them at the moment. I think we're about to take a quick look now at a GT3 car. We're on board with Kircher now, getting to the inside of his fellow Porsche, and that should be a pretty plain sailing move now towards Stowe, and pretty nicely done there. But going back to the fight for the race lead, they've got 1,000, maybe even more things going on, and that has just been completely exaggerated with them having to get through traffic. Look in their mirrors, where is he? How can I get through? And it is great because these two are absolutely incredible drivers, and they've shown that over the last 3 hours, 34 minutes and 24 seconds. They have been on it for the entirety of this race, and it is still too early to call at the moment. You can see sparks flying now as Shane is absolutely on the limit. You can see Phil Sell all over the back of him. He needs this good exit through Chapel, but he just hasn't got that. He's not quite quick enough, and Shane is white lining this car as much as he can, making that diffuser as wide as he can.
Yeah, the dirty air just really slowing down the 94 behind. Kind of what would be expected. These cars are medium to high downforce. They do stick to the road quite a bit, and obviously with that, they drop off a fair amount of dirty air themselves. Not quite as much as what you'd expect from something like, obviously, a Formula 1 car or anything like that. But they do still drop off quite a lot. It is hard to stick to the rear end, and it's why that move at such an early stage from Shane van Gisbergen was important. Going to dart through a little bit of traffic. And what you're seeing here, Cam, is that any time that van Gisbergen goes for a move on traffic, Phil Sell is trying to follow him at the same corner. It's not waiting until the next one. It's not waiting for the next opportunity. It's sending it straight through as quick as possible. Battle for second in GTE is now a four-way fight. Logitech G Altus eSports are right on the back of Pulse Racing Team Black as that battle is hotting up, Cam.
Yeah, certainly getting very close between these guys, and this is a good opportunity for Logitech G Altus eSports to try and get past back up, at least into that second place. They do have quite a big gap to first, at least if they need to do that on pace towards the end of the race. But this is going to be a good opportunity for them to try and get these couple of positions, because if all goes well, they might be able to get them almost at the same time, with them being directly ahead of them, although they are the exact same car, so overtaking in that regard is going to be just that little bit more difficult, because they obviously all will have fairly similar performances. But I think we're going to get a couple of replays to see what is going to happen further down the field.
Is Henry Thomas Kircher, who we saw get by a little bit earlier, and then goes for a spin of his own accord a little bit too quick into Maggots, now almost reversing into it. Here's Todd George once again. We've seen him a few times, and he was under a fair amount of pressure, a little bit too much curb. There is the pressure from the inside, and then covering it off. You can't move in the braking zone like that, and sent him spinning. That almost took out the GT3 leader as well, for good measure, in the middle of all of that. So back to the battle for second position. As you were saying, Cam, about you're in the same car. It's hard to overtake, but at least you know the strengths and advantages, and that's where the best drivers sort of pick themselves apart in this scenario. Is they start to understand where the other car is weak, where the other car is strong, and how to take advantage of that. Nearly going for a dive to the inside. That was going to be ambitious.
Oh, and I think he's actually going to... Oh, I thought he might actually get just a good enough exit to try and do a move around the outside into this final chicane. He's got the gap ahead of him to try and do that, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to just do that at the moment. But they're certainly getting very close. This is certainly concertinaing up, so I wouldn't be surprised if these three drivers effectively swap around in their positions in total towards the final part of this race. But let's see how close they get now, coming through turn number 1 and 2, coming to another really big braking zone, and an opportunity for some outbraking. Oh, is that a bit of contact there actually between the Pulse car and the BVN?
Yeah, I mean, you were saying about outbraking, and literally exactly what we're seeing. They're going for the undercut, but not quite enough from Andrew Carl for Logitech G-Altus eSports. Their record, I distinctly remember when looking for Altus eSports, their record at things like the Daytona 24 and iRacing is actually really very good. I believe they've won it a couple of times from memory. I've got my stats sheet from that from a little while ago, but their experience knows no bounds. This is going to be it for a position, surely, going into Luffield. Was sort of committed in there, trying to go around the outside. Is Pulse Racing Black. There's contact between the two. It's going to be 3 wide, potentially onto the old start finish straight. Not quite yet. It'll be the inside going into Cop's Corner, as Logitech G-Altus eSports are going to try and get by Pulse Racing Team Black. BVN eSports at the head of this field at the moment. They're going to be side by side, still committed. This is beautiful stuff, Zach. They remain in the positions that they started this battle somehow, but this is really quite incredible.
Yeah, it really is. Huge respect between all three drivers now. He's trying to set himself up. Andrew through Chapel needs a great exit. You can see practically pushing the man in front of him now, and they're pretty much going to be bumper to bumper to bumper. Here's Andrew pulling to the outside, looking for it around the outside of Stowe. We've seen it done, and it is definitely possible. They're going to be 3 abreast now towards Stowe on the inside. The BVN eSports going to claim this position. Is he? Yes, he is. They're going to try and go. There's a bit of contact. Oh no, 2 of them are off. He's managed to hold it, and is that one of them? There's the United Sim Sports off, and that is a big shame. Or was that the Pulse Racing Team? My apologies, but it's really allowed the United Sim Sports back into this race, and it's still a 3-horse race between them, and it's not over yet. That is a big swallow of curb there from Logitech. Was it? I'm not entirely sure. Was it BVN? But they're still going to be bumper to bumper to bumper. This is incredible racing, Lewis.
Yeah, it really is. BVN currently leading this little battle. Then this is for second position, as you said. United Sim Sports GTE. They are a part of this in that completely matte black car. Really does stand out. I think it looks fantastic in its simplicity. Yeah, we'll try and take a look back at what happened with Pulse Racing Team Black. There's a little bit of contact between themselves and BVN just on the exit of Stowe. Open the door for Logitech G-Altus eSports to gain that position, and of course for United Sim Sports to grow their way a part of this battle. But it's tense stuff. It is tight. You get the feeling that something dramatic is going to happen, especially when you've got LMP2s coming through to lap them as well. That's the Trick Esports one. Let's take a look once again. This is what happened with Pulse. They're going around the outside. There's contact just about there, and it just unloads them. The lightest brush. For me, I don't know about you, Cam. I think it's hard racing between the lot of them. They're racing it. They're pushing it to the very limit. This is tough stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any direct fault between any of those drivers. There's just three drivers going to the absolute limit. And when you have the tiniest bit of contact, that Pulse car was all the way on the outside there as well out as managed to get up into second place there. But the Pulse car was right on the limit, any tiny touch, and they were going around. But yeah, we've had a change in second place. So somewhere during this... Oh! GT3 spinning up ahead of them as well. So loads of incidents and collisions. Didn't really see who that was. Hopefully we can get a replay. But that is, quite an incredible piece of battling we're seeing at the moment.
We're going to see another look at this overtake. This is running down into Maggot, so it was done off of Cop's corner and up into second position. Andrew Carl made that move stick, so pretty nice and clean. I do believe as well that potentially there was a dart to the pit lane, certainly was, from BVN, so they've come into the pit lane to take a splash. Questions as to why they didn't pit under safety car. I don't get that one. And I'd ask the same question, I do believe as well, to Logitech Gialtis eSports, who potentially also fell foul to that mistake. Speaking of pitting recently, LOBS eSports, the 94 car, has been into pit lane to take that splash so they can go to the end. Still waiting for the same to come in for Apex Hunters United eSports. And to be honest, most of the other drivers inside the LMP2 field. What a battle that was. Seems like, Cam, we can take a bit of a breather.
Yeah, they've just spread out a bit now with Post obviously having that spin, BVN going into the pit lane. Logitech Gialtis managing to get themselves back into that second position. But actually,
what's happened to
Mercedes. He's got a bent rear wing, so I do wonder if we've had a bit of a spin, and that is not going to be a slow collision either if that was at Cops.
That was the car that was running around in second position. That's the R1 car. So it's already a little bit dented, shall we say. It's already had some issues at this point. This is running into Lovefield. There's going to be further ones. Going to receive a little bit of a bonk, maybe. No. Oh, he's had a few good ones. Right, car's looking good now. Car is looking good at the moment.
Ooh.
And P2 just comes across, cuts across his nose, heavy into the barrier. That's a hard hit, Zach. That's a shame. With this little time to go in the race, just 15 minutes left on the clock. Yeah. That's a shame.
It is, and it is such a weird bit of contact as well. It just looks like the LMP240 was maybe a little bit more ahead than he was, and that is a huge shame. And as you said, so far into this race, there's not much they can do in terms of recovery, so they're really going to pay a hefty price for this, and that is a shame, because it can be argued that wasn't really any fault of their own. It wasn't anyone's fault at all, just maybe a bit of miscommunication, and these things happen with classes of such differentiation in speed.
I'm actually going to say something here that some people may not like if they're in GT3s or whatever. I think that was the GT3's fault. If you look at it from on top, that helicopter camera, you can see that P2's gone around the outside of turn 2, fair enough, but is very far over to the right-hand side, is given plenty of room, and I get the GT's understeer. Let's take another look at it. But he uses a little bit too much of the curb. It's washing the front out. Maybe could have used a bit more room. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cam, you're more experienced in this kind of stuff.
Well, having been in those situations myself, I think there's not much that the GT3 drive can do. You can see he had the same steering angle there. No, just cut away for it just for the contact, but he had the same steering angle there. Like he's on, this is what we were saying earlier, like the slow cars, they're on the limit through these faster corners. As the prototype driver, you need to give that extra car width or half a car width to allow for little errors and maybe little understeer moments, because the GTs just simply aren't as capable. So I think if there was a penalty attached to that incident, that would probably go to the way of the P2, purely because as the car behind is physically as the car behind, but also as the faster class as well, I would say that was more on him to leave enough room to allow for something like that to happen.
Fair enough. I'd say, yeah, there's a little bit more space. I mean, I'd still say it's pretty 50-50, but I get your point. Either way, it's happened now, and I'm sure Race Control will take a quick look at it. I wouldn't certainly give a penalty to the Merc, because let's be honest, it's already had enough of a penalty, even if you were to regard it as its fault. Which, whatever, it is what it is. I wouldn't give any, I wouldn't give a penalty for that. I'd just be like, it happened. Either way, focus back onto the racing action. 13th position at the moment, Summit Simsports, who I do feel bad for them, because each time we look at them on the broadcast and they're battling for position, it is positions lower than they were the last time we were looking at them battling. They are now down in 13th spot and trying to hang on from Benjamin Faulkner, who's going on the attack behind, and this is a car that's been up and down the order a little bit inside the LMP2 category, and they've worked their way forward, they've dropped backwards, they've worked their way forward once again. Of course, we are talking about towards the back end of the LMP2 category, but if you're at this point, you're kind of just trying to basically get as high a position as you can and kind of get as close to the leaders as you can. If I'm finishing only one lap down, I don't know about you, Zach, but I'm all right with that. I finished one lap down. It's not great, but it's a decent way to start the season. Sure, the position's not good, but at least our gap to the leader's not that far, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when you consider who the leaders are. I mean, they're no mean slouch at all. So to finish within a lap, definitely nice, and I mean, the reward definitely is just getting to the finish line. It's been a long race of attrition. Everyone's going to be tired. Everyone's going to be waiting for this race to be over now in this sort of final stage of around about 30 minutes or so. So, yeah, they're going to want to get it to the finish line, and this is going to be a nice little move around the outside, potentially darting to the inside. Surely everyone's going to be getting away clean, hopefully. Yeah, it looks as though they will have, but at the moment, still not being able to get themselves into P13 at the moment are the guys currently breathing down Summit's neck. Yeah,
some slower cars in the middle of that, just making things a little bit complicated. I think we've spoken about this before, Cam, about if you're going, if in this scenario, you're a GT, you're a GT3, you're being passed by LMP2s, it's very, very difficult because it's hard to grasp when you're on the limit of your car, you're absolutely pushing the limit, and then someone just cruises around the outside of you as if it's nothing, right? That's a bit like, well, okay, fair enough. But the most important thing to do when you're a GT and a GT3, right, is to be predictable, to stick to what you're doing, to make sense, right? Don't jump out of the way, because that's kind of unpredictable, right?
Yeah, you need to, I should say, be predictable, drive your line, and just do your thing, because then the P2s know what you're going to do, because as they come up behind you, they know obviously what the racing line is, so they're going to be there. They're going to be sort of working out exactly what your trajectory is, where your speed is going to be, where the gap is going to form up, because obviously as you go into the corner, you hit the apex, there's no room. Then as soon as you come off the apex, all that gap opens up, and they need to judge the timing of that to get their car in between the apex and your car as you come away from it. So all these sorts of things need to be worked out in split seconds. So as long as you're doing your thing, then hopefully there'll be sort of minimal incidents. But as the GT driver, you're relying so much on the faster classes that it can be a bit of a scary situation to be in. But fortunately, for the amount of overtakes that we see during a race, there's actually very few incidents, really.
Apologies to lose the picture once again. We will be jumping back onto it. We'll be in before the end of the race. Don't you panic, and we'll see how this all unfolds. I can keep my eye on what is going on, so we are all well and good on that. Apex Hunters United eSports are currently leading the way. We are expecting pit stops to be coming in, and I am going to tell you right now, they are darting into the pit lane as I speak. They've got that splash and dash to have, and of course we're focused more on them and this battle between the LOBS eSports number 94. I'll let you know how it all unfolds. Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel of the Apex Hunters United eSports car, and the LOBS eSports car is being driven by Jared Filsell. Obviously some very, very tight gaps between them that we've seen unfold. They are into the pit lane now. They're going to take that fuel. Jared Filsell is coming around into that final complex of corners. It is going to be tight between the two. They don't need to take much fuel. Once they're out of the pit lane, we'll know who is leading the race, who's on the attack, and who is on the defence in the final sort of 10 minutes of this race. Fuel's already completed, and Shane van Gisbergen has left the pit lane. Jared Filsell is going to be behind by a few seconds, so traffic has not worked out. Pitting that a little bit earlier, Cam, not an ideal scenario for them. And at this point, I can tell you the gap is around about 2 seconds that Jared Filsell is going to have to close down, so has to put the work in. Get some elbow grease. 10 minutes to do it, roughly, give or take. Going to be hard work.
Yeah, certainly is. But that just shows you how closely they're matched on pace. Not just pace as in sort of their lap speed, but pace through the traffic as well. Because even after that pit stop, there's only really, let's say, a second difference over all those laps, because the LBS actually pitted quite a few laps ago. So it's good to see that they're that close on pace, and hopefully we can get a a good battle towards the last few laps of this race. But Van Gisbergen has been holding on really well there. And the main thing that I've liked from him is he's been absolutely sending it through the traffic. And when you're in that situation where you're the first car to come up to a set of group or a group of slow cars, sometimes it's actually easier for you. When you're the second car, you're kind of getting all the scraps, and you're getting all of the issues that the car ahead of you has caused.
Yeah, speaking of predictability, by the way, and traffic and darting it through traffic, Shane did get a little bit held up a little bit through Maggots, Beckers and Chapel. Not by too much. The gap's come down to around about 1.5 seconds between those top two. I think we will see a battle, but it is between two people who are on incredibly similar pace. And we saw it, Zach, when they were battling it out before. Making that move in the early stages just after the safety car period was crucial. But after that point, Phil Sell could not really get a move done. The dirty air seemed like it was a little bit too much. There was no move that was just sat there waiting.
No, exactly. And it was evident, he definitely had the pace to get through. But we saw through such crucial corners such as Chapel, where you need that exit, he just couldn't, because the turbulent air was just preventing him to get that good enough exit, which was unfortunate. But they both had the pace. And as you say, that was so crucial and such a good move from Shane off the restart. Took that opportunity and just made sure he got ahead. And he knew that would be potentially one of his best opportunities, if maybe his only opportunity to get through. And now he's in front. He had so much pressure, and he's managed to deal with it brilliantly. So yeah, props to Shane there. But it's just a shame for Phil Sell.
Yeah, for Nick Foster said, we have a race, boys. And boy, do we certainly have one. It was fantastic after that restart. Really, really, really positive racing. Great stuff. Darting it in through all of the traffic. I'd suspect that traffic is going to play its part before the end of the race as well. It's so easy, Cam, isn't it, in the final stages of the race to be forced into maybe a misstep in traffic and maybe push it that a little bit too far to think, I can go for this move, even though you don't need to take that risk and you've got no time to repair the damage of pushing it too far. Back to live pictures here at Silverstone with 7 minutes to go. That's not long. It's just 4 laps around here, Cam.
Yeah, people can start getting very sort of over-ambitious with the moves that they start doing. But obviously, you've got to be doing it in a clean manner. It doesn't matter there's only a couple of minutes left and there's time is running out. You've still got to be doing it cleanly. There is an excuse just to be like, oh, yeah, it's the final lap. You still got to be able to actually do it within the rule book. And we're now getting a good battle here between Summit, and we're getting a nice overtake now as we come out onto the hangar straight. They're going to be going, or at least trying to be going, around the outside. And that is going to be quite a difficult situation, but it's certainly possible if they can make it around the outside, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to.
No, that's Liam Reston just hanging on from Benjamin Faulkner as well. A little bit down the order. Brilliant stuff between these two. Again, seen them in the thick end of things. Maybe you're not in the position that you wanted, but you are in a position to just battle and just have a little bit of fun in the final 6 minutes of the race. For anyone watching, by the way, we've got something for you. You can get yourselves over onto the grid-engineering.com website and you get 10% off with the discount code that will be AHU Endurance. It's currently on your screen right there, all in capitals, 10% off. This is all for various types of racing gear, from wheels, DDUs, any sort of sim racing accessory to boost your sim racing needs. Get over to the website, get 10% off on your order in the discount code. Whilst that's going, we've got fantastic racing, Cam. It is going to continue. It's 2 seconds, though, where it's continuing here. I get the vibe. It's not going to continue for the race leader. I think they've done enough. I think Apex Hunters are looking in a really good spot right now.
And they cross the line with just shy of 5 minutes to go as well now. So we're getting to that point where we're trying to work out the obviously the amount of laps left of this race, and that's about 3 laps, I believe it's going to be. But certainly going to be getting close. I don't think this is absolutely not over, but Shane van Gisbergen needs to hold on if he wants to be winning this race. He was able to do so since the safety car restart. It didn't take him long to get in the lead, and then as soon as he got in the lead, making that move, he's been able to hold on, and we're now down under 0.4 of a second once again. And I think the traffic is going to be the best opportunity for that 94 to get back in the lead. They really need to find the spot in the traffic where Van Gisbergen is going to be sort of held up just a little bit. The one time that he judges it just a little bit wrong and he has to slow down, then I think that's really going to be the opportunity for him.
Remember how I said it's done? It's not done. Although that won't help things. That might be a slowdown. I don't remember how harsh it is on the exit of Cops, but we've got some thick traffic just ahead of Shane van Gisbergen now that's going to cause some issues here. This might be the opportunity for Jared Filsell to try and send something to the inside. You've got GTE traffic as well for good measure. I said it was over. It certainly isn't. I said that traffic might have played a part in this. It certainly is. This could be the best opportunity for LABS, trying to pick up the slipstream from all of the cars darting down, ducking and weaving up towards Stowe. This is it around the outside. There's no way to stick and send it now, but with the traffic thickening, the opportunity for Phil Sale to absolutely fire one inside or outside a club, not going to work there. Going to switch it back, try and take the inside. Zach, this is fantastic stuff once again. A couple of laps to go here at Silverstone to open the season.
Yeah, only a few minutes left, a couple of laps of a 4-hour race, and it's so close between these two. You can see the traffic playing a massive part. It didn't look like Shane could really negotiate it as well as he wanted to, so Jared Filsell really capitalising on this. And Lewis, you really said it way too early. Commentators curse for Shane because Filsell since then has just closed the gap and is now breathing down his neck, tugged right up into that slipstream, and is now going to be really putting the pressure on for these final couple of laps.
I don't believe in the commentator's curse, but if this is the scenario that it works out in by saying that, they're definitely going to win and then everything closes back up and we get a fantastic race towards the end, I'll take it, because this will be quality stuff. A little bit wide there from Shane van Gisbergen. Of course, that's the nature of Luffield. You can take a couple of different lines. Some drivers take this natural curve through. Some drivers diamond off the corner and then bring it back for that second apex cam. And seemingly that Shane van Gisbergen getting a good drive off there, but look at how much pressure he's under. One mistake through traffic, one fairly large amount of traffic, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, this is getting so close between these drivers. Look how close he's managing, Filsell is managing to stay. As Shane van Gisbergen once again is getting that bit of a late apex. And is this going to be enough to hold on as we get down towards Stowe? Looks like he's actually got a little bit of a gap, but is it going to be enough to hold on? He's looking defensive already. He's going to the inside now. Can Filsell send it around the outside? He's going to have to go really late on the brakes, send it around the outside, but no, he can't do that. And the 222 is going to hold him up just a little bit there. This is going to be a good opportunity now, but it's going to be around the outside. We've seen what the apex curve can do if you smash it as well. But Van Gisbergen just squeezes him out there. A bit of contact between the two and now the inside. Now Filsell is going to get the lead on the final lap of the race, coming to start the final lap of the race, I should say. And that is going to be a bit awkward for Shane van Gisbergen, because to get back now is going to be such a difficult task.
That was superbly judged from Jared Filsell. Just picked it up a little bit too aggressive on the defence from Shane van Gisbergen, pulling it across the nose of the P2 that was battling. And yeah, that was it. LABS eSports up into the race lead. A lap to go. Looking good for Jared Filsell. It was doubted for a little while. Let's take a look at what happened to Adam Simpson. This is down as the Stowe corner. You've got the LMP darting around him. I think he's just going to spin it on the rear. Easy to do. Just picked up the bump a little bit wrong and maybe picked up a little bit on traffic as well. Okay, well, now it seems to have swung very much. What a move. Thoughts on that one, Zach?
Yeah, as we alluded to earlier, it is all about momentum here, and Jared Filsell took it very nicely there, because he knew Shane was compromised, really set up a nice cutback coming into the final corner, used his backwards momentum, and now it's showing that he had some great pace and he's opened the gap up now. And what a time to do it when it's literally the final lap.
Certainly is. Last time then through Maggots, Beckett and Chappell. What a time to take the lead straight onto the final lap of a 4-hour race. We've had a thrilling fight, a safety car to spice things up. Who knows what way the strategy would have gone without it, but we've had recovery drives left, right and centre. But the first round of the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by OSR with support of Grid Engineering does seem to be going the way of this driver outfit. A fantastic race from them. Section perfection at the final part of the race as they're going to cross the line. The 94 is on top here at Silverstone. Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell are victorious in the first round of the season, taking it from Nick Foster and Shane van Gisbergen. But what a battle we had. If that is how the season's going to continue, yes please, thank you very much. I'll take some more of that, Cam.
Yeah, what a race to start the season, and I think that is just going to be opening the door to the way that this season's going to go. Obviously got quite a few more races over the next couple of months, as we're getting very close there. The number 48, which looks actually to be fairly strong as well, so do not count the 48 out actually as we get towards the races later on in the season. Didn't quite go for them today, but they certainly have some potential to be battling up the front there. But we also have other battles and other series categories, I should say, to look for. And here is the GT3 leader at the moment, the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia team, the 215 machine, coming towards the final sector now, and just a few more corners to go before they will take victory in the GT3 category.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. They've been out front for the entirety of the 4 hours, have looked dominant in the GTE category. Race leaders already crossed the line. Drop Bear Motorsport have already crossed. That's Corey McFarlane and Daniel Yeaman, who's won in that category. Bit of a shock win in contrast to how strong Logitech Gialtis eSports have been. Andrew Carl and James Scott, who were out front for most of it until that safety car restart, maybe mistimed when they were pitting and didn't pit under it to go and get some fuel. And yeah, very, very costly for Team FA Alonso Kart Australia. Like I said, they have absolutely dominated the GT3 category, Zach. They've been out front for the entirety. They've not been threatened. They built up such a large gap that when it came round to that safety car period, they weren't even close enough to be threatened. That is about as perfect as you want it.
Yeah, literally just a completely plain sailing race for them. Weren't even phased by the safety car, as you said. And what is that? A 1 minute 34 gap to second place. That very much was a race for second place in the GT3 category. And yeah, picture perfect season opener for the Team FA Alonso team. And yeah, that is what you want to see. Some nice donuts there from a very deserved race winner, Jared Filsell. Played that last lap to perfection, and yeah, some very opportunistic moves. Breathed down his neck. Did not let Shane breathe at all for the entirety of that final sort of 45 minutes or so. And going back actually to the GTE class, that is a shock. Logitech with nearly a 50-second lead before the safety car, just couldn't get their way through the traffic after that.
Going to drag in some interviews here very quickly towards the end of the race, and hopefully, I can't actually, never mind. I don't have the power or the command to do so. We're going to drag in Nick Foster and Shane van Gisbergen, but they'll be jumping in for an interview as well. We've got Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell as well to jump in for a quick interview at the final point of this race. And it was a fantastic battle between them, and hopefully we are going to see more from them, Cam, because like I say, that's how it's going to be. I want to see more tight battling forward. This is how we make rivalries and stuff. We see things unfold. You've got the finishers currently on your screen at the moment. Got some people in for an interview. Let's jump straight in to our race winners. I'll go to Jared at the moment. Final battle of the race with Shane van Gisbergen. How was that for you? Oh, I'm not muted. That's it. Fantastic. I am muted on the wrong place. That's excellent. Right, now I'm actually unmuted in the right place. Fantastic stuff. I'll go straight to our race winners. The number 94, Jared Filsell. Talk us through that final battle, Jared, and how things unplayed between you and Shane van Gisbergen. Looked like it was pretty tense and testy out there.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, very intense. I think the traffic helped me a little bit there. Shane obviously had the jump through our pit cycle sequence, but that was awesome. I haven't had a good race like that in a long time, so it was awesome.
It looks like an incredible battle, particularly after the restart to the race from that safety car. You really got sort of jumped a little bit in the early stages by van Gisbergen, but you seem to just sort of bounce back as the stint went on.
Yeah, I was in two minds whether to fuel save to the end. It just wasn't feasible. I did try it for 2 laps, but yeah, it just wasn't going to be an option. So then we went flat out again and managed to hang on to the back of Shane and save a little bit of extra fuel. Actually overfueled the car by 2 laps as well. So I didn't have the correct fuel numbers on board for the last stop, but it doesn't really matter now, does it?
No, absolutely not. I mean, victorious anyway. Brody Kostecki was in the car in the early stages of the race. We did see you come in for a couple of drive-throughs, I do believe anyway, at that point. What happened there?
I was just practicing pit entry, that's all that was. And I got it nailed towards the end, so I was pretty happy about that. But no, it was great to see Jared do so well at the end, and to take out the first round on the Boost Mobile. Delara was pretty cool.
I was going to say, fantastic to see the Boost Mobile car winning in the Boost Mobile AHU Endurance Series. So, I mean, everything's kind of fitting, seeing both of those cars also on the podium. Any highlights from the race in the early stages, Brody? It looked like you were right in the thick end of things battle-wise, but pace looked so good.
Yeah, we were actually pretty fast. Throughout the race, the track was pretty hot to start off with, so I was trying to make sure I gave Jared some good tyres when we did the driver swap, and I had a pretty good battle there with Blake Purdy at the start there throughout the lap cars, so that was pretty cool as well. And definitely the biggest highlight for me was probably actually at the end when Jared got by Shane. That was a really cool race at the end there.
Excellent stuff. We'll go very quickly. Congratulations to the pair of you. Go quickly to the Apex Hunters car, the number 3, Shane van Gisbergen. We're in the car at the final moments of that race in that thrilling battle. Talk us through how that the approach to the final lap happened, how that switch for position. Talk us through that whole scenario.
Yeah, hey guys. It was just what an awesome race. There was a lot of admin and effort to get this going, so just stoked it ended up being a pretty crazy race at the end. But yeah, congrats to those guys in the Lobs car. They were super fast. We just didn't have enough for them, and I kept making mistakes in traffic. So, but yeah, it was good fun. Nick drove awesome, and yeah, looking forward to the next one. And I just hope everyone enjoyed the series, and we keep having good races.
So there's a lot of admin work. Totally worth it, I assume, by the sounds of that.
Yeah, that's what, there's been a few awesome series come and go in Australia in the endurance, and yeah, there's been ways, so we've sort of taken the best bits out of every series and tried to make it a good one. But there's things we can improve. We'll take everyone's opinions and try and make it better for the next one.
Go over to your teammate Nick Foster. You had that incident at Cops with the GT3. Very unfortunate as it is. Obviously used the fast repair, came back into things, recovered very, very nicely indeed to second place. Talk us through how that kind of section of the race was and that incident.
Yeah, cheers, Lewis. First of all, I just want to have a big shout out to all the guys if they're listening. First of all, our sponsors: Boost Mobile, Grid, OSR, Simply Race. It's been a pleasure to have everybody on board, and super stoked to get this off the ground. And I think from the inside and outside, the race looked pretty superb. So that's really cool from our side. Personally, from the race, my good mate Richie Stanamay fired me off at the start, so that was all right. But yeah, managed to fuel save, made a pretty low IQ move around the outside of a GT3 and fenced myself. So apologies to those guys for the contact, and yeah, managed to take the fast repair. I mean, that's what it's there for, and just fuel saved our way back into it. I think we might have had it run there, and the safety car maybe hurt us a little bit, but Shane did an awesome job to bring us out in front. In the end, fuel cell was bloody fast in the boost car, and Shane got unlucky in some traffic, but finished second. It was a pretty rowdy race. Hopefully it looked good on the broadcast.
Certainly did, yeah. We were loving watching the darting through traffic. It was brilliant stuff. Between you two obviously being in second position, between Jared and Brody being in first, is there any other cars that you kind of looked at through this thinking they're going to be threats for race wins?
Yeah, I think there's a big handful of cars, and some guys had a rough end. I think Purdy in the Pursuit car, this Pursuit sim racing car, those guys were really strong. Also Richie and Stanaway in the second Lobs eSports car. I think they had a bit of a mare in the end, but they were quite strong all through testing as well. And our sister car, shout out to Ben Cornett entering as his cat, but they were quite fast, and I expect them. So yeah, the top end is going to be quite interesting in P2, and yeah, I'm looking forward to going back and watching the GTE and GT3 battles, because it sounds like that was pretty intense as well.
Yeah, thanks to you, Nick. Congrats on second place between you and Shane. We'll jump straight over to our race winners in no disrespect to you, in fairly shocking circumstances, because through that pit lane sequence, jumped out front in the GTE category, Drop Bear Motorsport. Congratulations to the pair of you two. Logitech G Altus eSports looks very, very strong, but you came on top. I'll go very quickly to Daniel first. How did that kind of unfold? What played out in that final factor to get you ahead of Logitech G Altus?
Well, Lewis, unfortunately, it was a drive-through penalty issued by Race Control to the 143 Altus machine there after the safety car restart. So, whilst we were only about 5 seconds back, but the traffic was there, Andrew and James had mega pace today. It was their race to win, and unfortunately, it looks like a small mistake during the restart period with all the traffic. Got them a penalty, and we were there to take advantage. So great job by my teammate Corey. He put in his own double stint of solid, clean laps. So yeah, I guess quite a healthy serve of luck today to come away with the class win. But I feel like we did just about everything right that we needed to do. So really super happy for the boys and the team today.
Yeah, it really is a fantastic effort. We'll go to Corey, and sort of whilst there's a lot of Porsches out there, of course, in the GT category. It's quite a decent car. It's very comfortable. I like it. I think it's a comfortable car to drive. It's very fast, etc. That's why you pick it. Is there anything that you've learned from sort of like the how Logitech G Altus were driving? Is there anything you kind of picked up on, maybe explanations as to why they were so fast?
Just lots of practice in it. I know me and Dan haven't really driven the GT as much. This was my first race in it, and definitely a lot different to a GT3, and seriously a lot more fun. But yeah, just the time you gain under brakes when confident on them is massive, and that's something I think I should work on a bit. But otherwise, yeah, they were just too quick, way too quick for us.
Either way, many congratulations to you. Strategy-wise, you came out on top, and let's be honest, it only matters what position you cross the line in, and you did a fantastic job to come out on top against such a very strong team. So hopefully we'll see more of you as the season goes on. We'll jump down into GT3 to our race winners in there, the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia car. I'm going to head to Jake Burton first. In the car, out front all day, dominant fashion. How does it work out? How do you get that strong in comparison to the rest of the field?
Well, yeah, it was pretty good, but I think it all sort of started with Jackson putting it on pole. Having a nice clean getaway and clear track. All we really needed to do was break the draft, and then we knew it was going to be relatively easy from there because Jackson had such good pace. So that's what he did. It obviously took him a couple laps to shake the lease, but yeah, those guys were quite quick as well. But we knew Jackson had the consistency, and he obviously built quite a massive margin in the first stint, mostly through his pace, but also some misfortune for the other guys. And really from there, it was just a matter of keeping it on the black stuff. It wasn't something that many of the other GT3 guys managed to do today. And as much as I think we could have won it outright on pace, I think staying out of trouble was definitely what made it sort of an easy day for us.
To Jackson, was there a little bit of a concern when the safety car came out that it might just drop you into a little bit of danger, being in sort of like the thick end of cars passing, etc.? Was there a little bit of fear?
There definitely was. Like, we had such a big margin. Jake put in an awesome stint. Obviously, he's not so much a GT driver, so for him to jump in with me and do a stint like that just to keep us out front in a good position, it was all about doing that. And then I don't know, I felt we were in control, but yeah, obviously when safety car takes that big of a lead away and then puts you in a pack with different class cars who are at different skill levels, it's always a bit of, you never know what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, we just had to do what we could to put ourselves in the best position, and we did that, and we come away with a win, so all good.
many congratulations to you. Like I say, probably the most dominant of all of the classes throughout today. It was a fantastic display from you, and hopefully we'll see you once again doing the same thing at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Not a problem. See you around soon. Thank you very much. That wraps up the interviews for us, I do believe. So we will wrap up the broadcast very quickly. I'll just ask a quick question to Zach Sweeney and Cam Roger over on TeamSpeak as we look to wrap up the race. Final thoughts on how things unfolded there, Cam. Fantastic race from start to finish and really ended with a high point in that battle for LMP2s.
Yeah, amazing battle. Hopefully we could see the two GT classes be a tiny bit closer, but then we saw the safety car come out today. That might happen multiple times during the other races, so we'll have to see how that affects the battle on those days, but especially in the LMP2. It's going to be such a good battle towards the midpoint of this season. Obviously, it's Watkins Glen up next as well, which is one of the best tracks that there are in the world. So I think, yeah, we're set for a good season here.
Yeah, Watkins Glen up next. Slipstream Fest, that massive run up through the S's section, down into the bus stop and then over onto the boot. Zach, heading over into the United States, it really is a fantastic venue. Potentially, to be honest, that build up to it's going to be one of the best races of the season just because of how long the straights are and how big the slipstream is.
Yeah, exactly, and kicking off the season in such a fashion as well. We've got, we've come off the back of such a good race, so everyone's going to be excited, looking forward, going into Watkins Glen. And admittedly, I must say that I haven't got much experience with it myself, but from what you two have said, I'm looking forward to it.
It will be a fantastic race. We will return then on the 3rd of July with Watkins Glen, the second round in the Boost Mobile Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by OSR with support of Grid Engineering. And of course, the broadcast will once again be brought to us, I'm assuming, by Mr. Dan Handover, who's been doing cameras for us all day, of course, of Simply Race. So thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you in a few weeks' time. Until then, bye-bye.
So far, he runs it wide of the apex down there.